Okay, let's give it some time, everyone, just to.
Let's get people
Uh,
in here. I'm gonna tweet the thing out. So guys, click on the bottom right there. Retweet the space to get more people in here. We can get people talking about the Fauci files drop. Um, just to give just an overview of what's going on right now. Jim Jordan and Jim Jordan got the emails from the NIH, memos, notes, all this stuff showing that Fauci and the rest of the gang, the NIH, were covering up lab leak theory, conversations about it. And Fauci notoriously said in those notes that, it's just a shiny new object and it's going to go away. Any conversation about it's going to go away. That's what they were talking about. Well, it hasn't gone away, Fauci. Hasn't gone away.
yeah, I've
What
got I've
goes
got a
around comes
different
around.
take on this. I want to know what the emails say. Uh,
Oh yeah, we got some of the emails in there. We'll be reading them. We'll read the whole article. I think it's there's a whole bunch of news articles about this. I think Fox News got one. I just wrote one up for Rebel News. It's just an overview of it, but there's an article, the full emails there, which I guess we'll be going through. This one that's on the Nation if you're interested. But yeah, it's linked in the WhatsApp thing. But yeah, we'll be reading that one.
and then in 2 hours we've got the Davos space. So
Yep.
I
So
don't
just
think we're gonna have
continue.
another
Yep.
long day. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't
Fun.
know if we'll probably keep this one and rename it to something else. I don't know.
That's up to you. Whichever works. I mean, if it's got like 10,000 listeners, then probably not. Just rename it.
Yeah, true. We'll see. We'll see. How many emails are they that were leaked, by the way, before we kick
I'm
it
not
off?
sure. I haven't really checked into it. So start. We'll get to it.
Okay,
Hey, so
let's give it
so
another few
how's
minutes.
this? Is that a little bit better, Mario? My mic?
It's
Sounds fine. Sounds
much
fine.
better. Yeah, much better.
Yeah. Also, brief update. Rebel News is at Davos, and they confronted Greta Thunberg for about 30 minutes or so.
Did she respond, or like the Pfizer CEO, she didn't?
She responded very sarcastically to every single question. At least she knows how to play along, which is good for her, I
Um,
guess. Kind of
but
endearing, actually.
I have a question for you. So I don't know much about Rebel News, so I'm learning about them now.
Sure.
I've seen their content in the past a bit, but
Hmm.
I've seen them. There were people praising their quote unquote interview of the Pfizer CEO.
Yeah.
But isn't that journalism meant to be able to get some information from the other party rather than just confront them and berate them without getting any response? Like I
Well, the
would.
issue, yeah, I mean, I agree in general. I agree with that. The problem is none of the journalists who are there, the ones who do have like sit down interviews with him, like, 15, 30-minute, whatever interviews, however many is scheduled, none of them are willing to ask him any of these questions, right? We even showed a sampling of, when we published that video, we showed a sampling of some other journalists who were asking him questions, also doing the same thing, following him around, like what we did. And they'd ask him baby questions, like questions that have no importance. They'll be asking, they'll be like, "Hey, how are the efforts to vaccinate the population of Africa or whatever? How great are your drugs on a scale of 1 to 10? Would you say that they're maybe like an 8 or a 9? Like these are the kinds of questions that are coming from CNBC and NBC News. I mean, these guys are not serious journalists, right? They're just there to perpetuate a narrative. They might as well just be PR guys, right? They might as well just put a tag on there that says Edelman.
Well, and you get a sense of how connected they are into the narrative when you look at all the attacks against people that are doing real journalism, James
That's
O'Keefe
right,
and
exactly.
others. It's
Like
amazing.
by us asking questions. Yeah, but when we ask questions, I mean, look, we want these questions answered. He's unwilling to answer them. I get it. But uh, these other journalists who do have access to him, they have offices in Davos, right? Like CNBC actually set up an office in Davos. That's how much money they've got, right? It's not cheap to set up an office in Davos for like 2 weeks. These guys are not willing to ask questions. They're not willing to do the job of journalists. I mean, this is what the public is asking. So even like if I was working for them, let's say I was the editor in chief or something, and let's say I was pro vaccine, let's say I was pro Albert Bourla, I like the guy personally, blah blah blah. My job would still be, my duty would be as a journalist to ask the questions that people want answered, right? And right now there are billions of people on the planet who are asking Pfizer. We're asking them, hey, what's the deal with these vaccines? Do they work? Do they not work? I mean, did you guys cover up, like your research? Why did you want to hide the results of your data for 75 years? I mean, like these are all hard questions that I think everybody wants answered. Like they're not going to answer Congress because Congress hasn't subpoenaed them yet, but journalists, it's up to journalists to find these things out, whether it's through the back doors, like talk to people who work at the company, or to people. I mean, to Albert Bourla to confront them directly. But they're not willing to ask these questions, and instead they're just condemning us as like conspiracy theorists or something. It's like, do your jobs, guys. And they're not interested. Maybe they are doing their jobs, but certainly not as journalists.
What's your thoughts, Brian, on Rebel News? I'm not sure. Did you see the Pfizer interview they did, Brian, or Digital?
No, I was actually just reading the article in the Nation.
Yeah, I think
Fauci
no,
stuff.
I like Ian makes a good point. The point of praise is that they asked the tough questions and they didn't give a shit. The counterpoint is that I think they could have been more strategic with their questions and nicer to try to get information out of the other party, rather than just berate them, which is, berating them gets attention, but it just doesn't get. We need to hear their answer. We need to say what the other party has to say, the party that we're interviewing. On the other hand,
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Tell me.
I mean, like we tried that. I mean, there's an independent Japanese journalist who's also there. Not sure if you saw the clip. She walked up to Klaus Schwab very nicely, very very polite, like the opposite of Ezra Levant, right? The opposite of Ezra Levant, super nice, and asks him a question, just a normal basic question. And he's like, "Where are you from?" And she's like, "Japan." And he's like, "No, which outlet?" Right? And she's like, "Oh, I'm an independent journalist." The guy laughs at her. He laughs at her and walks away. This is the kind of people that we're dealing with. They're not interested in asking questions. I mean, they're not interested in having questions asked at them, right? They just want to give canned answers, and they're just there to speak. They're just there to pontificate, right? They're not interested in actually providing any sort of accountability or anything like that.
Okay, so I'd say first we're not talking about Klaus Schwab. With Klaus Schwab, we're talking about the CEO of Pfizer.
Orla. Yeah.
The second thing is that true, like I don't think it guarantees that he'll answer. Even if they ask nicely, if he's smart, he'd probably avoid the question as well. But I think it would have been like, we didn't get much value, in my opinion, other than entertainment of him getting berated. But we would have gotten value if we might have, at least we had a chance to get value if they were more strategic with their questioning. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I disagree with that because, okay, here's the thing. We do give them the opportunity to ask questions. We send them, emails like, "Hey, can we do a sit down?" No response, right? And when we go there, the first questions are always nice, right? It's only when they refuse to answer questions like, "Well, why don't you want to answer these questions?" I mean, there is no point in being nice to these people. We don't owe them anything. They don't pay us anything, right?
No,
they owe the public an explanation.
No, but it's being nice, not being nice to be nice, being nice to actually get information from them. That's why, like for example, I had someone that wanted to get information out of me. He was extremely nice on the phone, and I'm a sucker for this shit. So I gave them all the information they want, and then they went around and used it against me to destroy me. That's a relatively common strategy for journalists. They're extremely nice to get information because it's a strategy that works. Again, but I do see value in what they did. There is value though. They got attention to certain topics. A lot of people are like, holy shit, this guy's facing him, and what the fuck are they talking about? And they might Google it. So I think they brought awareness to certain topics. So yeah, maybe the value is that they did bring awareness to those topics. So yeah, I'd give them credit there. One other thing I wanted to say is when you talk about mainstream media, when they don't ask the tough questions, you have to also understand getting interviews with those high level people is really difficult. And sometimes they might tell you like, hey, I will only come on if you don't ask X, Y, Z. So that's something.
Yeah, that's not journalism. At that point, it's not journalism. You're just doing PR at that point.
It depends because,
like, I understand if you're like an entertainment journalist and you're talking about a release of a new Superman movie or Batman or something. You probably don't want to ask them terrible questions to piss off the actor. You can just walk off the stage. He doesn't have to answer it, right?
So,
you could ask.
But you can ask the questions they told you to ask. But then when you do the coverage afterwards, you can add your points. Like, they didn't allow us to ask this, this, and that. But these are our concerns. We just weren't allowed to ask them. So yeah, it's not ideal journalism, but it's better. Like, it's better than not getting the interview at all. That's what I think. As long as they position. Yeah, PR if they position it in the way that the other party wants, but if they position it the way they
sure. But like, I think that giving them any sort of platform at all in which you ask them a bunch of canned questions, I don't think that's journalism. I think that serves them more than it serves you. I think that your job as a journalist should just be to get to the truth, right? It shouldn't be to pepper them up and to make them to make them look nice, right? We're not in the business of making people look nice. If you're in journalism, if you're in PR, then that's your job, right? I don't mind it if you're like actually working with these people and you're doing that.
me just quickly.
That's like, I'm not going to demonize any PR person, any marketing person. I understand what you're doing, right? But except if your name is Edelman, because in which case, you're representing, carcinogenic companies and promoting disgusting poisons to children. In which case you should be, ashamed of yourself. But in the case of someone, of these journalists, when they're doing their jobs, they should be actually asking questions people want answered.
Yeah.
I don't think they should be, saying, "Hey, how good is your vaccine on a scale of 9 to 10?" It's like, okay, well, it's a 10, right? Huh?
Yeah,
Wink,
yeah,
wink.
true.
Like,
I just want to quickly mention a quick shout out. I see Slayman in the audience. So Slayman Ahmed, his username is Sheikh Slayman. We've covered Andrew Tate a lot, and he played a big part in this. He's
in jail another 30 more days.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
45
I was
days,
thinking
actually. 45 days.
I was thinking to cover this. I just didn't think it was newsworthy, but I was going to message. I've got unread.
It's not really. I mean, compared to what we're covering right now, it's definitely very low on the scale of importance, I would say, because it's like, what else can you say? Okay, so the judge extended his detention.
I
for
think
like 45
I think
days.
there is. I think there is. Yeah, so we're trying to invite the person that released the emails, by the way, Ian. Just FYI. But yeah, so I think there is some updates that could be worth sharing soon. Slayman was sending me.
Sure.
He's been looking into the matter, so we'll do an Andrew Tate space if there's. I'll look at the information, see if it's worth doing it for the audience. But yeah, so I think we could. Let me see if I had enough people. Yeah, already almost at 5K. So we can start prepping to discuss the topic. What do you think, Jim, Ian?
Absolutely. Let's
see who joined us on the panel. Right? We got Aaron, we got Fidgetal. Eugene is here. Hey, Eugene.
You want do you want like Tom Fitton or something in here? Do you want to invite him?
Yeah, I sent him an invite.
He's been working during the day a little bit lately, but maybe he'll come in today. It's Friday.
I've noticed that.
Yes, and for anyone requesting,
call him up.
Yeah, I'll do. I actually sent him an invite from the other phone, but by the way, my other phone crashed. I had to join from the iPhone. From the iPhone, it limits. Okay, anyway, I've invited him. I'll send him another invite. Who else should we invite? There's a regular that will be good for this one. Kim, I'll invite Kim, but I think he's offline.
Kim, yeah. I mean, if he's online, it'd be great. But we should get a journalist in here. Someone who maybe not necessarily looked at the files, but someone's following this. Maybe Michael Schellenberger. It looks like he's online right now. I don't know if you've got his contact.
I think so.
Be good to have him in here.
Yeah, I'll tell the team now. I don't know if Romy's listening. Let me see.
I'm sure she is.
Michael Schellenberger.
Mario.
There's Schellenberger, MD.
Do you mind invite also Paul Thacker? Paul is one of the few really good investigative journalists in science and medicine right now. He broke the story in the British Medical Journal of the Pfizer whistleblower. He's
Paul
on Twitter.
Hold on. Is that Paul Fackrell or Fackel?
Thacker. Thacker. Let me see if I can find his Twitter handle. One second.
Yeah, if we can forward that over to Mario, I mean, that'd be great. It'd be great to have him on because he would be able to offer a perspective from, the whole Pfizer files point of view.
Yeah, that'd be sick. Anyone else? Romy's listening, so anyone else you guys recommend?
By the way, I'm also messaging Schellenberger to see if I can get him to come in.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Is that Paul Thacker 11 or no?
No, he's Thacker PD. Thacker PD is his handle.
Just sent him an invite.
Great.
Cool. All right, so I think Romy will take care of inviting other panelists to discuss this. But yeah, just a quick update for the audience, for the people who joined us early. We are, there's some big plans for the roundtable that are being worked on behind the scenes. Yeah, I'll talk about it in the Davos, but there's a lot of attention in what we're doing. And I think if we continue on this path, we'll be making a difference to journalism, the whole concept of citizen journalism or uncensored journalism. So yeah, anyone that is in the media or any journalists, anyone that wants to work with us, do DM me. The team is checking all my DMs. And yeah, we're building a team, we're expanding, and we've got a lot planned that we'll be announcing over the next few weeks and months. But otherwise, I think we can kick it off, Ian, Jim.
By the way, Mario, I think we still have a long way to go. Even I was watching your panel yesterday. Even though you were the one that was getting literally all the attention from the audience in terms of interest, the other panelists still don't fully understand the power of citizen journalism. So I'm excited to watch that transition occur more and more.
By the way, they don't recognize me, man. Some people saw me, and they're like, because they recognize the stupid CryptoPunk that I have, but also they recognize the name, the Roundtable, or the Twitter Space guy. or so they
Or the
they
Mario
started to
space.
recognize more
You
of the
could say
roundtable.
Mario space, and people are responding to that too. Seriously.
Nah, screw that. It's called the roundtable. Keep me. I want to get out of it.
Okay.
I don't want to keep Mario out of it. All right, so let's kick it off. Ian, do you want to just give us, before reading through the emails, just give us an overview of what's going to be discussed?
Yeah, can do. So the overview of this is that God, let me just open the article, the one I wrote. Sorry about that. Here we go. Okay, so Republicans. Let's see here. Jim Jordan and James Comer. They sent I mean, they're basically they're part of the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees, right? So it's two different committees here. They released email excerpts from what they assert to demonstrate that Dr. Anthony Fauci knew that the novel coronavirus may have been intentionally modified and leaked from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So this is stuff that we know now, right? But the basic concept here is that they knew about it and they were talking about it, but they wanted to cover it up. That's the overview of it.
Okay, and can you tell us more about the lab leak theory for anyone that doesn't know?
Okay, so the lab leak theory asserts that the COVID-19, right, the novel coronavirus, was created in a lab in Wuhan called the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and this was done with EcoHealth Alliance, which is contracted under the National Institutes of Health. Right? They're given money to to perform gain of function research. And gain of function research, if you don't know what that is basically bioweapons, right? That's just a nice way to refer to bioweapons. I mean, this is something that Elon Musk has even touched on. He said that it's simply a bioweapon. Anything that is gain of function, meaning that the virus itself is it's kind of it's just whatever, right? The virus is just whatever. Most viruses are just whatever, but it's a give it function to give it additional properties, like say additional virulence, additional transmissibility, things that would make it very, very potent when it comes to human populations. So let's say and this is not exactly crazy research. Like, this is not like some science fiction thing. I mean, like, what's his face? Bill Gates, for instance, is trying to release mosquitoes in Florida so that they can get rid of their mosquito population. And the idea is that, if you modify certain insects or certain viruses or whatever, you can basically get them to perform certain duties. For instance, with the mosquito thing, you want them to make mosquitoes sterile to reduce the population of mosquitoes in a certain location, right? So in the case of this particular virus, COVID-19, I mean, the only purpose for it is to be very infectious when it comes to humans, and of course it causes death.
And not only that, so just I think we have doctors, we have Eugene, and we have Aaron on the panel. So gain of function, from what I understand, is trying to see how they can make a certain virus spread easier. Again, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep,
For
that is correct.
So
yeah. Easier and more deadly.
exactly.
Yep.
So one reason could be to use it as a potential weapon. That could be one reason. Another reason to
Yep.
better understand the virus and how to fight it. So the reason don't have to immediately be evil reasons. Am I?
Right.
Am
Yeah.
I? So Ian, you agree?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
That is correct. Yeah, that's the assertion.
Are there
Yeah.
the only two reasons, or is there other reasons as well on top of that?
I mean, those are like
Those
the
are
two
the only
basic
two
reasons.
reasons
You
that are
can say that.
really advanced publicly, Mario. So yeah, the only reason to make a virus more virulent or more contagious is so that it harms or kills more people. And the only other justification that at least is given publicly is to try to defend ourselves against such pathogens that other people may be creating. It's a kind of arms race mentality. The Chinese may be doing it, so we have to do it as well. And when those things are combined together, you'll see so-called dual use justifications. Why do we have to have these so-called BSL-4 laboratories, the highest security level laboratory, to deal with highly pathogenic viruses and bacteria, and to potentially do gain of function research? Well, it's so that we can develop military applications and so we can defend ourselves against the enemy's bioweapons, and that's the dual use justification.
Okay, and so as from what I understand, that this was made illegal in the US just because of the risk that it could spread, it could leak out of the lab.
Yes.
And then
That is correct.
what
Yeah.
the
During
speculation?
It's illegal in a lot of countries.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
there's also
It's illegal in
international
Russia, which is why
guidelines
it's not
that
being developed there. It's illegal in the United
attempt
States. It's illegal in Europe.
to make it illegal, although sovereign nations, are obviously oftentimes do not abide by those guidelines.
But it's legal in China, and Now, is it
It would be legal in China. It'd be legal in Ukraine. Yeah, which is why it's such a concern that, for instance, there are massive biolabs in Ukraine, and when
But
the
is it
special military operation began there, there was a
Ukraine
concern that
in
the
Ukraine? But
biolabs were
is
there.
it? Sorry to interrupt. Sorry, it just dropped out on my end. So you said
No,
Ukraine
that's
and
fine.
China. Is it also legal? Is there many countries where it's legal, or it's very limited the countries in which it's legal?
Very limited. It's extremely limited due to how dangerous it is, right?
I don't know
Because,
the
as
answer
we've
to that
seen with the
question. Which countries?
Yeah, we
But
can't. It's hard to say
Yeah.
directly, but there are reasons, obviously, why you wouldn't, make such a, make biolaboratories in, an underdeveloped country. There's no point in it. No one wants to go there and work there, right? You want to do it in a place that's relatively advanced, right? That has the infrastructure to be able to maintain such a laboratory. So, you're not going to open one up in the Congo. I mean, it's a dangerous place, right? Even though it might be legal there, I don't think they have any laws prohibiting people from performing bioweapons research in the Congo or Afghanistan or anywhere else for that matter. But in somewhere that's relatively stable, relatively safe, like for instance the Ukraine, you're able to perform such research in pretty decent in a pretty decent environment.
so I'm gonna send you through Nick. Are you with us?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, so Nick, I'm gonna send you through a link, a Wikipedia link. Are you able to quickly look through it? There's a section there where it says international policies and regulations. Can you quickly check and just give us an update after you have a quick read on which countries have it allowed? I'm genuinely curious. For the audience that you have more questions about gain of function research, you can put it in the bottom right corner, or if you have any information to share about gain of function research, whether it's facts or theories that you have, I'd be very curious to go through it, and we can maybe discuss it a bit later, because this is kind of the heart of the discussion about the Fauci, the lab leak theory. It starts with gain of function. So next question to Ian, Aaron, Eugenio, anyone else. The gain of function research was not allowed, was banned in the US. So is it public that they moved that research to China, or was that kept secret?
Yes.
And then there's
It
documents.
was kept secret.
Okay, but how did we?
But we have whistleblowers.
Okay,
Yeah.
whistleblowers. So would you say like it's looking likely based on the whistleblowers, or it's like 100% confirmed? Like, is there?
It's 100% confirmed. At this point, it's 100% confirmed. And you can talk to any of the whistleblowers. There is a former VP of EcoHealth Alliance. He has, I believe he has a book out. We might want to have him in here. I forget the guy's name. He's one of my, well, we follow each other, right? So I might have to send him a link. I have to find his name first. But yeah, essentially, the NIH sidestepped any sort of regulations in the United States that would prohibit gain of function research, and they moved that research to different countries, like for instance to the Wuhan Institute of Virology in China. Now, China has a number of BSV-4 labs where they perform this sort of research. It's very dangerous research, and the concern, that Congress has is that, well, anybody has, is that perhaps they are not quite as good with their security as they would in, say, the United States. And lab leaks do occur in the United States. This does happen, right? It's pretty. I wouldn't say it's a common thing, but it's definitely a risk, and that's why it is so prohibitive. It's prohibited in say the United States, because you don't want that to happen. You don't want to break out an outbreak to happen.
Okay, can you?
So I do want to clarify that.
Before you clarify that, Brian, if you don't mind, any other speakers that know who those whistleblowers are, please do send it through in the comments. And Romy, if you could check the comments, if someone could tell us who those whistleblowers are, and I see Aaron dropped out. Sorry, Aaron, let me bring you up. Yes,
It'd be Andrew Huff. Yeah, Andrew Huff.
Okay.
You want to get Andrew Huff in here if you can.
Yeah, sure. I'll invite him now.
You know who Andrew Huff is.
Yeah,
I think we even had him in the space before.
Yeah, he's been a few times here. What was his username? Like Huff or something? Huff.
Andrew Huff's theory is that what we saw through EcoHealth Alliance funding, the NIH funding going through EcoHealth Alliance to the WIV, he believed the CIA wanted that as part of an intelligence operation so that they could get a foot in the door and see what was going on in the Chinese BSL-4 laboratories. And so his view is that this was a failed intelligence operation, that the CIA sort of stepped in it by sticking American dollars into the system there, which may have contributed to the development of this particular virus as a way to try to kind of spy on and keep an eye on what was going on there, and in the process help the Chinese to create basically create SARS-CoV-2. So I'll let him speak for himself, but as far as I understand it, that's his interpretation of events.
I want
Yeah.
Brian. I know you were trying to speak, and then I want before we kick off the emails, I also want to ask Dr. Braun, who's first time on stage. I just went through your profile, and I thought it would be good to have you on stage. But before going to Dr. Braun, Brian, you were speaking.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that the NIH did send money to EcoHealth. It was a minor collaboration as part of a subcontract of a specific grant. There is no hard evidence that the National Institute of Health or the U.S. government purposely funded any sort of gain of function research. Is it possible that that money went to EcoHealth and then EcoHealth did perform gain of function research? It does appear that happened, but the linkage between the NIH funding EcoHealth in order to do gain of function research is not there.
But we do
Well,
know that they were funding gain of function research at the University of North Carolina, and when that was this is prior to COVID, when that was discovered, and that grant was basically shut down because it clearly violated federal law. It was then shortly thereafter that we saw the grants going to EcoHealth Alliance. So it's not an implausible theory that there was a shift from the University of North Carolina to Wuhan Institute of Virology via the EcoHealth Alliance to continue on with that same kind of research.
And who's
and
the?
it's,
Can you tell
it's
us?
a
Can
known
you tell
fact
us more?
that
Sorry, go ahead.
the NIH was funding gain of function research at the University of North Carolina
Can
for
you,
a period
Aaron?
of time.
Can you tell us who the EcoHealth Alliance is for anyone that doesn't know?
The EcoHealth Alliance is a nonprofit organization. I think the guy who runs it is, I think his name is
Peter Daszak.
Peter Daszak. That's right. And Ralph Barrick, if I'm not mistaken, was the guy at the University of North Carolina whose lab was doing this for a time. Daszak is a little bit of a shady character, let us say. And again, I'll let Andrew Huff speak to this, but he was apparently approached at one point, according to Huff's personal testimony, by the CIA or by an organization that was sort of clearly a front for CIA money. And the details of exactly what happened between Daszak and this representative of CIA funding, I don't think we know that. But I think that's where Huff's theory came from, that this was a failed intelligence operation. But I mean, you can look up EcoHealth Alliance online. You can see who's on their board. They're a 501c3 nonprofit that funds biomedical research.
It's also worth pointing out that Peter Daszak was tasked by the World Health Organization to perform the investigation into the origin of COVID-19 in China. So there was despite there being a clear conflict of interest, you're asking a man to investigate himself.
And
Yeah.
So I want to, guys.
real
I
quick,
want
he
to.
also-
Yeah, Brian. I'll let you.
real quick, I just
All
want
right.
to
So
say
Jim,
he-
I'll let Jim and Brian
Okay, sorry.
respond because I want to go through the emails. So quickly, guys. Jim, Brian, and then we'll
Yeah,
kick
so
off. Go ahead, Jim.
just real quick, he also was writing letters helping dispute many of the claims to try to give efficacy to the efforts to stop any contradictions of the whole lab leak theme. So anyway, go ahead, and then Brian.
Brian, go ahead, and then I would like Dr. Braun to just introduce himself briefly. Right, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. I don't really have too much to add. I just want to say, like what Adam said, it's a theory. Is it possible? Yes. Do we have facts pointing to it? Right now, we don't.
Okay. Dr. Braun, I saw your profile as the U.S. National Counterterrorism Advisor and Trainer. Can you give us more insight on what you do exactly?
yeah, thanks for giving me opportunity. So my background, I'm a clinical psychologist by background, but for just under a decade, my role has been the bridge between public health, law enforcement, and EMS as it relates to, I guess, what most people would call active shooter, but it covers active shooter, active attacker, counterterrorism, bioterrorism, my focus has been primarily to try and shift people from sort of fixating on one weapon, mostly the gun. And so, didn't ever really feel that the full extent of that would be that you have to get people's eyes on the fact that people can do a mass attack using a bioweapon. But I had a nice foundational knowledge going into this pandemic. And I think the thing that should intrigue people is that there are so few of us in this community that are speaking up. Dr. Huff being one of them, and there's some more DoD people that are now whistleblowers. But that should be alarming to people, and that even if this has been put out there as a possibility of a lab leak, or if this was gain of function research, if this was biowarfare, then where is everyone for the from the biowarfare prevention and response community? Where have they been during this pandemic? How come no one's been hearing from them? The censorship is absolutely alarming. At the beginning of this pandemic, I was literally yelling at DoD folk and just across the board in EMS in terms of just where are you? What are you doing? We're going to lose a lot of people here. I predicted that we'd lose millions, and that ultimately it's now panning out. Just before I take any questions that you may have, the important thing for me is that I'm not somebody that likes to get into any sort of binary thinking, sort of natural zoonotic versus lab leak. It funnels us exactly where people that want to do an attack would want us to be, just sort of debating this very binary approach. You have to leave room for a wide level or a wide range of possibility, everything from intentional attack to who the attackers would be. And you really have to, before you narrow in on a focus, you really have to get yourself out of this thinking. And that part of the sort of lab leak theory and emails and going back and forward and even killing the story, well, what it absolutely killed is that there's just very few people that are even willing to think that this was an intentional U.S.-based attack. This is a U.S. virus. This is a U.S. patented virus and vaccine that goes back over a decade. And so, there's a major distraction with calling this even a lab leak.
Okay, man. That's a pretty full-on, a lot of points you've made here, so something we'd want to discuss. Let me just try to fix the, just the panel just having a bit of issues, a bit of glitching. Let me try to swap phones. Guys, I've just sent you through a message just for the panel in the call group, the roundtable call. Just check it out. All right, so I'm going to kick it off. All right, let me get Tara fixed as well. Tara just sent you an invite again. Hopefully it works this time. I'm trying to use the other phone. Come on, Tara. Let me know if it works, Tara. So while waiting for Tara to come on stage and Michael as well to come on stage, I want you to start kicking off the article. Go through the articles, go through the emails, just to get to get it going. I think the audience is ready. And we'll keep you, Dr. Brown would love to have you on stage just to give us more insight into this. Probably have more questions as we go through the articles. Anytime you want to comment, just feel free to unmute or just put your hand up. Would love your insight into this. Otherwise, we've got other guests that will be coming in throughout the space. The team in the background is inviting them. And I think we're ready to kick it off. Ian.
Mario, I may have to drop off fairly shortly on this call. Love to be back. I think what I want to do, in case I have to go within the next couple minutes, is check out something really interesting with this that goes back all the way to 1998. Check out a book that was written called The Cobra Event. And that was during President Clinton's term that this book came out about a major worldwide threat using a bioweapon. And the book was used in 1998 and 1999 onwards between DoD and Health and Human Services. That is when this project really took off with this interest in, could this happen? Could somebody make a weapon?
Let's do this, Dr. Brown. Let's do this. I'm gonna message you my number. And then you can send me all this information, and we can prep a space for this in advance. Go through everything you want to send through, and then we could discuss it. But yeah, I think we're ready to kick it off. Tara, how are you? Good to have you on stage. Can you hear me, Tara?
I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you as I was
Hey, what's up?
transitioning
Hey,
from
welcome.
listener to
Oh, good.
speaker.
I was just welcoming you on stage. So we just got the Ian told us about emails that were leaked regarding Fauci's discussion on the lab leak theory. So he's about to go through them now, and I think Ian wrote an article about it as well. So Ian,
Yeah,
let's
I'm
kick it
not going to read
off.
my article. Mine's pretty, it's pretty straightforward. So I'll read the Nation article, which has most of the details in here. So here goes, and the title of the article is Unredacted NIH Emails Show Efforts to Rule Out a Lab Origin of COVID. In early 2020, top scientists told Anthony Fauci they were concerned that SARS-CoV-2, which is COVID-19, appeared potentially engineered. Here's a look at what happened next. The article is by Jimmy Tobias. So if we can get him in here, it would be great. So the article goes, as COVID-19 was spreading fear and spurring lockdowns across the United States in March 2020, the scientific journal Nature Medicine, this is a pretty good, reputable publication, right? This is not just some random thing. They published a paper titled "The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2," written by 5 renowned academic scientists. It played an important early role in shaping the debate about a fiercely controversial topic, which is the origin of the virus that has killed millions since it emerged in Wuhan, in China, in late 2019. Did it spill from animals to humans in nature, on a farm, in a market, or did it leak from a lab like the Wuhan Institute of Virology, a leading center of coronavirus research in China? Question mark. Drawing on the comparative analysis of genomic data, the paper's authors wrote that, quote, our analyses clearly show that SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct or a purposely manipulated construct. And toward the end of the paper, they added, we do not believe that any type of laboratory-based scenario is plausible in explaining the origin of the coronavirus. Instead, the scientists strongly favored a natural origin, arguing that the virus likely spilled from bats into humans, possibly by way of an intermediate animal host. This is why, very many people were very quick to shoot down the theory that it originated from a lab based on this paper, right? It's a reputable journal, reputable scientists, so they thought, okay, this has to be legit. So this peer-reviewed paper proved to be highly influential. Dr. Francis Collins, who was then the director of the National Institutes of Health, or NIH, announced its findings in a post on the agency's website in late March of 2020. When asked during a April 17 press conference at the White House about the concerns that SARS-CoV-2 had come out of a lab in China, Anthony Fauci, who had recently stepped down as the head of the NIAID, which is National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, referenced the paper, describing its conclusions and calling its authors, quote, a group of highly qualified evolutionary virologists. The paper has been accessed online by more than 5.7 million times and has been cited by more than 2,000 media outlets. ABC News, for instance, ran an article on March 27 titled, quote, sorry, conspiracy theorists, study concludes COVID-19 is not a laboratory construct, end quote. In that article, one of the paper's authors, Robert Gary, is quoted as saying, quote, there's a lot of speculation and conspiracy theories that went into a pretty high level, so we felt it was pretty important to get a team together to examine evidence of this new coronavirus to determine what we could about the origin, end quote. What that quote did not quite convey was that Gary and several of the paper's other co-authors were themselves initially suspicious that SARS-CoV-2 may have emerged from a lab. So these guys, they figured, okay, it emerged from a lab, but then the paper comes out and they're like, well, I guess it didn't happen, right? Very
Okay,
simple
so
stuff.
before you continue, Ian, and by the way, audience, if you don't like me interrupting and asking questions, let me know in the comments. I'll read them. But
Yeah, tell them
I have
that.
questions. So Ian, just two quick questions. So the paper that made those claims, can you
Yep.
repeat again who that paper was by and who was it funded by? Was there
I'm
any
not sure who it
conflict
was
of
funded
interest?
by, but it well, I mean, we're going to get into that, but it was in Nature Medicine, and the title of that paper is "The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2." It was written by
Okay.
5 academic scientists. Yeah,
Okay, got it.
yeah. What was the second question?
Conflict of
Who
interest.
was
You
it
said we'll get
funded
to
by?
that. Yeah.
Oh,
No, who
yeah,
else?
yeah.
You said you don't. I think
I
we'll
don't
get
know.
through
Yeah,
that.
we'll get through that. Yeah. So
Cool.
as the article goes on to state, is that what that quote, which I just read, was that Gary, the author of this article in he links to it in ABC News, was that he and several of the other paper's co-authors were themselves initially suspicious that COVID-19 may have emerged from a lab. They communicated their suspicions to Fauci, Collins, and others in late January and early February in 2020. And what ensued was a period of intense and confidential deliberation about the origin of the virus. So they were having this conversation behind closed doors that we don't know about until today, until now. So Unredacted records were obtained by The Nation and The Intercept, and they offer detailed insights into those confidential deliberations. The documents show that in the early days of the pandemic, Fauci and Collins took part in a series of email exchanges and telephone calls in which several leading virologists expressed concerns that SARS-CoV-2 looked potentially engineered. Right. The participants also contemplated the possibility that laboratory activities had inadvertently led to the creation and release of the virus. The conversations convey a sense of anxious urgency and included speculation about the specific types of laboratory techniques that may have caused the virus's emergence. After roughly about a week of debate and data collection, one of the key figures involved in the deliberations characterized the focus of the group's work as follows, quote, to disprove any kind of lab theory. So at this point, I'm just pausing the article here. At this point, it seems that they wanted to disprove it. They didn't want to actually find out if it was yes or no, right? The idea was that it's not true, and here's how we detail how it's not true. That's not very scientific. You're arriving at a conclusion and trying to find, as much evidence as you can to support your hypothesis. That is not what science is supposed to be about. Science is supposed to be about simple exploration. You have an idea. Okay, here's how it is. And, it can go either way, yes or no, right or wrong. But not to say, you know what, our conclusion is that it didn't come from a lab. So what can we do to prove our claims? So article continues. Several of the scientists on the calls and emails then went on to write and publish Proximal Origin, that paper we referred to. It became one of the best read papers in the history of science. The records presented here were made public by the NIH in response to a Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, lawsuit filed by the reporter, the reporter that we're talking about, the guy who wrote this article. Their release in late November came as Fauci prepared to leave the agency after decades of service and as Republicans in Congress, in anticipation of their imminent control of the House, geared up to launch oversight investigations into the origin of COVID-19. Many of the documents analyzed in this article were first obtained in 2021 in heavily redacted form by the journalist Jason Leopold, some of which were later presented to Congress, where staffers were allowed to look at them and take notes but could not keep full copies. It was only after about more than a year of litigation, right, lawsuits, etc., that the NIH released these documents without any redactions. Their contents have been met with widely divergent interpretations by the participants in often vitriolic debate about the origins of COVID-19. What most people seem to agree on, however, is that the documents are a valuable record of the early days of the pandemic and belong in the public domain. So, quote, these documents are important, and they should have been available earlier. The public has a right to know, says Lawrence Gostin, who is a professor of global health law at Georgetown University, that's in D.C., who favors a natural origin explanation for SARS-CoV-2, but does not rule out the possibility of a lab origin. Now, he says, all of the world has suffered from COVID-19, and we deserve to have all that information open and transparent with a rigorous evaluation of what the cause was. And so one of the emails here is, it shows here, right? I'm just going to read the email and then I'm going to read the whatever's underneath. This is from Dr. Anthony Fauci. It is to Jeremy Farrar and also to Christian G. Anderson, and also CC'd are Patricia Conrad, John Mascola, and also Patricia Conrad's other email. And it says, previously it was just a blank email. You couldn't see anything. It was to Jeremy. And it reads, here's the unredacted version. It says here, I just got off the phone with Christian Anderson, and he related to me his concern about the furin site mutation in the spike protein of the currently circulating 2019 nCoV, which is COVID-19, right? So I told him that as soon as possible, he and Eddie Holmes should get a group of evolutionary biologists together to examine carefully the data to determine if his concerns are validated. He should do this very quickly, and if anyone agrees with this concern, they should report it to the appropriate authorities. I would imagine that in the USA, this would be the FBI, and in the UK, it would be MI5. It would be important to quickly get confirmation of the cause of his concern by experts in the field of coronaviruses and evolutionary biology. In the meantime, I will alert my US government official colleagues of my conversation with you and Christian and determine what further investigation they may recommend. Let us stay in touch. Okay, so that was the first email there, and I'll go back to the article. So, as explained here, on January 31, 2020, this is January 31, 2020, Fauci received an email from Jeremy Farrar, the director of Wellcome Trust, an influential health research organization based in the UK. quote, and this is a part of the email. It says, Tony, really would like to speak to you this evening, he wrote, and then we'll call shortly, came in a response from Fauci's assistant. Farrar then wrote to Fauci saying, thanks, Tony. Can you phone Christian Anderson? He is expecting a call now. The people involved are Christian Anderson, Bob Gary, and Eddie Holmes. Now, Christian Anderson is of the Scripps Research. Robert Gary is of Tulane University, and Eddie Holmes, is of the University of Sydney, and they're all eminent biologists and virologists. And all three would soon go on to be co-authors of Proximal Origin, that paper that was widely cited. Gary and Anderson have both been recipients, here's where the money comes in, of large grants of the NIH in recent years, and has another Proximal Origin author, which is Ian Lipkin of Columbia University. So all of them are recipients of the NIH grants, right? They got money from the NIH. Now, Fauci had his phone call with Anderson that night, and what he heard clearly disturbed him. In an email to Farrar after the call, he wrote the following, quote, I told Anderson that as soon as possible, he and Eddie Holmes should get a group of evolutionary biologists together to examine carefully the data to determine if his concerns are validated. He should do this very quickly, and if everyone agrees with this concern, they should report it to the appropriate authorities. I would imagine the USA would be the FBI, and in the UK would be the MI5, right? So that was the email I read earlier. So what were Anderson's concerns, and why were they so dire that they might merit a call to the FBI? This is what the journalist asks. So Anderson laid them out pretty plainly in an email to Fauci that same evening. And here's then an excerpt from that email. Quote, the unusual features of the virus make up a really small part of the genome, and is less than 0.1%. So one has to really look closely at all the sequences to see that some of the features potentially look engineered. So the virus just looks kind of weird, right? That's what he wrote in an email. And he said, I should mention that after discussions earlier today, Eddie, Bob, and Mike, and myself all find the genome inconsistent with expectations from evolutionary theory. But we have to look at this much more closely, and there are still further analyses to be done. So those opinions could still change. So even initially, they were like freaking out. They're like, this looks kind of strange. I mean, this doesn't look like something that would happen, naturally, right? This is something that looks potentially engineered. And so the article goes on. Thus began a scramble to probe in the private origin of SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19. The following day, on Saturday, February 1, Farrar organized a conference call with Fauci, Anderson, Holmes, Gary, and several other scientists, including Andrew Rambot of the University of Edinburgh and Ron Fouchier, who is a prominent Dutch virologist whose work experimenting with H5N1 influenza virus has sparked controversy in the past. Also invited on the call were Patrick Vallance, the chief scientific advisor of the British government, and Collins. This close-knit group, as Farrar later described it, was to treat their discussion in total confidence. Fauci spent part of the morning before the 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time conference call brushing up on what sorts of grants and collaborations his agency was involved in with research institutions in China. In an email to his deputy, Hugh Auchincloss, he wrote, quote, it is essential that we speak this morning, a.m., right? Keep your cell phone on. You will have tasks today that must be done. Now, in a recent deposition, and there's a link to an article on MSN, this is a link to a deposition about his deposition to members of Congress. Fauci said that he emailed Auchincloss before that afternoon's conference call because he, quote, wanted to be briefed on the scope of what our collaborations were and the kind of work that we were funding in China. I want to know what the nature of that work was. So, like, even he wasn't really certain exactly what work was being done in China, who they were funding, etc. But he wanted to know. He wanted to be to be clear, that way he could explain it right to people.
So just before you continue, Ian, there's a few comments asking if you could just give a quick recap on what you've read so far for people that just joined. A quick 20-second recap before continuing with the article.
Yeah, sure. So a quick recap of the article is that this one paper that came out, and it was a very, very massively influential paper known as the proximate, what the fuck it's called?
Proximal origin.
Proximal origin, right? It was essentially supposed to debunk the idea that this was a lab leak of a lab leak origin. And guys, please stop spamming the WhatsApp. It's really, really distracting. I'm just saying. Seriously, it's really distracting. So, yeah, the proximal origin paper was there to sort of debunk the lab leak theory, but However, with these unredacted emails, we get the impression, and it's a very strong impression, that all of the scientists involved in the creation of that paper, as well as those conversations that were had before that paper was published, show that they were actually super concerned that this virus was indeed of man-made origin. This was engineered in the lab. However, obviously they all changed their message afterwards. So that is where we're at so far. We've previously emails that were released through the FOIA were redacted entirely. So we had no idea what Fauci was saying to people, what we were saying to all these other scientists. But now with this release of this new FOIA, we actually have direct emails between Fauci and all these other members of his team, where they were basically kind of talking or scrambling to figure out what was going on, and to also facilitate in the in what is essentially a cover up of the lab leak theory.
Okay, so essentially, let me know if I'm on the right. So the proximal origin is a paper written by various authors that had concerns about the source of COVID being from the lab, but they did not express those concerns in the paper, and they implied from the beginning that it was not leaked from a lab, and it was transmitted from an animal, from a bat, from the market, and they made that conclusion before getting the evidence, and then they started looking for evidence to back up that conclusion, and then what we saw now from the redactions that were made public. Correct me if I get anything wrong, Ian. That there were communication internally about the plausibility that this could have. I'm not saying it is. You're saying it could have been leaked from a lab, but
That's
those
right.
were. Go ahead.
And these were the same scientists who wrote that paper. They're the ones on that call with Fauci. On these multiple calls, these multiple meetings that went over a series of period of weeks, right? And so, eventually they came to that conclusion, right, that it was not a lab leak thing. It was of natural origin. But initially, none of them were, that was not their belief at all. In fact, they believed the opposite. They believed it was from a lab.
Did they believe it was from a lab, or did they say there's plausibility it could be from a lab? Just a bit of difference.
Plausibility was very high because, and they cite some numbers here, as you can see in one of the emails that I read previously, that a lot of what's in the spike protein, for instance, does not look to be of natural origin. It doesn't look natural, right? It looks like it was engineered, and that the only way it could be in this particular virus, SARS-CoV-2, which is COVID-19, it did not appear to be consistent with evolutionary biology. So this is not something you would see naturally. So it's very, very, very concerning. Yeah.
Okay, and who are the authors of the proximal origin paper?
Well, I'm gonna have to look that up. If
I can tell you, it was Christian G. Anderson, Andrew Rambaut, Ian Lipkin, Edward Holmes, and Robert F. Gary.
And who are they? Like, is there any bias, etc.?
Yes. The bias, or rather the lean towards it, is that each and every single one of these people is a recipient. Well, maybe not every single one, but I would say the vast majority of them are recipients of NIH grants, which are, total in the millions of dollars. So they were getting funding from Fauci's organization.
Okay, I'm just taking notes. Okay.
Many of them also
and these are the people on that email.
Yeah, many of them also had ties to some of the folks I mentioned before, Mario. So there's been a couple of articles published about not just conflicts of interest in terms of receiving NIH funding, but conflicts of interest in terms of having an interest in the continuation of gain-of-function research.
Correct. For instance, the Dutch virologist, right? That would be Ron Fauci. He's a prominent Dutch virologist, and he has performed gain-of-function research with the H5N1 influenza virus, and it sparked controversy in the past.
So as far as I can
avian
tell,
flu, in case you're wondering.
As far as I can tell, the only person that wrote the paper that was involved in this email was Christian G. Anderson. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see any other.
That's correct. And Christian Anderson works with Eric Topol. In fact, they're a 5-minute drive from me. Maybe I should go play a visit. No, I'm just kidding. They're here in San Diego at the Scripps, just up on the hill there by the golf course.
Yeah, and other people involved in the conversations, not necessarily the email, right, but a conference call with Fauci, right, include Anderson, Holmes, Gary, and several other scientists, including Andrew Rambaut and Ron Fauci, who is the prominent Dutch virologist who has experimented with H5N1 and possible gain-of-function research into the avian flu. That is, H5N1 is avian flu. And there was a lot of controversy surrounding it because it's quite dangerous to perform this kind of research.
Okay.
Gotta run, guys. I'll try to jump on later, Mario.
Yes,
Thanks
thanks,
for
man.
hosting.
Thank you.
Thanks, bro. Thanks. All right. So from what we've read so far, the NIH. When did Fauci step down from the NIH?
December
December? Yeah.
Of which
This
year?
year? This year.
of 22.
22, yeah. Yeah, because
Okay.
the reason he stepped down is because the Republicans took power and he was he was going to get fired, right? So, yeah, he stepped down.
Okay. Okay. I think I got everything. Eugene, you tend to be the start to play devil's advocate. From what we've seen so far, before
If he wants
continuing
to.
with the emails, do you see do you see plausibility that could be leaked from a lab based on what we've read so far? And Brian as well, you could jump in on this one. Eugene, Brian, go ahead. Whoever would like to go first.
If Eugene's not going to go in, so from everything I've seen so far, it really I don't really see anything major here. I'm sure people are
Yeah,
going
so
to
we're just
disagree.
we're not even a quarter way through the
Yeah.
article. It gets to that point.
So what I see at
This
this
is,
point.
but Ian, this is Brian always says that. So we have to get used to it. Always Brian starts with this. I don't see this to be major. This is
Yeah, I don't
Brian's
see.
No,
Well,
no,
you're
signature.
opening a sentence and being like, "Well, I don't see it yet." It's like, haven't even gotten
Yeah.
to the point yet.
So
Like, they're
I
painting a
did
story
read
here. They
through.
have to tell a history story. Give a brief history of what's actually going on before we get into the meat of the details, right? Because we know better now.
So I did read through most of the article. I skimmed some of it. So up until this point, I see that Fauci was a little concerned about the fact that the virus could have been formed in a lab, created in a lab. He reached out to government officials and had discussion with various scientists about it. This was actually February 1st that this one email was received and sent, which was about 2 weeks after the first case of COVID in the United States and about a month prior to the first death from COVID in the United States. Up until this point, I think that he did what he should have done.
Okay, can I continue the article?
Yeah, I know you want to. Yeah, of course. I'll let Eugene comment after. All right, let's continue.
Okay, so in a recent deposition, and it's linked to his deposition in Congress, Fauci said that he emailed Auchincloss before that afternoon's conference because he wanted to be briefed on the scope of what our collaborations were and the kind of work we were funding in China. I wanted to know what the nature of the work was. This is a congressional testimony. He said this in public, right? This is not from any emails. Now, in the deposition, Fauci was asked if he might be concerned that the work that he had funded in China might have led to the creation of the coronavirus. This is, I believe, Jim Jordan might have asked him that question. It's kind of unclear from this article.
This is from the AG's, the Attorney General's deposition.
Okay. So my bad. Yeah, my mistake. I was concerned that it might have. Fauci replied, and he said, but I didn't like the fact that I was completely in the dark about the totality of the work that was being done, and I was going into a phone call with a larger group of established scientists, and I wanted to have at my fingertips just what we were and were not doing. So he claims that he wanted to, they wasn't really aware of what was going on, and that he just wanted some of the clarification available in data that he could refer to. That's what he was claiming. So the article goes on to state that says, if he wasn't aware of the details already, Fauci may have learned that morning that the NIH, through a U.S. nonprofit called the EcoHealth Alliance, had provided money to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So if he didn't know before, now he knows, right? Which is quite unlikely. Among other things, the NIH helped to fund experiments at the Wuhan Institute of Virology that infected genetically engineered mice with chimeric hybrids of SARS-related bat coronaviruses in what some scientists have described as unacceptably risky research. So a lot of scientists have actually called it out. They're like, this is crazy stuff that you guys are doing. You should probably not do it. As The Intercept has reported, these particular experiments could not have sparked the pandemic. These are different viruses, right? The viruses described in the research are too different from SARS-CoV-2, but it does raise questions about what other kinds of experiments were going on in Wuhan and what has not yet been disclosed. Key details of these U.S.-funded experiments were made public only after The Intercept filed a FOIA lawsuit. So for the longest time, they did not want to tell anyone what was really going on. They were aware that this would, actually make them look really bad. So The Intercept actually filed a FOIA lawsuit and because of that, we now know that they were funding all these different experiments in China, right? So when the conference call kicked off later that day, it provided a forum, according to Farrar, to, quote, listen to the work Eddie, Bob, and Christian have done, question it, and think through the next steps, end quote. The specific contents of the conference call are unknown, but emails sent among the participants during and after the call helped to fill the picture. In this way to get the meat of things. So on February 2, for instance, the scientists and health officials sent a series of emails explaining their views on the and actually there is a link to Document Cloud. So if you guys should probably read the article if you want to see this massive chain of emails. I'm not going to read all of them. This is like literally like over a dozen emails or so here. Actually, I can probably read some of them, but I'll just skim through it real quick.
Be good. Just to summarize them, it'd be better because I know you've read them for your article already.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So like essentially they're all talking about sciencey stuff. They're talking about ACE2 receptors, they're talking about spike proteins, and they're all essentially trying to have conversations about how this virus could have been sequenced at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. For instance, one part of the email, and this is from Bob. Bob is, who the hell is Bob? I'm not really sure who Bob is in this email. I mean, you can just look at the little document before that I was reading. It says, before I left the office for the ball, I aligned with nCoV with 96% of CoV sequence at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, except for the RBD. The S proteins are essentially identical at the amino acid level. But the perfect insertion of 12 nucleotides that adds to the furin site. So, I mean, I'm not going to read the whole thing. This is all very, scientific, stuff. But essentially, they're all expressing their concerns that this thing looks kind of engineered, right? That is the nature of the conversation. They're trying to determine
who's expressing that, Ian.
Let's see here. So the people involved in the emails are Jeremy Farrar, Anthony Rambot, Francis Collins, Christian Anderson, Patrick Valens, Anthony Fauci.
Okay, Fauci, shit. Okay, and who are these people?
These are all scientists. These are all virologists. These guys are at the top of their field. I mean, these are the guys.
Okay. So you've got scientists and virologists expressing concerns or discussing the plausibility of this being leaked from a lab, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, that's correct. And they have all their email notes in here. I mean, if you guys want to go through it yourself, I recommend that you do.
Fauci? How does Fauci replying when they mention that plausibility?
Well, I'm not sure yet. That's the article, right? We're going to have to kind of go back to the article. Yeah. So.
Okay.
So, as the article says, in February 2, for instance, the scientists and health officials sent a series of emails, as I just referred to, explaining their views on the virus's features and its possible origin. The possibility that a virus emerged from a lab was at the top of mind for some of the scientists. In one email to Fauci, Collins, and others, and another NIH official, Farrar, wrote that on a spectrum, if 0 is nature and 100 is release, by release he means man-made, I'm honestly at 50. Right, so he's saying that there's a 50-50 chance that this was either made by people or it was completely natural, right? So I mean that if you're saying something like that, it means it's very likely there are at least questions, right? We're not just going to say it's just came from bats, right? Magic bats infected some Chinese people because they're disgusting and they eat bats or something. I would the media was running with.
Yeah, but I wouldn't dismiss that. We'll just have to admit that there's still a plausible possibility that many scientists agree on. We just don't like it. We're always saying that it could be both. So at least what I would imply is that
they were all trying to figure it out because they didn't know where it came from, right? A lot of the people involved in this are not involved in the creation of COVID-19. So let's make sure that's clear for everybody in the audience. These guys did not invent the virus. Okay, they are confused. They're like, where the hell did this come from? What is it? Let's look at its properties. Let's figure it out. It looks to be engineered.
The concern that we have so far, maybe other panelists would disagree, the concern that we have so far as we go through the emails is that why was it censored? Why weren't we just honest with people? Say, hey, there's these two possibilities. There were gain of function research in Wuhan funded by the US and it might have leaked from there. Did they not want to piss off China? As we know, Trump told, I can't remember, Mike, who was it? Who did Trump tell not to? Pompeo. Yeah, Mike Pompeo. Yeah, so he told Pompeo not to talk about, not to call it the Wuhan virus.
Not necessarily called the Wuhan virus, but rather Pompeo was insinuating that the virus was of man-made origin, made in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Basically, he was reciting the lab leak theory, right? He was saying that there's a good chance this came from China. That it did come from China, but it came from a Chinese lab, right? So that's what Pompeo was out there saying. And Xi Jinping gave Trump a personal phone call, telling him to knock it off, to tell him to silence your guy. Tell your guy to stop talking about this. Because it we're not very happy with what he's saying. And as a result of that, according to Pompeo, right, we don't exactly have transcripts of these conversations because this is what Pompeo wrote in his memoirs, that Trump told him to shut the hell up, literally shut the hell up about this thing. And the reason he told him to shut the hell up is because, America has interest in China and they were dependent on the PPEs, as we've talked about yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. And we had a debate on whether that was strategically a good decision. Was that what we were calling earlier a noble lie, or did it not make sense?
Correct, yeah. I can see that some people say it's a noble lie because it had good purpose, but others would argue that this means that there was no accountability for where the virus came from, who made it, and so on. Right? So it's really bad when politics steps into science, because when scientists want to do a certain kind of research and determine if the origin of something, like this virus, and a politician steps in and says, no, you can't talk about this because of a reason so and so, that invalidates the science, and that's why it's very suspect, right? So whether it's Fauci or Trump, it's really bad when you add politics into the mix.
Yeah,
exactly. Science should not be affected by politics. Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's a pretty crazy utopia. But let's continue with the finish off the email.
Of course, it's a utopian vision, right? But I mean, scientists themselves would hate that, because it means that they have to censor themselves because a politician told them to, right? And that seems to be like the call from on high, right? And that's where we're getting into. So Farrar then summarized the perspectives of other scientists, including Michael Farzan of the UF Scripps Institute. Farrar wrote, was particularly puzzled by the presence of the virus's genome of a furin cleavage site, which is a feature that has not been found in any other SARS-related coronaviruses. The furin cleavage site plays an important role in helping the virus to infect human airway cells. This makes it, particularly potent in infecting people, right? Other SARS viruses, based coronaviruses, which is like the common cold. Much of the common cold is a coronavirus or it's an influenza, right? And at least in coronaviruses, that is not a common thing. You don't find this feature, which makes it extremely transmissible. It means that I literally breathe on you and you get sick, right? This is not something that is common at all in a normal coronavirus, in a naturally occurring coronavirus, which is why this is not the cold. Some people will be like, well, it's the flu. No, it's not the flu, right? A flu does not infect people this easily. That's the issue, right? So Farzan was, quote, bothered by the furin site and has a hard time explaining that as an event outside of the lab, though there are possible ways in nature, but highly unlikely. Right, that's what he said. That on the question of whether the virus had a natural origin or came from some sort of accidental lab release, Farrar reported that Farzan was 70-30 or 60-40 in favor of accidental release. That was his explanation, right? So Farzan was saying, there's a 70% chance that this came, from a lab. This was probably an accident. 70%.
Who said that? Farzan? Who was he again?
Michael Farzan. Michael Farzan is a virologist at the UF Scripps Institute. So he's one of the top virologists in the world, and that's his estimation is there's a 70% chance this was an accidental lab release.
Okay, but one thing we don't know, at least not yet, is like how many of those people around Fauci, because maybe the article is just pointing out that only the ones that thought the lab leak theory was maybe there's a lot more that thought it was implausible.
No, all of them. Actually, all of them are voicing none of them are saying, oh, it's 100%, right? It's only later when they publish it.
But are you saying all of them said it's at least plausible that it could be from lab?
Yes. At least all of them were saying it was plausible that it was a lab leak, and that's why they're having this conversation, because they're pointing out real oddities in the virus. They're like, okay, this is kind of weird for a coronavirus, right? This feature that makes it very easy to infect people. This is not commonly found or found at all in any sort of coronavirus. So why is this here? Why is this cleavage site, right, this furin cleavage site in this virus? It's not, you won't find it in the common cold. It's not a naturally occurring feature of the virus. And why is it being found in SARS-CoV-2, right, COVID-19? That is the concern, that this does not appear to be of natural origin. It appears to be engineered because it's the only real way that it could get in there, right? Or rather, everything is possible, like, naturally, right? But we're talking about, potentialities and probabilities, and the possibility of something like that happening is very, very small. And we've had these viruses for how long? For as long as humans have existed, coronaviruses have also existed. So the idea that suddenly we could see this emergence of a weird feature inside of COVID-19, instead of the coronavirus, doesn't make any sense.
And it seems to me that all of the resistance to putting anything out or whatever is coming from folks inside the Fauci circle, while he's
Yes.
getting input from outside it,
Is that
saying there's something
showing?
else going on.
Where'd you get that statement, Jim? Comes from the emails that we were reading.
No. That's just my assessment, and I can be wrong
That's his
about that.
assessment, but I
That's
think
what
it's a
I'm
fair
guessing.
one to make because, as we've seen with Pompeo's release, that Trump was leaning on him not to even talk about the lab leak theory because he was out there, right? Pompeo, when he was Secretary of State, he was out there saying that this is a very high probability that this came from a lab and that we want to investigate it. We believe that an American team should go to China and investigate these things. And Trump basically shut him down, right? Trump said, G does not like what you're saying. You need to shut up about it.
Okay, I want you all, before Ian continues, everyone, I want you to do me a favor. Go to your phone right now as you're listening to us. Go to the space in bottom right corner, that purple circle. Can you click on it and comment in the chat? How many of you actually think COVID? How many of you say COVID certainly leaked from a lab? How many of you say likely or possibly? And then how many of you say no way it leaked from a lab? I'm genuinely curious to see where the audience is at, because I was one of the people a while ago that was like, just went ahead with that paper, the proximal origin. Like, hey, this is what the scientists say. It came from a bat. It came from a bat. Sounds pretty plausible to me. When the lab leak theory came out, I'm like, okay, this is politicized. I didn't even bother looking into it and put it into the conspiracy theory basket, as many people did. But then when I looked into it with an open mind, now I'm in okay, it's plausible possibility. It's a possibility. So I would love to see what the audience thinks. So while Ian continues reading this, I want to go through the comments, see what you all think. Go ahead, Ian.
Okay, yeah. So Farrar reported that for Zam 70-30 or 60-40 in favor of accidental release explanation, and Bob, which is Robert Gary, who is also in the email chain, was surprised by the presence of the furin cleavage site in this virus. Farrar quotes Bob by saying, quote, I just can't figure out how this gets accomplished in nature. It's stunning. So this is an internal group, right? This is an internal group that was talking to Fauci, and they're saying this is just stunning. This is just weird. We've never seen anything like this before, and so the idea that it's of natural origin doesn't make any sense, right? So article continues. It says several other scientists, including Dutch virologist Ron Fouchier, offered very different perspectives. In a lengthy February 2 email, Fouchier wrote, quote, "It is my opinion that a non-natural origin of the virus is highly unlikely at present. Any conspiracy theory can be approached with factual information. I've written down some of the counter-arguments. Among other things, he explained that a, quote, natural origin of the furin site is certainly not impossible." So that was his argument, that it's not impossible.
Who said that?
That's Dutch virologist Ron Fouchier, who has performed gain-of-function research on the avian flu, right, on bird flu. So he's saying, well, no, this is let's just look away. This is totally not a lab leak. It's possible that it came from nature. So let's not talk about these weird conspiracy theories. So that's basically what he's saying. And
he didn't give any scientific reasons or
correct.
Detailed reasons on why.
He was
we
saying
should
it's
discount
not impossible, right? That it's natural. The idea that it's natural is not impossible. So he was just willing to just shoot it down. And he's, of course, invested in this sort of research, right? This is what he does for a living. The idea, this terrifies him because, if it's found out that this was indeed engineered, then his research is in trouble because then, say the government in the Netherlands will be like, excuse me, sir, are you doing the same kind of research that what happened in China? We're going to shut you down. It's too dangerous, right? That is his concern. So he is very personally involved in this kinds of research. It is not in his interest for this to be an engineered thing. Right. Obviously, I don't think he would release anything like this, but he's concerned that this would make him look bad. This would shut down his research. So, of course, he's going to say stuff like this, right?
It's a bit of an appeal to authority fallacy, too. Hey, I'm the guy who's done all this research, and I say this without any explanation.
Exactly, yeah. So he also warned his colleagues. Can I continue?
Yeah. I just want to add, I think it's important to differentiate between engineered by the lab on purpose and engineered accidentally by passing the virus through mice over and over again, which is what most of these scientists were referring to when they said that it could have been engineered, is that it happened accidentally via the passage of this virus through test animals over and over again and mutations that took effect.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that's a possibility that it could have been basically accidentally produced, right? But regardless of whether it was accidentally or deliberately produced, the problem is that it was produced and it did come from a lab, right? That is the major concern. And so it wasn't like a naturally occurring thing. This would never happen in a natural environment. This is something that would only happen inside of a lab where this sort of situation could be allowed to occur. And that is
And again, it may
the
not
major
be
concern.
absolutely conclusive to say so, but this is this mice to mice experimentation was in the rubric of gain of function research
Correct.
methodology. It seems, as best we understand.
But
That is
do you
100% how
understand?
it's done. It's done using rodents as well as weasels, anything in the weasel family, and there was some concern from virologists very early on that they saw that this virus, right, COVID-19, it spread from weasel to weasel very, very easily, much easier than it has from human to human. And the reason why they figure it is so infectious in weasels, and that's literally why we had to eradicate millions of mink. Well, we didn't have to do that, but at the time we thought it was, it was this deadly thing. We need to stop it from growing.
Yeah,
That's why a lot
this
of mink farms
is
were destroyed.
this is. Do you understand that one of the worst pandemics of our
In recent
generation, or the worst
history.
pandemic of our
It
generation,
is the
could have
worst.
been
Yes.
engineered? The worst of our generation, one of the worst ever in human history, could have been engineered in a lab, collaboration between China and the US in a Chinese lab, and accidentally leaked. This is insane if it turns out to be fact. Like, I genuinely don't blame them. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying don't blame them for censoring it, because this is fucking scary. Imagine how people would have reacted in the midst of the pandemic when the world was falling apart and everyone was locked down. Again, we don't know this is the case, by the way. Everyone listening in the audience, this is a possibility, and we're pissed off that it was, likely censored. But I'm saying if it
Well,
is, turns out to be
we're going to
fact.
get to it because Raheem Kassam has also written an article on the National Pulse where it says emails show Fauci and Collins downplayed the lab leak theory. All right, so we can get to that afterwards.
All right, let's continue. All right.
We'll keep reading this. Yeah. So, where was I? Okay, here. So Ron Fauci said all that stuff, right? Saying that, and then he warned his colleagues that further debate about the accusation that COVID-19 may have been engineered and released into the environment by humans, quote, would unnecessarily distract top researchers from their active duties and do unnecessary harm to science in general and science in China in particular. So, that's really funny. It's like, well, if you guys keep talking about the lab leak theory, it just makes China, like it kind of hurts the science, guys. Don't do it. Like the insinuation here is that any sort of conversation surrounding the lab leak would affect their bottom line, right? Because it would affect their grants. Like governments would be hesitant to provide any sort of funding to virologists just like himself, right? And so it says here, he expressed doubt that a follow-up discussion about the origin question, quote, needs to be done on a very short term and given other pressing issues. So throughout these exchanges, the scientists and health officials showed keen awareness of the growing public interest in and social media discussion about the origin of COVID-19, right? Quote, and this is from Fauci, he said, I agree that we really cannot take Ron's suggestion about waiting. Like all of us, I do not know how this evolved, but given the concerns of so many people and the threat of further distortions on social media, it is essential that we move quickly. And then he added, he says, hopefully we can get the WHO to convene, right? And Fauci, Farrar, and Collins had decided to alert the top WHO brass to concerns about the origin of the virus and asked the organization to convene a group to explore the matter. The WHO apparently declined to do so at the time. They didn't want to do it. They didn't want to convene a panel. They were like, nope, we're not doing it. Kind of weird. And
Convene a panel on what?
On the origins of COVID. On the origins of COVID. They didn't
And
want to talk about it.
Fauci requested that as well?
Yes. That was his direct request. Yeah, he and a whole bunch of all the other scientists in this thing, right? He, Francis Collins and Farrar, who are like the heads of all the virology stuff in the United States, they decided to alert the WHO to help to convene a sort of conversation about to create an investigative group to discover the origins of COVID-19. And this is why a lot of people say that the WHO also helped to cover it up because they are funded by Chinese money, right? And mostly by American money, but their interests are in China, right? And like what's his face, the guy who leads the WHO, he's very pro-China. So that was that concern, right? That's what the public is concerned about. As far as these emails, it doesn't really show that so far, right? So I'll just continue. Farrar wrote, critical that responsible, respected scientists and agencies get ahead of the science and the narrative of this and are not reacting to reports which could be very damaging. So they were really concerned about this. So they're worried that, the people would start talking about lab leak theory, et cetera, et cetera. So by February 4, after a brief, I just want to tie this into the Facebook files yesterday, right? So after they did this little email here, this little email chain which happened around February, Facebook, decided to obviously email them and ask them for guidance on how to approach the lab leak theory conversations on Facebook, right? And their response, the CDC's response at the time, was to basically shut it down. Very fascinating stuff. So
Before I continue, Ian, would you say that the fact that Fauci requested that panel, we give points to him? It reminds me of Yoel Roth.
It would give points to Fauci for doing that. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's interesting that he did ask for a panel to be convened with the WHO and that they get to the bottom of this, right? It reminds
me of Yoel Roth.
Exactly, it does.
It's always when everyone just goes around blaming one person or something, we find out it's more systematic and there's more people involved.
Correct.
We found it with Yoel Roth on Twitter, and now we don't know, it's just too early, but Fauci and others. And it wouldn't be surprising if the person that were heading the World Bank, heading who? World Health Organization.
World Health Organization, not the World
Bank.
Yeah,
exactly. Who the person that was heading who
had
affiliation.
Really
exactly. I'm looking always for conflict of interest. Every question I ask is like, who's the author? Who's in charge?
It's Trump, right? The elephant in the room here is Trump because, as we now know, he did tell Pompeo to stop talking about this, right? And that is a very big conflict of interest.
We don't know that for sure. I want to make that clear.
We don't know that for sure, right? We don't know that for sure, but we have a pretty good indication, assuming that Pompeo is telling the truth. And by the way, Trump hasn't replied to this, right? He hasn't replied to those accusations because Trump is very invested in Operation Warp Speed. So it kind of makes him look really, really bad if, it turns out it was helping inadvertently to try to cover up the lab leak theory, right? Very, very concerning that he had allegedly told Pompeo not to talk about this stuff, right? So Pompeo was out there saying, it's a lab leak thing. We need to investigate it. He didn't necessarily say 100% confirmation that China caused this. He wanted to investigate it, and Trump shut him down, right? Trump shut him down. So, and it's like I said, it's debatable as to who's responsible for everything, but I think I agree with Mario here in that this was a very systemic thing. It was very, it was a wide-ranging, chain of people that were in charge of this. Whether it was Fauci, Trump, the WHO, China, obviously China would want to stop any sort of investigation into this, right? So I'll continue. By February 4, after a brief period of debate and data collection, Edward Holmes and some of the other scientists involved in the calls and emails had written up a rough summary of their deliberations. Quote, "It's fundamental science and completely neutral as written," he explained in an email, "did not mention other anomalies as this will make us look like loons." Like they were like they're like, we're not going to even mention the other craziness that's in this virus, right? Because it kind of makes us look crazy if we even mention it. So they were concerned about their reputations, that, they wouldn't be taken seriously or that, they just come off looking crazy. So in contrast to the scientists' concerns a few days prior that the virus looked potentially engineered, the summary definitively stated that the, quote, "deliberate engineering," end quote, of the virus could be ruled out with a high degree of confidence as the data is inconsistent with this scenario. So, as a group, as an entire group, they all decided, okay, the lab leak theory is debunked. Didn't happen, never happened. By the way, do not include any of the stuff that would poke holes in our little argument. This is where the conspiracy is, right? Not a conspiracy theory. This is where the conspiracy is. And we see this in these emails where they're basically saying, you know what? We're going to publish this paper and we're not going to put all the little things, all the little arguments that you could use to poke holes in our little article, right? In our little claim here. Because that kind of makes us look bad. So we're just going to say
Who said this?
This was Edward Holmes and a bunch of the other scientists that were involved in the calls and emails. So these are all the people working together to publish their paper, their findings.
So
right?
they concluded. This is where they essentially concluded that, hey, we're not going to include our concerns about the lab leak theory because we don't want to give credence to that theory.
Exactly. Yeah, that is what they decided upon.
That's within their email correspondence that was leaked.
Correct. Yes, and that's why it's so damning. Yeah.
And who leaked those emails again?
Nobody leaked these emails. They were released in an FOIA to The Intercept and to The Nation. So FOIA is the Freedom of Information Act, and this is only being done because Jim Jordan and James, what's his face?
James Comer.
I always forget his last name. I should remember it. James Comer and Jim Jordan are leading, the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees into investigating the origins of the coronavirus and whether it was all covered up. So it is thanks to their efforts in Congress, these two Republicans, that we now have these emails, right? This is so crucial because before, when they were released, they were completely redacted. Even the House Oversight Committee was unable to unredact it. But now they've released it because, hey, Fauci's out. He's out. He's no longer part of the NIH. So they released it. They're probably trying to start anew. And now we know. Now we know this is where the cover-up started happening, right? This is evidence of it, that there was this cover-up. Huh. crazy to think about, but that's what a lot of people are saying at the time, and a lot of people were willing to foo-foo it, like you, Mario. I mean, you said that you just tossed it in the conspiracy theory basket. It seemed implausible, right? But now we know that the scientists themselves are asking these questions, and they just self-censored because they decided that it wasn't in the public interest to even approach the possibility
Man,
publicly, at
this
least.
is like even a director would get a fucking Oscar for coming up with a story like this. Like the U.S. banned a game of theory research. They moved it to China, their main political foe, and then they partnered with a Chinese lab to work on game of theory research. And from that, there was a leak, likely accidental leak, that led to the worst pandemic of our generation. And then they censored the lab leak theory, including potentially the president himself, for political reasons. Man, this is going to be a sick movie, whoever gets the story.
I hope Spielberg gets it.
But I just want to, Brian,
It'll
I just want to
star
remind you,
Brad Pitt as Dr.
Justin,
Fauci, as Dr. Fauci predicted. It'll be Brad
just,
Pitt playing.
Can I just add
quickly.
something really quickly to
Yes.
what you were just saying? That a lot of people have theorized that China did this on purpose because of their hatred toward Donald Trump, because of their issues with him.
Which part did they do on purpose?
Releasing the virus.
But not making it?
Sorry.
Did they make it because of Donald
They
Trump?
made it
Or did they
because of
release it because of Donald Trump?
Ian, do you want to respond to this? I'd say
No,
for my opinion, they had
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just too much harm. They killed.
It's too much harm. They kill too many of their own people.
The whole
That's very unlikely.
the whole
They destroyed their
CPC.
economy.
They destroyed their economy. The CPC risked, like, this is probably the biggest protest since 1989, since the time in Tiananmen Square massacre, the biggest protest they faced. So that, like, I think it's just important not to underestimate how much damage they've caused themselves. Potentially and arguably more than the US.
They really fucked themselves with it. Yeah, they fucked everybody, but if you want to make the argument that this was done deliberately to harm the world, I mean, I've made that argument before. It seems very plausible, but looking at the damage that was actually caused to the Chinese economy shrank as a result of the pandemic. They were extremely severe in their lockdowns. People went to, they built gigantic camps to imprison people for, like a month if they got COVID, right? And this pissed off a lot of the Chinese people. It definitely weakened Xi's leadership, in the eyes of the people. They saw him as making a lot of mistakes. That's why there was this massive protest. We've never seen this in recent years. And only, 1989, that was when like you said, Tiananmen Square. This was nationwide. This happened even in Hong Kong, which is basically a police state at this point. But people were tired of it. They were tired of the lockdowns. They were tired of having their businesses destroyed. A lot of businesses. I know a lot of Chinese people. I mean, I'm in Asia, right? I know a lot of Chinese businesses that were harmed by the lockdowns. They were not happy.
I do want to remind, just before Brian speaks, I interrupted you, Brian, but I do want to remind, like, we don't know, like, what we know is that the lab leak theory was censored. Now, was it censored because they thought it would cause more harm than good, and they thought it was still implausible, or was it censored because they're trying to hide a story? I know Ian and I assume Tara would be more leaning towards the story, and I think it's very plausible.
Yeah, and for the public good, because they did not want to give any sort of credence to conspiracy theorists online, right? That was their concern, that people would be talking about it way too much, and it would distract from the science. It would actually cause them to lose funding, right? That was a big concern, especially from people who are directly involved in this sorts of research, like the Dutch virologist I mentioned. His research is directly impacted by all these findings because governments and universities would not want to fund this kind of research if they see that it's dangerous.
Yeah, before I go, so I know Brian, Jim, and Sleiman have the hand up. I want at the end, so all the panelists at the end, especially the co-host Jim, Tara, Ian, and myself, to actually come up with what we think is the most plausible theory. What would be our guess? We usually don't do this, but I would love to do this at the end after we go through all the emails, and then we'll ask the audience to do the same in the comments.
Yeah.
But go ahead, guys. Brian, Sleiman, Jim.
Yeah, I think it's just important that we realize that it's not necessarily censorship. This information was provided via a Freedom of Information Act request, but I mean, there's millions, tens of millions of emails within the federal government that isn't made public. Just because they're not made public doesn't necessarily mean they're trying to cover something up or trying to censor something. I mean, you could argue that they didn't want this out there, but that doesn't necessarily have to be the case.
But would you say so? They said, but would you, Brian? Internally, they said it's plausible, but in the paper they said it's impossible, and in all communication to the
Yeah,
to the.
internally, they said that it was plausible, and most of these scientists lean towards being plausible that this virus was accidentally created in a lab. Now, in the paper, I didn't read the entire paper, I read a summary of it. They said that they can't determine if it was created in a lab or not. They're leaning towards the virus having formed naturally, but they can't rule out the fact. So in that month and a half
No,
between
actually,
these
that's incorrect.
emails and the paper,
The
I
paper
think that
specifically rules it out.
just let me finish what I'm saying. So in that month and a half between these emails that we got and that paper being published, it's very possible, very likely that they got further information that showed that, yeah, this likely was a naturally occurring virus. In fact, in that one email, I think on February 4th or 5th, new data that came out of China actually made them change, some of the scientists changed
No,
their view.
no, no, no,
If you
no.
if you read the email from the February 4th, I think it was.
So for me,
Simon?
I don't agree with Brian, and I'll explain why, and then I'll give my own views on why I think they censored it. So I don't agree with Brian because obviously the emails weren't available to the public at that time. So at that time, the whole psychology was to censor any kind of alternative idea, alternative thought, and we saw this through a multitude of avenues. So, for example, the Lancelot, which, as Ian mentioned, Peter Daszak, who was in charge of that, he literally released and said by the top medical professionals in a top medical paper, he said there was no chance that it could be anything other than a lab leak. Then he released a paper later, and he kind of downgraded that a little bit, but initially it was like impossible. And with Daszak, I think Ian might have mentioned it, but I got cut off. He is basically involved in charge of Echo Health, who funded NIH, which Fauci is in charge of, and granted them millions, who then funded the Wuhan lab. So you can see, and the people who did that paper, that medical paper, including Daszak, research showed that a lot of them were heavily, heavily involved in that idea. Now, in terms of that, so that's in terms of censorship, and then we saw all the people being cancelled. In terms of why they censored, so it's actually a few reasons in my view. First of all, obviously, as you guys mentioned, DARPA and the US military were involved in that research, so they'd never want to give the idea that United States or anybody else could have been the cause of it. The second reason is obviously NIH's involvement, so Fauci's involvement, as well as the other people involved in there. But then more than that, it's a psychology thing, because what they want people to think is that actually, science, it saves people and it doesn't harm. So I agree with Ian that it may have been because of grants, but it's also the psychology. They always want science to be the savior. So it's the thing that saves lives, but it can never be the thing that causes problems. Now, why this is important is because of this. Is academia, because a lot of people think academia, and I'm in academia, so they think it's just this amazing thing. But in reality, how academia works is, if you're part of the club, if you're part of the crew, and as long as you agree with the narrative, your paper is easily going to be published. So I've been published when I've agreed with the narrative. When I've not agreed with the narrative, I've actually had it where people have said to me, look, your paper's brilliant, but we can't publish because it's going to cause a lot of problems. So generally speaking, if you want to publish, you've got to agree with the narrative. And if you don't want to if you want to cause problems and make it hard for yourself to publish, then you don't agree with the narrative. So that's my view in terms of the reasoning and the psychology in terms of the censorship.
Makes perfect sense. Jim, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, one thing I'm thinking about through all this. So, what are the motivations and who's pressing the issue? There are some areas of that conclusion we can't come to directly from this drop, and certainly not to date. But there are so for example, I don't think anyone can conclude decisively from what we've seen that there was a motivation to say, "Hey, let's not get everybody scared." Because, and I would say from the time, like it was already going around pretty heavily, the idea that it was of the lab leak theory. That was moving around pretty strongly, and to confirm it would have been to confirm something that was already being digested by people for some time prior to some of these emails. So right now, I think the big motivation for this shutdown was because of the fact that Fauci was getting pressed on Capitol Hill about gain of function research, as it was, that the issue of EcoHealth Alliance was already milling about prior to all of what we read today, that they were trying to shut down that what I perceive to be the motivation here is that they were trying to shut down further any discussion about money going to EcoHealth Alliance for the purpose of working in the Wuhan lab, and that this is the internal discussion related to that. Externally, you had Fauci going up against Rand Paul and Jim Jordan in Congress, and this was to keep that narrative from kind of like they were putting a lid on it in that public face, and this was a way to keep the pressure under the lid as soft as possible. So that's what I see.
That is correct, and
here.
that's what Fauci says in the emails. He says, "I would not do anything about this right now. It is a shiny object that will go away in time."
Yeah, and so the motivation. So what's the motivation behind that? I believe the motivation. I'm personally convinced that Fauci absolutely funded gain of function research through EcoHealth Alliance with the NIAID funds that he
We'll
had
be finding out
under
that
his
we'll be finding that out soon, yeah. And the reason why is because Comer and Jordan are now requesting information from the Health and Human Services (HHS) regarding whether Fauci and Collins or warned anybody in the White House about the lab leak theory, and if there's any evidence between February 1 and February 4 in 2020 that led them to conclude that it wasn't a leak, and if they edited the contents of the Nature Medicine article.
So let's just take a look at this for a second. So what we are observing in these emails, and by the way, I had a couple things I was flipping around on, so there might be a couple items that I haven't dug into yet. But what we're seeing from the substance of these emails is an internal effort to convince everyone within Fauci and Collins' circle to maintain the narrative that they were holding to, and to
Correct.
convince people who were questioning that narrative from the outside, reputable people who understood the science, to convince them to keep a tamper down upon any other narrative going forward. Now, they had varying degrees of success with that. In some areas, much success. In others, still questioning, but maybe people were being iffy and not wanting to be assertive on this. But that's what we're looking at here. I mean, this reveals that effort to use their authority both in terms of funds that they can give to people through the NIAID and to cause harm in terms of reputational harm throughout
That's right.
that community.
That's shown here.
That's
shown here in
yeah,
the emails.
absolutely.
Yeah, that continues.
And by the way, one thing I want to get to, because Justin posted up down on the purple box a change from redactions he had received from requests and what was said, and I'd be very curious to hear what Justin's.
We're gonna discuss. I saw that the team sent it to me, so we're gonna go through that, discuss that with Justin in a bit. I want to go, Brian. Do you mind if I go to? Yeah, I'll let you respond, then we'll go to Eugene, Laura, and then go back to and then we'll go back to Ian. Eugene, jump in as Laura, and then we'll go back to Ian to continue the email. Eugene,
unmute.
I know he's having.
Sorry, my internet goes in
me
and out a little bit. But I just wanted to maybe say a few things about the opposing side, just to give a balanced view. And before I do that, I want to maybe, for the benefit of the audience, explain what this all this talk about the furin cleavage site is about. So the coronavirus spike protein is actually consisting of two subunits in S1, S2. It's not activated until something called a protease, basically a protein that can cut the spike protein into two different parts to activate it, is present, and that protein is called furin. And furin is found in a lot of human cells, especially in our epithelial cells in the lung. And so the thing that I want to mention is many other families of the coronavirus also have a furin cleavage site. So I'm not saying that the lab leak theory is completely impossible, but I just want to explain that there are natural causes for having a furin cleavage site in the SARS-CoV-2 virus.
What was the thing? What was the thing? Yeah, Jim. Just the question I have is, Ian mentioned something that was present.
Go ahead. Sorry, my internet's just spotty, so I'm going to try my best.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah. Can you hear me, Dr. Gu? Can you hear me? Let's just see if it's working. Eugene, can you hear me? Oh, okay. All right. So it kind of goes to a point. Maybe Ian, see if he can hear you. Maybe you can ask him the question. Or
Oh,
Drew.
yeah. Dr. Gu, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. He can hear you. All right. What I'll do is I'll bring. Hey, Dr. Drew's here. So Dr. Drew, I was gonna ask you while I bring down Eugene and bring him back up. What are your thoughts on what we've read so far?
I'm not surprised, and I appreciate Eugene as always being so stalwart and trying to
Is he
present
up?
I mean, everyone listen carefully to Eugene because it's very important that you consider the other side in all these arguments. But if this had been, I just thought to myself, if this had been 1987 in the middle of the AIDS epidemic, I would have been bewildered by this. But the behavior and the sort of control of narrative and the crushing of dissent was the playbook from Dr. Fauci and his team. That was their playbook. So this, to me, looks totally consistent with their playbook. And when they decided to relegate the lab leak to a shiny object, it didn't look like it was based on a scientific argument that I can see. There was some science bantered about, but that stopped. And it became more about what is the risk benefit of people finding out that there was a 70% probability of a lab leak. And that is astonishing. Never before. You can't imagine how bewildering it is and how bewildering it would have been if I'd seen this years ago. But it's totally consistent with what's been happening for the last 3 years.
What
Yep.
was? Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me now.
Yes,
What was the
we
point,
can hear you.
Dr.
Yeah.
Drew? What was the point that Ian made? That I was going to ask Eugene. That question was going to go to you, and then you kind of
The
dropped
food and
out.
cleavage site, right? Like the presence of it in coronaviruses, at least in this family of coronaviruses, SARS-CoV-2, it's pretty much unheard of, right? It's present in other kinds of coronaviruses, but not this one. Is that correct,
That
Dr. Drew?
is my understanding. And you guys had Dr. Yen in here at one point, and she has some very extreme views, but her position is she was working with the backbone of this virus and expressed some concern about it when she was working in Hong Kong, where she was a virologist, and was told that if she doesn't get quiet, doesn't shut up, she would be, quote, disappeared, unquote. And so there was a lot going on at the time in China. And there's another sort of layer to us silencing anybody discussing the lab leak theory, which is, remember that lockdown was based on their Chinese colleagues lying to Fauci and colleagues about the great success they were having with lockdown. So it just, again, it's all consistent with the phenomenon that was underway at the time.
Like from what we're seeing right now with the communication between scientists, does it look like there's any plausible reason scientifically to discount the lab leak theory, or it seems purely based on either, I wouldn't even say biases, conflicts of interest or politics?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
It certainly looks to be based on. I'm gonna even give it a kinder sort of interpretation and say that it looks to me like these public health officials were trained and cut their teeth at a time when simplifying messaging, controlling the public, spending 3 minutes on the major networks every night and repeating the same messages over and over again was somehow what they thought was the right thing to do. And it was not. And it doesn't at all make sense in the current age of media and the democratization of social media and media generally. It just fosters fear and concern about the cover-up. So it just seems to me that their strategy was old-fashioned. I don't think it was sinister. I think they thought they knew what they were doing best. But I also think that they were hoodwinked by their Chinese colleagues all the way along. And they should, the fact that no one has sort of stood up and sort of brought up that happened, that's concerning to me.
Dr. Gu, do you disagree? I know you were making a point disagreeing with that theory earlier,
Oh,
but
I definitely agree with Dr. Drew. I think the reason why we're having this debate right now is because of the censorship of the lab leak theory, right? To me, it could be equally plausible. It may be a natural mutation or a lab leak. We don't know, right? The fact is, we don't have the evidence either way, in my opinion. But because the mainstream media censored it in the beginning, now we're having this backlash, and now we're having all these discussions where maybe it's a lab leak, right? So I think if we had a fair and equitable discussion from the very beginning, we wouldn't be in this position right now.
That's exactly right. And
That's fair.
there was major error to not be more transparent all the way through this experience. And Eugene, we raised the issue of the SARS-CoV-2 and the furin cleavage site not ever having been seen in this family of coronavirus. So you brought up the issue of coronaviruses generally having furin cleavage. Clarify that position a little bit if you could.
Yeah, because I think when I first heard of the furin cleavage site, I didn't know what that was. I had to look it up and do my research, just like I think a lot of other physicians too. But I saw that alpha coronaviruses, other families of the beta coronavirus, they have a furin cleavage site. And then the most common way to activate the spike protein was I think it was called the transmembrane protease serine 2 protein. And then in the SARS-CoV-2, especially with the Omicron variant and the more contagious variants, they now have this furin cleavage site that activates the spike protein. I guess I just wanted to present the evidence or the argument that because other families of the coronavirus do have a furin cleavage site, it is plausible for this to be independently, mutated and evolved without having it bioengineered in a lab. Not saying that the lab bioengineering thing is impossible. I'm just saying it's plausible both ways,
Eugene,
and I don't
I want
actually
to ask
know
you this.
the truth.
Eugene, and I think that's a fair assessment. Do you agree with some of the earlier emails that the probability of a lab leak is around 60 to 70%? Because that seemed like a reasonable assessment of the situation. It's not impossible that it was a naturally occurring virus, but it sure looks like it came out of a lab.
It's pretty subjective. I mean, for me, I think
Eugene, I'm going to add, Eugene,
yeah.
Eugene, I'm just going to add a few more points that were not mentioned in those emails as you answer Dr. Drew. And because I've been looking into this, I wanted to do a whole space about this before these email leaked, so I haven't done researching it. But there's two things. I think there were two people that were in a cave. I think it was minor. That were in a cave in the south of China that had a symptom similar to COVID, and they were transferred to that lab in Wuhan. And correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, because I haven't finished doing the research. They were transferred to that lab. Ian, you probably have Catherine might have heard the documentary, and they were there for a few months, and they were kept there for a long time. And that's where they're saying they started experimenting on that new virus that was found that led to the leak. So there's more to the
bats,
story
actually,
as well.
Not the guys. Yeah, the people fell really sick. They recovered. However, the bats that they got infected by, that was transferred over to the lab. Yeah.
Yeah, so bats, and another point is that there's no bats. There's something about not many bats, so no.
It's 20,000 miles away from the lab itself.
Yeah, exactly. And in Wuhan, there isn't many bats, and there isn't the mines. If there was anywhere where the virus could mutate from a lab, from a bat to a human,
near Vietnam.
That's where all the bats are, and that's where there's a lot of interaction between humans and live bats versus a market.
And we have to remind ourselves that SARS-CoV-1, we very quickly found the animal linkages, and we normally can find them quite quickly. And the fact that there's no plausible pool in the Wuhan region right now should inform us. There's something wrong with that we can't come up with a plausible natural link, when throughout the past history of these things, you can figure it out.
Yep. Like if somebody gets sick, they fall ill, definitely ill, or just maybe slightly ill to some weird exotic disease, you can very quickly trace where it came from. Usually of natural origin, either they had interactions with an animal, they got infected somehow, like for instance, ticks, like the house is dirty or whatever. That tends to happen. It happens all the time in China, right? It's a big place. And in these cases, we very quickly resolve it, right? We figure, okay, it came from this bat, because it's a direct linkage. But as Dr. Drew said, in this particular case with SARS-CoV-2, there was no direct linkage at all, and none of the the DNA that makes up this virus is naturally found in any sort of a natural reservoir of this. There are no bats in China at all, that this would have a direct, you wouldn't be able to take a sample from a random bat anywhere and say, oh yeah, it looks 1-to-1. There's nothing like that.
Eugene, you were answering Dr. Drew when I interrupted you.
I think. Well, remind me again, Dr. Drew. What were you
Would
asking?
you agree? Would you agree that the possibility this was 60 to 70%
Yeah, there were some
Oh, that's
possible
assessments
to
right.
be?
That's
early.
right.
Assessments early. There was 60 to 7% probable lab leak, and I thought that's a pretty reasonable assessment. And then they could do a good scientific analysis, and then that goes away, and suddenly it's all about China narrative and who's going to be angry.
Right. I mean, for
Right.
me, because I don't have enough information and evidence, I can't even assign a percentage of, how much is this a lab leak? How much is this naturally derived? To me, it's impossible. And so I'm hesitant to draw any definitive conclusions without finding definitive evidence. As the saying goes, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And that's kind of where I stand. I actually don't know, is this a lab leak? Is this naturally derived?
So like my, and this is just my assessment here, right? That, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when the furin cleavage site is found in naturally occurring coronaviruses, it's usually coronaviruses that already affect humans, correct? And in the case of SARS-CoV-2, it is an exotic virus, meaning that it is not something that has been detected in humans before. And usually, when this cleavage site is discovered in any sort of virus, it is viruses that have already been endemic to the human population. They have evolved, right, through evolutionary biology, evolved to basically target human lungs. So for an exotic virus that has had zero contact with humans to have that furin cleavage site, it is very, very, I wouldn't say impossible, but very improbable that it would have that thing. It would be like finding a fish with wings, right? A fish with wings or a bird with scales. You wouldn't find that. Not naturally occurring. Not to say it's impossible that a fish with wings and feathers doesn't exist, but it is quite unlikely that we'll ever see such a thing without it being, the product of a lab, right?
That's one theory. Another theory, and this is, just pure speculation from me, but you could have different coronaviruses affect one host, and then they could exchange genetic material in some, rare fashion, and then you can gain that furin cleavage site. So
Right.
there are ways that it can happen, and then, you can also make it in the lab. So
It'd be
I
like
don't
a fish
know the
mated with a
answer.
bird, a fish mated with a bird, and now we have a fish with wings and feathers, right? I mean, that's basically what you're saying is the probability of it. I mean, it's not impossible that could happen, right? There's like a 0.0001% chance that something like that could happen. It's just basically impossible. It's the issue here. It's basically impossible.
Well, and Dr. Gu, I mean, what's an example where this has ever happened? That's what I'm trying to figure out as I'm
There's
listening
none.
to this.
There's none. Yeah, there's none. It's
So
so
I
improbable to the
think
point of being impossible.
yeah,
But there's no examples. But you gotta say that same exact thing to the lab leak theory. There's never been any lab leaks, no?
No, that's incorrect. Because as the other guy mentioned in here, as our friend Justin Hart mentioned in here, the University of North Carolina had a lab leak.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Really?
it's been done. It's been happened. It happened.
Sorry, guys. I have that thing where I can't actually hear the host speak, so I'm listening on my computer.
Let me throw this out to you then, Justin. So we were talking about the fear and cleavage site. Where has it happened? And the answer is, well, no, it hasn't actually happened naturally. Even Dr. Gu, as you can hear, is specifying that might happen. But then we were talking about same as lab leak theory. Well, no, and Mario brings up, well, no, that didn't happen, did it? And then Ian was mentioning
any
how you
lab leak
mentioned
ever happened
how it
for
happened
bioweapons
in North Carolina.
Yeah, there are some really interesting prospects that are coming up from some new FOIA information around how there were specific labs that we were hosting there in North Carolina, and that the coding may have been done there, but the implementation in Wuhan, it's very unclear. There's a lot of fuzziness around it. But myself, I'm not a biologist, but I'm an anthropologist on the demography side. I always look at just kind of Occam's razor on this thing. One example, this hasn't been confirmed, but I have it from two different sources. There were multiple locations within Wuhan where the institute was operating. They had several labs. And then, of course, you had Ground Zero, which was the supposed wet market where this came from. Well, one of those institutions, one of the buildings that they had is basically 900 feet from this wet lab. So as sort of an anthropologist, from looking at the crime scene, that's my first point of investigation, Occam's razor, to say, I think it goes there. But I want to make one other comment, which was towards the idea of what were they covering up. Look, they were definitely covering this up because these were a lot of this information was newly unredacted, and in unredacted codes, as you see, whenever you see, like just like in Ian's profile, he's got the little redacted box there, right? But on these emails, every single one of them has a code, and usually it's like B6, which is personal information or whatever else there. But B3 is used all the time in these emails, which is like state secrets or federal jury investigation stuff. None of that applies to what I'm reading here. And that's what I think the real thing is. They redacted this stuff with the most generous borders they could find. But when you put a B3 on this thing, that really, really brings out highlights. And I go, okay, yeah, they were definitely hiding stuff.
I think
that's a really good point.
Thank you.
B3, let me remove him from the audience and bring him back up because you can't hear.
We're going
That's
to
a
remove
really
you from
good
the
point.
audience and bring you back up so that you can actually hear Mario.
Yeah, okay, it's already it's all done. It's all done. I want you to go back. How much is left from the emails, Ian?
It's about half. We're only going through half.
Oh shit, there's so much. Brian, Catherine, and Laura, do you mind we go through a bit more and then we'll give you the mic next? Is that okay?
Sure.
Can you give me a thumbs up? Good. Cool. Catherine and Laura, is that okay with both of you as well? Catherine, no. Catherine will give you the mic then now. We got a thumbs down from Catherine.
Yeah, Catherine, go ahead.
Wow, that actually worked. No, I just had a really quick thing, and because I have to go. But all I wanted to say, because we were talking about just the narrative building and the censorship, is something that I noticed that was happening as that particular narrative was pushed about the wet food market. Is that suddenly there was a bunch of rooms that would pop up, and there were all these experts, like doctors and biologists, and they were all pushing the same exact narrative about the food market. And they were saying how that is the most likely, pretty much with this very, very high level of certainty, like 90% certainty. And it was organized. And that was sort of interesting because I don't know if anybody's sort of looked at that. Because it was clearly these were very highly organized panels, and I don't know if that was connected in any way to any organizations or any government agencies. And I wonder if that will come up at any point, and if any of these journalists are doing any investigations on that end. But those were, from what I understand, and some people have sort of tipped me off at the time, that there were certain coalitions that were involved, and they were also organizing MDs to put together these very high pro-vax rooms. And I'm not against the vaccine myself, but but when it's this kind of organized push, it is very sort of suspicious. But the same thing I noticed was happening specifically with the wet, with that lab leak.
And with lockdowns and masking as well. They did that.
Yeah, but I saw it. It just popped up in a very specific timeline, and it was very aggressive. And it'd just be interesting to track down to where sort of that money came from, the organization, because these weren't just sort of voluntary. They clearly were very highly
organized, right? When you have well-organized people, supposed experts in their fields, all gathering together all at once to do a panel where they say lockdowns are good actually, and here's the data to prove it. Now the data is all disputed and it's complete nonsense. We know this now, right? But that was what they were doing. The same thing with masks. At first it was masks don't work, but then once the narrative came in from on high, meaning Fauci, suddenly, yes, masks do work. Here's the evidence. And you'd have a panel of people on, MSNBC, CNN. They would have like all these experts, or even on social media in Clubhouse, where suddenly all these experts gather together all at once to talk about how masks really do work and why you need to wear one.
I was told that there was a coalition specific. It was, I forget the name. Maybe I'll look up some old emails. Yeah. And they were being paid. And they all sort of disappeared, at a certain point. And they weren't even all necessarily, especially the pro-vaccine, they weren't really as credentialed as they would come across. They had affiliations with big schools, but they weren't all like practicing MDs. So it was definitely very shady, but they were getting paid specifically. And that's kind of the interesting part. Yeah. So it would be interesting.
It's like astroturfed, right? Like astroturfed evangelism, not like real evangelism. I mean, we see see a lot of, like we have Dr. Gu in here. He was very much a proponent of the vaccine at the time. And, when you read his tweets, like he was passionate about it. You could see, okay, this guy is being earnest. He believes what he's saying. But with these other doctors, they would just sort of like lend their voices now and then to talk about how amazing something is, but not really add anything substantive to the argument. They would simply dismiss anyone who disagreed with them as conspiracy theorists, right? That was a simple narrative. Oh, this is a conspiracy theory. Do not talk about this. A lab leak theory, conspiracy theory. Don't talk about it at all, right? That seemed to be the way that they were operating. Very suspicious, I would say.
They actually tried to recruit me, so not financially, but yeah. Anyways, we'll have a look at that.
I want to quickly, before continuing the emails, and Lara, do you mind if we go to you? You'll be the first speaker right after we read a bit more from the emails. Is that okay with you, Lara? Just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yeah, I'm kind of losing track of my spot, though, the thing I wanted to say, but go ahead.
Okay, actually have her speak. Yeah, just have her.
I'll give her the mic. Before that, just quickly, before I forget my question, Dr. Drew, did you hear the part where Fauci requested from the World Health Organization to do a panel on the origins of COVID? Did you hear that part?
I did, and that was consistent with the Anthony Fauci I have known and loved my entire career. And he seemed that's why I have a feeling there's some, not only were people hoodwinked by the Chinese, but there's also some missing information here, because at that point, that was him engaged in his usual conduct as a scientific leader. And why that went off the rail all of a sudden, there's something there.
Yeah, that one as well. Like, it just kind of points to potentially Fauci facing some pressure and being in a really tough spot because he's. Right. You can see that he's requested a panel from the WHO. We're going to continue going through the emails, but first I'll go to Laura, who's been waiting patiently, and then we'll kick it off. Laura, it's your first time on stage. Let us know.
Hi there.
What you got. Hello.
Thanks, guys. I have, first of all, I'm a criminologist, so I tend to look at things from a criminological perspective. And so I look for evidence, and I also build timelines, and I look for synchronicity, and I look for motivation, and I look for actual documents. I don't necessarily factor in media unless they are, echoing some of the things that the documents have said. And anyways, to my point. First of all, you guys might not know this. Some of you probably do. I've been researching, a couple of different layers of narratives. One of them is that for example, Ian, this is for you, just because my memory, I have to get this out. If it were true, the Pompeo-Trump exchange and all of that, and I'm just going to put this question out there, then why was it that for a full year we had Chinese or based accounts, and those were verified, that were talking about nothing but Fort Detrick? They were, no, this is U.S., this is U.S., this is U.S. Okay, so I just want to leave that there. I want to go to something more important. But because I did do the research on the warfare that happens through narratives, through billions of accounts. But it's real and it does happen. And we did mount a very good response, I'd also like to say. Anyways. So the other thing is that Peter Daszak, number one, we talk about Wuhan. Now there were 6 universities that were contracted through NIAID, and so we have 6 locations and a pool of approximately 75 scientists working on this particular study. And they're not just one study; there's a few of them. But my point is that they bring the specimens to the labs. And then what they did in this case, and maybe you haven't read this, but they brought in hundreds of people to the labs. And what they were doing, and I'll do this in layman's terms because I'm not a doctor, but what they were doing was they were testing the blood that they were drawing from participants in Asia to use that to see how it reacts with their gain of function, just to kind of get, I forget how to say it, but they were actually bringing people into at least 7 different locations when we talk about gain of function research. Yeah. So, and I have that document, and I do know that this is true. It's the extended document. There's
the efficacy of the gain of function research to see if it actually sticks or if it doesn't.
Well, gain of function is nothing but exactly what it sounds like. It's not some big mystery. It's, you take something and you give it a new function. You give it something else, and then it has the capacity to, in this case, infect something else. It's, I mean, I think gain of function has been politicized to the point of insanity, but it is what it is. And that's what they were doing. And it says it very clearly in their contracts what they're doing. The extended contracts, if you look at them, aren't just 1 or 2 pages with a million redactions. They are really, really long. It's actually a very huge contract base. And there's, like I said, 6 universities, including the Wuhan BSL-4. So it wasn't every time people say Wuhan lab, I'm like, oh yeah, okay. That's very important, obviously. But when we talk about the potential for something having leaked, then we have to talk about all locations where that potential is possible. We can't just say Wuhan.
There's
No,
not just one lab there. There's many different labs in that area.
Correct. So I'm going to leave
Wuhan
that
Institute
as
of
well.
Virology has multiple labs as well. They have multiple different sites that operate in
Right.
Wuhan.
Right. I'm just going to leave that there as a thought. And then my last thought is that I would love to go dig it and find it. It's in my millions of files, and I have lots. That Daszak himself wrote an absolutely stunning marketing plan for how he was going to weaponize the fear of a pandemic in order to, finagle research funding from the United States government. Yep. The document itself is absolutely astounding, and it's worth reading. And I would also like to say that there is synchronicity that has happened. So when we see, for example, narrative coming from politicians, we also see narrative coming from other nations, such as China and other nations. So if you look at the bigger picture, there was a lot more going on here than what the media was obviously trying to portray.
Laura, sorry.
Okay.
Laura, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can.
Okay. So question regarding that paper was written about how to leverage a pandemic to get some research. Right. Yeah, the marketing pitch, the paper to get funding for more research. Who wrote this?
Peter Daszak wrote and it was his own documents, which were available. Remember, a lot of things disappeared over time. I was on this probably the first week of January. As soon as I saw that there was some kind of problem in China related to a potential biological agent, I was right on it. Why? Number one, I'm Canadian. Number two, I lived through SARS 1, so I'm a little bit more, aware and patiently watching. And because I'm a criminologist, I'm always going to be trying to find things that are going on and get as much information about them and collect them and archive them and this, that, and other thing before it disappears, because that's how it works. You're either there, you get the information, you have the facts, or you end up waiting until the media tells you the version that they would like you to know. Now, that doesn't mean all media are bad, but it does mean that the only real thing is actual documents, and anything else is just conjecture. That's it. Thank you.
I'm glad I brought you up. Please stay on stage, Laura. Before we continue, there's a question from the audience that echoes a question that Tara asked. So it seems that a question is on people's minds. So therefore, I think it's definitely worth reading again. The question from the audience, and anyone else that has questions, bottom right corner of the purple circle, you can comment and chat with others. Question to Dr. Drew. My question to Dr. Drew is, did the government intentionally give misinformation because they would do anything to go against Trump? Now, we've commented on this before. I think you heard us comment with our skepticism of this theory, but the audience member is asking you, so the mic is yours.
I would disagree with that personally, but I'd like to hear from Dr. Drew.
Yeah, I don't think there's simplistic motivation. I certainly there was a tendency on part of, for instance, governors to run to the other side of the boat. If President Trump said something about hydroxychloroquine, all of a sudden our state, the pharmacists aren't allowing that to be prescribed. Or if he says, let's loosen things up, we tighten things down. I don't see so much of that from the scientific community. I would push against that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Drew. Sorry, I forgot to unmute. All right, let's continue with the emails. We're halfway there. Let's see what else, because we're halfway there already. We have all these concerns, and everyone's coming up on stage, and Mario's freaking out. So let's see what the rest of the emails have.
Right. So this continues to where in February 4 they released what do you call it, a rough summary of their deliberations of what they decided upon. So in contrast to the scientists' concerns a few days prior that the virus looked to be potentially engineered, the summary definitively stated that the deliberate engineering of the virus could be ruled out with a high degree of confidence, as the data is inconsistent with this scenario. That's a quote, right? So instead, it laid out two main hypotheses for the virus's emergence. How was it formed? Well, one, this is the first idea, was that it formed through natural selection through an animal host and it emerged, or that it emerged accidentally from a lab practice known as selection during passage. This is what Dr. Gu talked about earlier, where, sometimes if you have a bunch of, say, rats in a close confined space, they may infect each other repeatedly to the point where a virus comes into existence, right? Because the generations are very, very quick, right? This is not something that happens overnight necessarily, but in a very short span of time compared to humans, because the incubation period in mice is going to be a lot faster due to the metabolic rate of these animals, right? So, quote, it is currently impossible to prove or disprove either, the summary stated, and quote, it is unclear whether future data or analyses will help resolve this issue. So they basically ruled out lab leaks, and they provided two alternative means of emergence, which is one, it came from from bat soup, or that one, it came from a lab accidentally, but was not engineered whatsoever. It was just completely natural, sort of, right? Sort of natural. Selection during passage is the term. So they basically just dismissed the idea of a lab leak theory. Never happened, couldn't happen, crazy stuff, crazy talk, and also, by the way, don't mention all the actual concerns that we had previously, because God knows people want to actually jump onto that. So that was what they decided. So Holmes sent the summary to Farrar, who forwarded it to Fauci and Collins, and it sparked a speculative discussion among the three men about the kind of laboratory work that could have inadvertently created a virus. So they were still concerned about this, even though they decided, okay, yeah, this is what we'll tell the public. But by the way, let's actually have a conversation about this. And their speculations centered on serial passage, which is the repeated tissue culture passage, a practice in which a virus is evolved in a lab by repeatedly passaging it through mice, other lab animals, or cell culture. In some cases, this technique involves passing viruses through the bodies of mice that have been genetically altered to express certain human proteins. The technique can also make it possible for scientists to fairly rapidly select for more pathogenic variants of a virus in a laboratory. And this is what Gary would note in an email, right? This is what they said. This is how it formed. This is how they produced it. They basically selected for it. They selected for these specific properties in a virus. This is how you do gain of function research. It's very manual stuff. There's no genetic manipulation. There's no scientist looking under a little microscope and poking it. No, it's not like that. It's more like they select for it. They do a bunch of random selections. So after reviewing the summary document from Holmes and his team, Francis Collins wrote, quote, very thoughtful analysis. I note that Eddie is now arguing against the idea that this is a product of intentional human engineering, but repeated tissue culture passage is still an option, though it doesn't explain the O-linked glycans. Now, the O-linked glycans are another feature of the virus that the scientists had scrutinized. Now, Farrar replied in an early morning email. Here's what he said. He said, being very careful in the morning wording, engineered, probably not, remains a very real possibility of accidental lab passage in animals to give glycans. Now, the scientists seemed at this point to have made a sharp distinction between a scenario in which the virus was deliberately engineered in a lab and a scenario in which the virus was generated during serial passage experiments in a lab. It's very silly, it's a very minor distinction, but this is, they wanted to basically kind of play both sides at this point. So
both sides. Just so I understand this part. So as in the virus was intentionally created in the lab or accidentally created. Is that what you said, or I misunderstood?
That is correct. Yeah. Basically, they were engineering it for a different purpose, and then this sort of thing happened, right?
And they're looking at both those possible scenarios, correct? Plausible scenarios.
That's correct. Okay. Yeah. So Eddie is 60-40 on the lab side. So Eddie believes that in a 60% that he believes it was deliberate. And Farrar said, I remain 50-50. So at this point, even though publicly they were stating that, this came from a food market, privately they were saying, no, it definitely came from a lab. We just don't know how. You see the cover up here? You guys understand it? You see how crazy that is? Like publicly they're saying, those Chinese people, they're kind of dirty. They ate a bat. Okay, publicly that was what they were putting out there. That was what the media was saying. But privately they're like, probably, to 100% certain.
I have
we just don't know how.
Ian, I have a quick question for you before you continue reading. In war, this is really relatively common, correct? Where they communicate something. Okay, so in this case, would you assume, and based on what Justin said and that classification they had, they're essentially treating the pandemic as war. It's classified as top secret. Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm not using the correct terminology. And they're communicating one thing to the public, while privately they're talking about something else, because of how serious this is. And again, we're talking about the second or third superpower in the world, potentially having accidentally leaked the biggest, the most dangerous pandemic of our generation. I wouldn't be. I don't. Would you blame them if they're treating this as war, like they would treat a war and keeping some things confidential? Ian, can you hear me?
Justin?
Yeah, well, I think the B3, to be clear, deals with two things. They didn't usually go to the next level. You can designate a B3.1 or a B3.2. I think B3.1 is federal grand jury information, and B3.2 is intelligence sources, methods, and data. And so, not quite towards war, but definitely like I use the term state secret, but maybe that's
could they have classified this even higher where it wouldn't be available with FOIA?
Look, they do this all the time. We've seen stuff that they will redact that under any circumstances shouldn't have been redacted. So they'll claim some. So they have a lot.
No, I mean, Justin, to redact. I mean, could they have classified it differently where FOIA wouldn't be enough to make this available to the public, or not? Is that possible?
No. In this particular instance, because it deals with an agency that's under scrutiny of the House, FOIAs can definitely be brought in there. You don't get a lot of FOIAs back when you're going towards CIA internal discussions and everything else, but because this is a federal employee under one of the executive branch agencies, you can absolutely FOIA this, and there's no way they could have hid the actual emails once you sort of say, I'm looking for emails with these keywords, and they'll come back, and there's a lot of negotiation, a lot of time and effort goes into getting these.
Okay. All right. 007 is giving you thumbs up. Laura's giving you thumbs up. So I guess she confirms everything you said. Ian, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no worries. So for our wrote in his email, Eddie would be 60-40 on the lab side. I remain 50-50. And then Collins replied, says, yes, I'd be interested in the proposal of accidental lab passage in animals. Which ones? ? And Fauci replied, serial passage in ACE2 transgenic mice. And Farrar replied, exactly. And then Collins wrote, surely that wouldn't be done in a BSL-2 lab, referring to the biosafety level 2 labs, which do not have stringent safety protocols. And then Farrar replied, Wild West. Basically referring to the lab practices in China. It's pretty bad. In the above exchange, the health officials seem to be contemplating the possibility that repeated passage of a coronavirus through genetically modified mice in an insufficiently secure lab could have resulted in the accidental emergence and release of COVID. In later email exchange, Farrar, quoting Gary, noted that the serial passage in animals had been proved to be the result of appearance of furin cleavage sites in other viruses, specifically the H5N1 flu virus. Quote, there are a couple of passage H5N1 in chicken papers. The furin site appears in steps. So it has emerged I wouldn't say naturally, but it has appeared in labs accidentally, right, as a result of very poor, methods, right, very poor containment. So they're like sort of open to it, so it's open to that idea. However, it's still leaning, as he said, 60-40 to the idea that it was deliberate. So in the days after February 4, the summary document written by Holmes and his colleagues continued to circulate among the scientists and health officials, including Collins and Fauci, as it was revised and reworked. The scientists were now contemplating 3 main hypotheses for the virus's origin, 2 involving a natural spillover event and 1 involving a lab origin. They hypothesized that it jumped from its original host, likely a bat, directly into humans, where it evolved in its pandemic potential. And the second one is that it spilled from its original host into some intermediate animal host before jumping into humans, such as bat shit. Cows or pigs eat the bat shit, and then they get infected, and then humans get infected eventually. Right? That was the second possibility. And the third possibility, it was a result of a lab accident involving serial passage, as we talked about here. The scientists wrote that current data are consistent with all 3 scenarios. So on February 7, Farrar notified Fauci and Collins that new preliminary data had come from China concerning coronaviruses found in pangolins, one of the world's most heavily trafficked mammals. It seemed to excite the scientists. Quote, reports coming out overnight that a Chinese group have pangolin viruses that are 99% similar, Farrar wrote. This would be a crucially important finding, and if true, could be the missing link and explain a natural evolutionary link. And then Collins replied, that will be very interesting. Does it have the furin cleavage site? So now, he explains here, and so I don't have to. The article says the pangolin data, it turned out, did not provide an explanation for the scientists' central concerns about the furin cleavage site. So that's why we didn't hear about the pangolins anymore, right? It turned out to be bullshit, right? So and the viruses isolated from the pangolins were actually not 99% similar to SARS, but the data did show that some coronaviruses circulating in pangolins shared other key features with the pandemic virus. I mean, that could be as easy as, say, the way they're transmitted, which is, airborne or whatever, right? But it actually nothing. It's just a nothing burger. This seems to have played an important role in shifting the scientists' thinking away from the lab hypothesis. Now, Holmes, who had been described in an earlier email as being 60-40 lab, said, quote, personally, with the pangolin virus processing 6 out of 6 key sites in the receptor binding domain, I'm in favor of natural evolution theory. So basically, they were sort of, it looks like the scientists themselves were like sort of nudged towards that, to the, the conclusion that this was not from a lab. But it was kind of maybe self-nudging. They were forwarding little details to each other and being like, hey guys, hey, have you seen this little piece of data here? Seems like, it could be a natural thing. And so, slowly they changed their minds, right? This is what I believe Brian or Eugene talked about earlier, where the science emerged and they were changing their thoughts on this thing. Now, the scientists,
but you don't know what they're seeing behind the scenes. This is just, you're just creating your own narrative here, Ian.
No, this is what they're saying, right? I'm just saying that this is basically slowly
they
were changing their opinions based on this data. Obviously not. I mean, we'd have to ask them, right? And depending on how honest they are. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening.
Mario, can you hear Ian?
Brian, yeah, I can hear you, and I think it's playing up. It's playing up for you, Nick. Brian, question: these are behind the scenes emails. You said you don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but these emails are behind the scenes.
Yeah, but you don't have the full conversation. They're meeting with each other. They're making phone calls with each other. They're researching this stuff. Everything's not in the emails. So I mean, there's plenty of information that they could have that led them to decide, hey, it isn't 60-40 anymore on the lab side.
Brian.
What's that?
Occam's razor. I mean, you can connect the dots. Have you ever played connect
the
dots?
I mean, do you think that all of their communications happening over this?
Of course not. Nobody's saying that all their communications are here, but I mean, it's quite obvious if you connect the dots that it leads to this scenario.
Creating a narrative that they're basing this off of nothing isn't fair to them, because we don't know.
I mean, that's why we're having an investigation, Brian. This is why Comer and Jim Jordan are going to ask for more emails, more data, more information about what was being said behind the scenes. I mean, this is why we're having these committees come up and actually investigate these things. They're going to talk to these scientists.
And I
they're going
to
grill Fauci, and they're going to grill Farrar and Collins and all these other scientists, right? And ask them, hey, what was actually going on? And if those guys can't get their story straight, then something is fishy, right?
But Brian, Brian, can I just make a point? Even if you're right, let's say, I mean, you probably are right. Let's say there was phone calls or there was these other modes of communication. But the problem, what we're seeing is, let's say there was that, but then you're seeing the result of that in the email. Like the email wouldn't divulge from whatever the research situation was. And then what you got is a situation where from the emails, they're not doing anything wrong. They're looking at the data, they're looking at the information, they're changing the variables, they're changing the percentages. That's not a problem.
People, keep in mind, this is not the complete database, right? People, keep in mind,
and the percentages are varying, and so on. In the percent. Saying was, first point, when you look at the emails are not something that happen out of the context of the reality of the situation. So let's say there was telephone conversation, let's say there were emails, the results of those would have been found on the emails. That's the first point. And the second point is this, that what they're saying in those documents or in these emails are not problematic at all, because what they're showing is that actually they're changing their views, they change their opinions, they're disagreeing, the percentages are varying, and so on and so forth. And that's how science should be, and that's how science works. What the problem is from this, and I guess what Ian's trying to present to everybody, which quite rightly, and what everybody else is trying to present is that they were doing the science behind the scenes, which is brilliant. That's what we want. What they were doing was banning any kind of similar type of discussion or banning anybody whose percentages weren't the same as theirs. So they actually had a more stronger conviction in terms of lab leak. And then we had them being censored, their papers not being produced, and also, for example, them being banned or being, censored from the conversation. So that's the main problem. So I think that's the highlight of what Ian's saying. So I don't think he was actually Brian was actually countering the main problem with what was being relayed.
Yeah. And also, by the way, just breaking news here, the no-fly list, America's no-fly list, this is what, is an international no-fly list. It got leaked. The whole thing has been leaked of all the names and birth dates, over 1 million entries.
Oh my
global.
gosh.
It was left on this
Can you send
unsecured airline server. Yeah, I can send it to you in the chat. It's a Vice.com article. It just broke. That is so bad. So,
Who
if
maintains
you're on
that,
a
Ian?
watch list, you'll see it.
Is it
Pretty wild.
DHS?
Yeah, it's DHS. Yeah, it's a no-fly list.
So they hacked DHS.
You mean it was the article says it was drawn? It was hacked from DHS?
No. It was left on an unsecured server.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, these idiots left it on an unsecured server. That was that's an unsecured server. A hacker found it.
Did they find it in a garage next to a Corvette, or no?
No, it was connected to a commercial airline on an unsecured server, and a Swiss hacker obtained it. Yeah, this is the government list. This is the DHS list, and it effectively, here's what's inside of it. It contains people's names, date of birth, their browsing history, all kinds of interesting things. Yeah,
it was in a file called nofly.csv.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Mm-hmm. That's
these brilliant people. They're so brilliant, aren't they?
They're so garbage, man.
And how? So what could be the repercussions of this?
A lot of things. So basically, if you're on a no-fly list, there's a pretty good chance that the U.S. government has you watched. That means the DHS, the FBI, MI5, all these Five Eyes agencies have you on a list. This is that list. And so everyone, if this list goes public, which I don't know if it is, or I don't know if he's released it. If you're on that list, you will know that the government's watching you. Holy.
Well, plus the what it does to your reputation that you're now known to be on a no-fly list in the United States. I think that's also quite damaging.
Yep. Oh man.
Well, it also is going to have implications. You're going to find out that some people are on there who have no reason at all to be on it.
Correct.
And
you can
it's
sue.
Cause
You can
political uproars.
Yeah, because that list is secret for a reason, right? It's meant for security purposes. So if they want you watching, don't want you traveling, they put you on a no-fly list, and obviously exceptions can be made if they want you to fly, for instance. Yeah. My goodness.
So sometimes letting you know that you're on it is the point, and sometimes not letting you know at all is the point.
Yep. There are multiple reasons why.
How can they not let you know? If you're on a no-fly list, you would know because you can't fly, no?
No, I mean...
Well, you find out at the point of entry.
At the point of entry, and sometimes they will let you fly, though. They will say, hey, let this person fly anyway, right? But he's on the list. We just want to know where he goes.
Think of it as more like a gate, an automatic gate that can be turned on to work or turned on not to work, depending on operational needs type of thing.
Yep. And where he goes.
So
let's say you're flying to your family, they
in
probably will let you fly, right? Because they don't want you to know that you're on a no-fly list. But let's say you decide to fly to a foreign country.
They'll do
that. Then they'll be like, nope, you can't fly there. Mm-mm.
Well, and one thing I'm going to be curious to know, what connection this could have to
the outage last week,
U.S. federal agencies and what they're doing related to things like social media stuff and other things. So that also
very curious, right? So let's say you're red flagged on Facebook. Does that put you on a no-fly list? I'm curious, right? I mean, we have seen conservative influencers like the ones who perhaps participated in J6 alleging that they were on a no-fly list. So where's the connection there, right? I mean, were they lying or are they actually on a no-fly list? I'd be very curious to know.
So recent estimates, it says put the number between 47,000 and 81,000 people, and it ends up that it's tremendously bigger than that. You're looking at 1.5 million entries on the no-fly list. Some of them
Yep.
are aliases, but that is huge.
That is
Holy
massive. Yeah,
cow.
publicly they'll say, oh, it's, around 50K people, right? Because they want to keep it small. They want to give us the impression that there's not a lot of people on this list. But if they're keeping tabs of potentially 1.5 million or more people, keep in mind this is not the complete database, right? 1.5 million or more people. I mean, what are the ramifications? I mean, this could be as big as the Snowden files.
Right. And this is
Huge waste of resources.
Oh, yeah.
this is pre J6 too. This list. This is from
It's pre-J6,
2019.
yeah.
So,
So, yeah, we probably won't see any J6 people on there unless they were already on the list for some reason. Man. And it makes me wonder, I have to just ask publicly, like, how does this relate to the outage at the FAA last week?
So
I
on
don't
that,
believe
well,
it
you
would.
probably don't want to
Would
get
it?
too far down that road, but I wanted to throw this out about that thing. I was listening to, I haven't confirmed any of this and I haven't had time, but Tucker Carlson last night on his show was talking about something I hadn't heard, that after the shutdown of air travel in the United States, there was a similar shutdown in Canada's air travel system. And I haven't confirmed this, I'm just telling you what he said. And then he mentioned this was very similar to something that happened in the Philippines a few weeks later. The question being, and again, all unconfirmed, but I think very interesting, is Bitcoin price went up about the same time, and did they have a ransomware requirement that the U.S. government had to pay, and did they do it in
Cyber attack.
Bitcoin? Now, what's interesting about that to me, I don't know about any of it. Listen, I'm not confirmed any of this, but what is interesting about those three takedowns is they are all systems that probably are using similar technology to what the United States use. Philippines, because of the connections we had with them when they used to be a protectorate of the United States, and then Canada just because of our relationship. So that's all curious. None of it confirmed, but it was interesting to me.
Yep. Shall I continue the article then? The
No,
email.
can you give us more context? No, I've got a lot of people in the comments asking about the no-fly list, and I want you. Did you go through the article yet, Ian?
No, I can't say I have.
Or anyone?
Who else has read it?
Are,
I've linked it in the.
are we going to go back to lab leak? I just have one thought I would like to share
Yeah,
on
go
that.
ahead. Like,
But if we're moving
yeah,
on,
no,
I'm
no,
cool
you
with
can go
that
ahead.
too. Yeah, so I mean, I think one thing you could take away from this story, just based on facts, and of course there's a lot of speculation, is that these actors described in the article at the federal level reacted on insufficient information to quash a very important story, not just for the public's view of the scientific enterprise, but also in terms of national security and indeed global security. So, they rushed to publish this paper in the journal Nature, to discredit the lab leak theory, and it was sort of a shoot first, ask questions later approach, and that had a chilling effect that empowered the media basically to tarnish and smear anyone who raised the possibility of the lab leak theory as a conspiracy theorist. But the other thing that did is it delayed the political push necessary for an adequate investigation. And the fact is, if we had pushed, and if the world had pushed for an investigation of the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which was pinned very early as the likely origin if it leaked from a lab, there may have been sufficient political pressure on China to be able to actually achieve an adequate investigation of the origins of this virus. And now the trail has gone cold, and the Chinese have had plenty of time to cover up whatever they needed to cover up. And indeed, if our government was involved in funding or funneling money to the Wuhan Institute of Virology for whatever purpose, whether it was foreign intelligence or whether it was let's be a part of this research enterprise that can't be done on our own soil, then the people involved in that in the public or private sector have also had plenty of time to cover their tracks. I think some of these scientists acted, not necessarily for strictly political reasons, but they did act in terms of what they saw as acting in the interest of the scientific enterprise as a whole. There was an enormous fear among scientists in the United States and elsewhere that if this turned out to be something created in a lab, whether it was deliberately released or accidentally released, that would have the effect of discrediting the scientific research enterprise as a whole, right? There's always the public in general has a very positive view of science and scientific research, but there's always a strain of the possibility of creating a Frankenstein, the sort of dystopian genre of scientific literature, the downsides of science. Yes, atomic energy is powerful, but there's also Hiroshima, and the stuff that we're playing around with is dangerous. And there was a fear among scientists that even if people suspected the possibility that this was created in a lab, not only would it have adverse consequences on the possibility of gain of function research, but it would have adverse consequences on the scientific enterprise as a whole, because the public would want to have more scrutiny and more oversight and the ability to sort of ask questions without having to, quote unquote, defer to the experts, meaning let the scientists do whatever the scientists want to do and don't ask any questions about it because you lack sufficient expertise to do so. So that was a very strong part of the motivation for discrediting the lab leak hypothesis. And ironically, as has happened so many times with the quote unquote noble lie, when the truth eventually comes out, this may have exactly the opposite effect of discrediting institutional, I'll say institutional, not science itself, but the current institutions of science even more, not only for permitting the creation of this virus in a lab, but then also trying to cover up and smear anyone who was trying to ascertain the truth. And when I say that, I'm neither endorsing nor denying the lab leak hypothesis. I think it's the most likely explanation by a long shot. But as a basic descriptive matter of that group of scientists did and why, I think that's a fair description of their
The
motivations.
emails actually prove it because I can start reading where it
And
really
the
gets spicy.
emails prove
Yeah,
it.
it gets spicy. Yeah, I'll read directly
This is
here.
going to look
I'm going to
really,
skip
really
past.
bad if it turns out to be
I'm going to
true.
skip past some of the stuff that's not important, and I'll just say straight here, right? The scientists and health officials began debating whether to publish their work and how to address the issue of a possible lab origin. So on February 8th, Farrar wrote to several of the scientists asking for their views on the revised summary document, the one we talked about, and seeking their advice on the potential publication. Christian Drosten, who is a scientist from Germany, replied. He said, among other things, he wrote, "Can someone help me with one question? Didn't we congregate to challenge a certain theory? And if we could, drop it?" And then he added, "Who came up with the story in the beginning? Are we working on debunking our own conspiracy theory?" And then Holmes replied, in part, "Ever since this outbreak started, there have been suggestions that the virus escaped from the Wuhan lab. If only because of the coincidence of where the outbreak occurred and the location of the lab. I do a lot of work in China, and I can tell you that a lot of people there believe this and believe they are being lied to." And then Christian Anderson replies, he's the guy who wrote Proximal Origin. He said, "The fact that Wuhan became the epicenter of the ongoing epidemic caused by nCoV, the novel coronavirus, is likely to an unfortunate coincidence." Yeah, right. But it raises questions that it could be wrong to dismiss it out of hand. Our main work over the last couple of weeks has been focused on trying to disprove any type of lab theory, but we are at a crossroad where the scientific evidence isn't conclusive enough that we have high confidence in any of the three main theories considered. As to publishing a document in a journal, I'm currently not in favor of doing so. I believe that publishing something that is open-ended could backfire at this stage. And then he suggested that the scientists wait to collect more evidence so that they could publish some, quote, strong conclusive statements that they are based on the best data that we have access to. I don't think we're there yet, he said. So it's unclear from the documents what convinced them to eventually do so, and the scientists decided to publish the final paper the following month. On March 6, Anderson wrote to Farrar, Fauci, and Collins, and others. Damn it.
Drop out, or did Ian drop out?
No, it was me. It was me. Somebody was
Oh,
calling
thank
me on the
God.
phone.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, go ahead.
So I said,
Okay, good.
yeah, no, I was saying that Anderson in March 6th wrote to Farrar, Collins, and Fauci, telling them that proximal origin had been accepted for publication. He says, "Thank you for your advice and leadership, and we have been working through the SARS-CoV-2 origins paper. We're happy to say that the paper was just accepted by Nature Medicine and will be published shortly. Not quite sure when. Thanks for your note," Fauci replied. "Nice job on the paper." So this paper, right, the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2, was published on March 17, and its findings were much more conclusive than the earlier summaries that were circulated among the scientists. The summaries had not taken a strong stance on whether the virus had emerged from a natural spillover or was the result of a selection during a passage in a laboratory. The final version explicitly favored a natural origin, and it goes something along the lines of, although the evidence shows that SARS-CoV-2 is not purposely manipulated virus, it is impossible to prove or disprove the other theories of the origin described here. However, we have all observed SARS-CoV-2 features in related coronaviruses in nature. We do not believe that any type of lab-based scenario is plausible. So they basically said 100% impossible, never happened, right? This was their summary of that paper, and then it includes a direct reference in the text to labs in Wuhan, and it says basic research involving the passage of bat SARS-like coronaviruses in cell culture and/or animal models have been ongoing in a BSL-2. That's a lab for many years across the world, including in Wuhan. So basically, this paper was released to debunk the idea that there was ever a lab leak. Now, Edward Holmes would later describe the evolution of the paper in the scientific process at work. He would say, "I've absolutely no problem with people knowing that my views on the issue have evolved as more data has appeared. That's science," he wrote. And indeed, I've told this to many people. The way we see it is that we set up as a hypothesis and then tested it. As far as I can see, we are only guilty of following the proper scientific method. So they basically doubled down on it. So now scientists interviewed for this story, right, on The Nation, had varied interpretations of what the unredacted documents show. Stephen Goldstein, who is a postdoctoral research associate and evolutionary virologist at the University of Utah, called them, quote, "a valuable addition to the body of knowledge surrounding these discussions." He said, "In these emails, we can see science in action. Well, initially alarmed by certain genomic features, the authors of that paper consult with accomplished experts in coronavirus biology, which substantially improves their analysis of the viral genome," he wrote. These emails also clearly show that, clearly reveal a fraction of work that had been gone into producing the paper. He added, noting that many of the conversations that informed the paper were likely not captured in the FOIA, right? And this is what I believe Brian was getting to. And another person, Michael Imperiali, wrote, "I think that what they did was reasonable given the information they had at the time and at the pace they were moving. This is the way the scientific process works. We make conclusions based on what we know and modify as we learn more." However, this is just two people, right? Other people do not agree with that. Sergey Pond, who is a...
So let's, okay, sorry, I'm just trying to keep track. My apologies, man. Plus, we have a pretty new audience, so
Right.
maybe because we have to restart the space. So what you just read now is who are those two people
Those
that
people
kind of made the same
consulted.
point as
They
Brian?
were consulted by The Nation, because this is a journalism piece. I mean, it's good journalism. It's asking a wide variety of scientists.
Perfect. I agree. They're trying to balance it out.
Yeah.
And journalism, is it pretty objective or leaning one way or another?
Yes, it's objective. It has to be, right? The whole point of journalism is to be objective. If you're biased, then...
No, I mean this particular
piece
particular
is actually
outlet.
It's quite neutral. I would say it's neutral. It's a neutral piece, and it's leaning towards the facts. Now, if the facts obviously support one thing, then then we're gonna have issues, right? I mean, and that's fine because some things are true. Like if you say the sun is hot, well, of course it is, right? So you can have as many people who disagree with it, but the fact is the sun is hot, and the journalist will say that the sun is actually hot. Yeah, so it's about facts. It's not about biases here. This is not some partisan organization that publishes article. This is not some right wing newspaper like say Breitbart or something that publishes. This is actually a very neutral publication. Yeah.
And just for do you mind, Ian? I just want to give like a 20-second overview for the audience because we started a new space, so probably some new people like Tom's on stage as well. Is that okay with you? Or
Yeah, it's fine. No, I can sum it up in about 20 or 30 seconds. So what we've learned so far.
So I'll let you do the summary and I'll add to it as well.
Right. Okay. So as we all know now, a lot of the scientists at the NIH and the people they consulted with publicly, they stated that that the virus, the COVID-19 virus, did not emerge from a lab, and that was conclusive. But they had conclusively determined that it was that any sort of conversation about a lab leak theory is in fact conspiracy theory. That never happened. It's nonsense. It's ridiculous. However, what these emails show in this FOIA is that that is not what they were actually saying behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, they were actually saying, you know what, it's like a 70% chance it came from a lab, but for the purpose of public interest and blah 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 blah, we just we have to like sort of move away from that. Like they were adamant, and this is shown in all the emails, that there was a certain kind of like a strain of thought in there that they had to sort of find ways to excuse it, right? To justify it as being something else. It's like if you said, this water tastes is sweet, you'll say, well, maybe there's a tiny bit of salt in it, so maybe it's actually salty, it's not sweet, right? And they were just trying to find as many excuses as possible to move away from that possibility, and they were sort of like trying to dismiss all of the coincidences, like, oh, it came from a lab, the place happens to be there, well, that's weird, that's just a coincidence. That was what they were doing, and that's what publicly the conclusions came to. But privately, they were actually expressing a lot of doubts about that narrative that they had ultimately gone with.
Before you add your before
go ahead.
just quickly, but I'm just going to continue the summary and then I'll give you the mic. So just to add on what Ian said, to oversimplify it, you have scientists around Fauci discussing with Fauci in private emails that they think it's very plausible, even most likely, that the COVID was originated in the Wuhan lab, or in the lab, which is a lab leak theory. But then you could see Fauci trying to kind of push them towards avoiding that whole story and not wanting to feed the quote unquote conspiracy theory. But he did request from the World Health Organization to create a panel to investigate the origins, or not, a panel to debate or discuss the origins of COVID, and they rejected as well. And the leader of the World Health Organization, president, whatever you want to call him, was he Chinese?
Tedros, no, he's not Chinese, he's African.
Not Chinese, but sympathetic to China.
Sympathetic to Chinese, yeah, we know this for a fact, yeah.
Yeah, okay, sympathetic to Chinese. So essentially what we're seeing is that behind the scenes, similar to, and we had Justin kindly talk about the classification B whatever, which he said, like, this is pretty surprising for them to classify such communication at such an organization, and Laura kind of confirmed this. It just shows that they are intentionally trying to hide something. It's very unusual for them to do that, considering the information they're discussing. So that's my summary. I'm not sure if I got it wrong or right, Ian, but
that is accurate.
Okay.
Yes, it's a very basic, simplistic summary of what's going on, but that is 100% accurate.
And Ian is going to continue. We're about 60-70% through the emails.
Yeah, 70% through. So I'm just going to go through it. Okay, so like I said, we have two people who agreed with what they were doing. This are the two people interviewed. However, there are others, such as Sergey Pon, who is a computational virologist at Temple University, who is agnostic on the question of the virus's origins. He described reading this new batch of emails as a revelatory experience and likened it to watching the TV show Breaking Bad, in which the main character, through a series of small, understandable decisions, ends up in a bad place. He sees in the emails a desire to downplay the deep concern about the possibility of lab origin. Here's what he said. He said it started out being a fairly careful discussion, with anomalies being aired out and with people saying multiple times there's simply not enough data to resolve this. It could go either way, right? But at some point, I think there was such a strong pressure that they went from, hey, let's just wait and see what happens. So let's just wait for more data, to just straight up, let's publish something that has a very strong opinion favoring one explanation over another without acquiring any new data, right? So the big question is, why did this happen, right? That's what he asks, and I think that's a very good question, and one that I think a lot of people here are asking. It's also why Jim Jordan and James Comer are asking that question. That's why we're in a, as a space here, I think objectively speaking, subjectively speaking, I'm just going to say, they had to cover that up, but objectively speaking, I want to know why, and I want to see the data, and I think that's forthcoming, right? That there's more FOIAs going out from Congress and the Oversight Committee to NIH and to all these organizations that are involved in in the dissemination of this information and in the research that went into the publication of these papers and their public communications, and to see whether there was communication between the Trump White House, whom, as we now know, right, thanks to Mike Pompeo yesterday, stating in his memoirs that Trump leaned on him, told him to shut the hell up about the lab leak theory because Xi Jinping was unhappy with it. Okay, so there's all of that, there's all these many concerns going on. It could go one way or the other. So objectively speaking, we're still wait and see. But it's a developing story. It's a very dynamic, very fluid event that's happening right now. So I'll continue reading this thing. Pond added that there was no definitive data then, and there's no data now. Not definitive data that would definitively indicate that a lab origin like the one contemplated in proximal origin is not at least plausible, right? So, and now Dr. David Relman, who is the professor of microbiology, immunology, and medicine at Stanford University, was also critical of the paper. He argued that it rests on flawed assumptions and opinion and doesn't fairly contend with the possibility of a lab-associated origin, which he believes is as plausible as a natural origin. So he's leaning towards, that it was a lab thing. And so he says, when I first saw it in March 2020, the paper read to me as a conclusion in search of an argument. This is what I mentioned earlier, right? Me personally, Ian Malchung. I said it's a conclusion in search of an argument. Yep. So he says, among its many problems, it failed to consider in a serious fashion the possibility of an unwitting and unrecognized accidental leak during the aggressive efforts to grow coronaviruses from bat and other field samples. It also assumed that the researchers in Wuhan have told the world about every virus and every sequence that was in their labs in 2019. But these unredacted emails actually provide evidence that the authors considered a few additional lab-associated scenarios early in their discussions, but then they rushed to judgment and the lab scenarios fell out of favor. It appears that as if a combination of a scant amount of data and an unspoken bias against the lab origin scenario diminished the idea in their minds. That's what he said. So several academic scientists who were also asked to comment for this article expressed their gratitude that these documents are now public, but declined to speak on the record given the rancors surrounding the subject. So they didn't want to go public. Others, including the 5 authors of Proximal Origin, the 5 guys who wrote that thing, 5 guys, burgers and fries, as well as Fauci and Farzan, declined to comment. So we will not get any comment from 5 guys, burgers and fries, and they did not respond to any sort of inquiries or otherwise were unavailable. They did not respond. They were completely AWOL, right? They don't want to talk about this. This is not something they want to talk to any journalist about. Very, very curious, and this is something that I think James Comer and Jim Jordan are going to have to get the bottom to. I would love to see these guys grilled in Congress, have to answer for what they did or what they said. So the NIH itself did not respond to repeated requests for comment, and the Wellcome Trust, which is for Jeremy Farrar, they declined to make him available. So they were like, nope, no comment. In the past December, the WHO announced that Farrar would be its new chief scientist. Very interesting, right? The World Health Organization actually appointed Jeremy Farrar, one of the guys, was responsible for these conversations, as its new chief scientist. Gee, wow, crazy, wow, conspiracy theory. Oh no, And also that month, Republican members of the House Committee on Oversight sent letters to Anderson, Gary, Fauci, Collins, and others seeking documents and testimony concerning the origins of SARS-CoV-2, right? That's COVID-19. As the search for that origin continues, both in Congress and in the scientific community, it is unclear whether dispositive evidence to support either the lab or natural origin theory will ever emerge. We don't know. Like, maybe it will. I think it's a good chance, but who knows, right? Georgetown's Lawrence Gostin, for his part, is not optimistic. This is one of the scientists they talked to. They said that the Chinese government has foreclosed the possibility of a rigorous, transparent, and independent investigation into the emergence of the virus in Wuhan. I think it's extraordinarily sad for humankind that we will probably never know for sure. But I lay much of that in the hands of China. So that's where we're at now.
So what did I miss in the last? What did I miss? Can you summarize the last 2 minutes?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so Jeremy Farrar, if you remember his name, the Wellcome Trust, he was one of the people that was consulted to, determine how they were going to do this COVID messaging. He is now the lead chief scientist of WHO.
Hold on, can you hear me, Ian?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if he cut out for others, but I'm guessing it's just for me. Can you say that again?
I think it's just for you. But I said that Jeremy Farrar. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Jeremy Farrar.
Yeah, Jeremy Farrar of the Wellcome Trust. He declined to respond to the journalists, but now he is the new chief scientist of the WHO.
And what was his involvement in all this?
He was one of the people responsible, one of the Fauci advisors, right? He's one of the people that was in this email chain where they decided what to tell the public on where they were with the origins of COVID-19.
Was there any Yoel Roth in that email chain? In other words, anyone that was resisting the decision? I mean anyone like Yoel Roth trying to push back against the censorship of the story, or everyone was on board with Fauci?
Everybody was on board. Everybody was on board with Fauci. Yeah, everyone was on board with Fauci.
So Brian, I'll give you I'll give you the mic right after Brian and Sleiman. Brian, what did you want to say, bro? Like, usually me and you don't disagree that much, but this one is going to be a tough one for you.
Yeah, so I think that the time frame of all this is really important, because these emails that we have that leaked all took place between February 1st and February 7th. At that time, there were 0 deaths of COVID in the United States. There were probably about 50 cases in the United States. So
Oh.
when there's a narrative taking place that the NIH was claiming that this was not from a lab, but behind the scenes they were considering it, you have to realize that this was taking place in the very, very beginning, those first 3 weeks of when COVID came to the United States.
Okay, so Brian, I want to agree with you. I think a very good point. So I missed the point that all these emails were within a 6-day period, and that was very early, very, very early, before any clarity, before any investigation. I think we sent a delegation to China. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. But before all this was done, so what you're saying is that this was in the early stages when the information was so scarce that, okay, I don't think they handled it right, and they should have disclosed. Like them talking behind the scenes, it could be 60-70% a lab, and them not disclosing it.
Right? They came to a conclusion that it wasn't a lab leak theory
Too
without
early,
having the evidence. Without having the evidence, they were like,
well, but
let's
you
not
don't
even
know that.
entertain
You don't know
this.
what evidence
No,
they
that's what
had.
they said.
They published
No, but
the report.
they said, but Brian, they said they said
60-70%.
They don't think
60-70%. Many of
60,
them were like,
one or two said that.
50%. That was on
70%.
February on February 1st through February 5th. They said that it was a 60% chance that it could be from a lab.
Yes,
and then
their directive was to shut that down.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. On February 7th, one of the scientists, I think it was Eddie Holmes, said that he now doesn't agree that it was 60-40. He now is on board with it being from a natural origin. So within that, just a week,
when did that? Quick question,
that's how science works. People get information.
Okay, that was a better argument than before, and I like that one. Quick question: when did that paper come out? The proximal origin paper.
March 17th.
March 17th.
Okay, so what you're saying, Brian, is that between February 6th and March 17th, whatever it is, in that period, they could have had more data that led to the paper concluding that it's natural origins, which is a fair argument to make.
However, the paper itself, as a bunch of scientists who responded to the story they said, well, the paper is kind of flawed in the sense that it completely shuts it down without any kind of data to support that hypothesis.
The paper does not discount that it's possible that it came from a lab. It says that the paper suggests that it came from
No, that's not true. The
Yes,
paper conclusively says that it did not come from a lab.
The paper
that it wasn't engineered in a lab.
Open the possibility that it still could have. But based on the evidence that the scientists found, they believe that it was natural origins.
That is, come on, man, like that's semantics.
It even says it in the article that
I know, but it's semantics, though. It's semantics. It's a way of shutting things down. It's like saying, the possibility is there, but it's very unlikely.
Well, and they say that though, and it's still that case. It's possible that it came from a lab. Is it likely? I think it depends who you talk to.
It's a CYA. It's a cover your ass. It's like saying, well, I'm not saying conclusively, but it's conclusive. It's pretty conclusive, fairly conclusive.
If that's not the point they were trying to get across, if they weren't trying to get across the point that they didn't want it to come out that it was a possible lab leak, then why would they be forcing Facebook, Twitter, everybody to ban anybody that even brought it up?
It shows motive, right? Facebook was directly censoring these conversations through the CDC. The CDC said censor it, and they did. The same thing happened on Twitter. Censor these things. And this was not just done by the CDC. It was also done by the Pfizer group, right? As we remember, Strong told Twitter, hey, censor these conversations. Because it would, be uncool if you guys talked about this.
Yeah, so my point was actually quite linked to what Brian's saying. So if you look at the timeline of events, what occurred, I would say that although Brian's right that it was early stages, but I'd say the entire process was in the early stages. So if you look at it, within the first week or two, when they're essentially saying we're not sure if it's a lab leak or we're not sure if it's or if it's natural, that happens from late January up until February the 8th. The paper is submitted on March the 6th. So essentially for the first couple of weeks, they're not sure, and you've got these emails. And then within that period of 3 weeks to 4 weeks where they've now made a decision that actually it's definitely going to be natural and not going to be a lab leak, that happens within a short period of time as well. And that's very early on in the entire pandemic. Now, the point is this, why, and I guess maybe I missed it, so hopefully someone correct me, but why have we got the emails for the first part of the process, but not for the second part? Like, it's illogical that someone is communicating on a paper early on through emails, and then they just stop doing it completely once the narrative changes? Like,
Yeah.
why has that happened?
Well, these emails weren't related to the paper. They were communications with Fauci and the NIH. The paper was a separate issue, and they were working on that
Okay, that's
away
fine.
from the
So even in
government.
that, sorry,
Yeah,
Brian, because I'm going to ask you because I think you'll be the one who's answering this. So let's not call it a paper then. Even this discussion where your process is changing, that's even more of an important discussion where you can converse in via vocally, but also you've done it via email, which is the process that you've been using for the first couple of weeks, and you're seeing that process change. So when the process changed so drastically, why is there no emails?
I don't know. I think that's a good question to ask, Ashley, and maybe the request, the Freedom of Information Act request didn't cover some additional emails. I don't know what the request was
there
to
are a
you
few
guys.
emails around the publication of the thing, because what happens later on, that's when you get the emails between Fauci and his lieutenant saying, Hugh, you're going to have some tasks for you. There's a lot of stuff that happens right around that publication. But going back to the Christian Anderson article, let me just say one thing. I mean, here is the one sentence he says. He says, in the midst of the global COVID-19 public health emergency, this is from Proximal Origins, it is reasonable to wonder why the origins of the pandemic matter. He's not talking about the origins itself. Like, he never even alludes to, he dismisses any non-natural evolution of the disease in this article, period. I don't think there's any way you can interpret it otherwise.
Can I make a couple of
I want to
points?
go quickly. So
Yeah.
I will, Tyra.
Sure.
I will. So I'll go to Tyra, then Tom. But before that, Simon, to conclude what Brian, Ian, and Justin just said, in like one sentence, can you conclude the argument that was just being made so I understand it all? Because they went back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, of course, from my perspective, and obviously Justin made a point. I was going to ask him something on that, but from my perspective, it's this: we've got email exchange between these people for the first 2 weeks, where they're saying, there's a 50-50 chance it could have been, natural, or it could have been man-made. Okay. But then what happens is when they make this drastic shift to say, actually, we're now going to make a decision that it's going to be not a lab leak and it's going to be completely natural, and there's no thought whatsoever to the alternative, we have no emails demonstrating that change of view or even talking about it until what Justin is saying. There's some emails close to the time, and if you can explain to us what those emails are kind of relaying, that'd be nice.
I'll have to go look those up again and make sure I'm correct on those assertions, but I'll see if I can come back to you there.
Yeah, so I don't have the article in front of me anymore. I'm on my mobile now. But as far as I remember, the article said that they had got the new information from China, and that new information, even though it didn't give them what they wanted to hear, that it did give them enough to make them decide that it was likely from natural origins.
So
we don't know.
Mario,
We don't know the.
Mario,
Yeah, go ahead, Tyra.
So
Go ahead.
a couple of points. Yes. Mario, you had said that Fauci was leading, in essence, nudging the group towards a specific conclusion. Can you show me, if you get a chance, where in the emails you find this? I'm not saying he wasn't doing it behind the scenes, but is there any...
No. So that was. Were you in the last space that crashed?
I was, but there's nothing in the emails where he does anything other than...
No. There is actually. There's
a
different email that wasn't part of this article where he actually says that, right? So let me just pull that up real quick. It is in my article, the one I wrote for Rebel News, and I'll probably link it there. And he says in here, in this little email here, that all of them came to the they referred to the lab leak theory as a very destructive conspiracy. So let's keep that in mind, right? This is what Collins called the lab leak theory. He called it, he said that, we're going to, we're coming around to the view that a natural origin is more likely. And then in April, they're all discussing how it was a very destructive conspiracy in relating to an article about a lab leak theory. Another article had come out, where it was disputing that original article, saying there wasn't a lab leak. They said it was a very destructive conspiracy. And then he said that, Collins said that I hope that the Nature Medicine article and the genomic sequence of SARS-CoV-2 would settle this, but probably didn't get much visibility. So they were pretty sad that didn't really get as much traction as it did. And then Fauci replied to it, and this is the part where, this is in April, by the way. This is what Fauci said. He said, I would not do anything about this right now. It is a shiny object that will go away in time.
So once again, that's not exactly nudging them to write the March 17th paper, or the paper published. Number two, I just want to be really clear here. I don't know where the virus came from. Nobody knows where the virus came from, right? There are three, actually sort of more five possibilities. One is natural. right? One is that it was somehow captured outside, brought into the Wuhan lab, and that it was transformed into what we now know through an accidental passage. A third would be that they found it in nature, they brought it into the lab, and they somehow accidentally released it. So no accidental passage, it was just in nature brought into lab. And a final one is deliberately engineered in the lab, correct? And then we assume deliberately released, correct? So I don't know that anybody has any particular proof on deliberately engineered in the lab, deliberately released. And I don't actually even think the 70-30s and 60-40s that they talked about were talking about deliberate, because most of them, as far as I could tell, they were not that clear, were relating to accidental passage. So I just want to be really clear here that there are a lot of different possibilities, and I wish the stage would acknowledge we don't know, because that would be helpful to the discussion, because I hear so many people saying we do know.
I think it's Tira, I think it's fair to say we are saying we don't know.
Yeah, we said that. I said it a few times.
Well,
yeah. Sorry, Jim. I'll take this one and I'll give you the mic right off. Sorry, Jim. I just want to really be clear, because I always try to be as objective. I think my criticism I said earlier is that we don't know. Both are plausible, and I said that in the beginning, even to Ian. I'm like, we just need to be clear that it might have. I still think it's very likely to be. The story could be true, the whole bat story. Not very likely, at least likely. So we just don't know. What our main concern, and Jim, I'll let you finish what you were saying. But my main concern is that the way the story was communicated to the public is very different to the way it was being communicated privately, or the truth behind the scenes. But Jim, I'll let you finish because I interrupted you.
Let me just make one point, Jim. Before, thank you, Jim.
Tira, and then we'll go right
appreciate
after.
it, Jim. So, one more point. My understanding, and this is just from reading this, and I am not a scientist, God knows, is that on February 7th, there was additional information, pangolin information. I think Ian sorry, Ian, for characterizing it as you sort of poo-pooed it. I don't know if it needs...
Because it was poo-pooed eventually.
Well, I don't
that turned out to be false.
because you said,
No, it even says in the article that was debunked.
No.
There was no comparison there.
They did move away from
No, but they...
But I'm saying... No one in the scientific community bought it. No one in the scientific community bought it. Like they thought, okay, it's a possibility at first. They were really excited about it in the emails. They're like, hey, here's the thing that supports, the hypothesis that was completely natural, and then they moved away from it because it was nonsense.
All right.
So you can't just bring it up and say,
I guess what I'm saying is during that period, where did they say it was nonsense during that period? I'm just reading the Nation article and trying to sort of look at it as a whole. Okay, we're in the period from the February 7th.
Sarah, that happened in the public. Scientists dismissed it publicly, in public, not in these emails. Publicly, they were like, "No, this is nonsense." People were putting out all kinds of theories, like it just came from bat soup, right? That was the thing that people were talking about. That's where the whole natural origin theory came from. Bat soup.
But you're ignoring
Brian, before you do that, Brian, I just want to let me summarize though what I was saying. I wanted to give Tira a little levity there to make sure she could make her points. But listen, we're not saying that we know. I will tell you that I'm convinced that somehow or another this came from the Wuhan lab. I can't absolutely prove that. No one can absolutely prove that. What we are finding out in this entire chain of emails is that was just the attempt was to shut down and debunk any thought of that being the case. We have learned in the many months since that that's more plausible than they were telling us it was back then. There was a sincere effort on the part of Fauci and Collins and others in their circle connected to them out internally and externally to stop that narrative from being talked about. And I think the point that many of us are making that tend to think that this happened from the Wuhan lab somehow are saying you shut down a very important point of discussion that even if it led to some international difficulty between the United States and China, that's still worth it because it's the science that we need to follow. And I'm going to tell you, we still have many risks right now with the endemic of this for certain people because we don't even know what the origins were. If we absolutely knew and could verify that the evidences of the potential man-made origin of this could be traced down to how it actually happened. If we were ever able to do that, then we can now take a look at our vaccine technology again and re-look at what that might do. There's so much that would help in the science of this. And that's what is so freaked out about this whole thing, is that the politics got injected so deeply into everything we're doing, whether it's the masks, quarantine and isolation, or shutting everything down, or everything. There's so much politics that we haven't even dealt with this as scientists. And yes, we all disagree when we have these discussions here in these forums. But the fact is, this forum is doing what we should have been doing all the time. And now we've got to go and clean up a freaking mess because politicians and scientific politicians, however scientists they are, screwed up the debate and screwed up the process. And now we're having to clean it all up. And that's the significance in my mind of these emails. It shows one of the major points where this got screwed up badly, and we need to address it and fix it for the future.
Oh,
Jesus, Jim.
well, this was
Absolutely right.
This is Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Let me
Hey,
be
Tom.
more direct. We need good afternoon, everyone. We need a criminal investigation of what happened.
Why would you say? Why would you
there's
say
a lot
criminal?
of
Why criminal, Tom?
there's
Going into it.
I'm going to get to that. Thank you. There's a lot of talk about what we don't know. Well, what we do know is that there was a cover-up. What we do know is that they strongly considered this to be a concern. We don't know what the information was to make them change their mind internally, which is an information gap that speaks volumes. And we do know that there was enough of a debate to cause discussions within the government. We do know that they were worried about gain-of-function research contributing to the outbreak, which further highlights their other concerns about it being a lab leak. Why would Fauci be worried about and be very interested in figuring out gain-of-function funding at that very time these lab leak theories were being discussed, if there weren't a connection? And as we see in these emails, you have Collins talking about how something that they were discussing in a broad way among leading scientists now being a dangerous conspiracy theory that needs to be suppressed. So we have documents at Judicial Watch showing early on they knew China was hiding information. We know that in 2016, EcoHealth was running up against the line on gain of function. Fauci's agency was aware of that and put them on notice. EcoHealth acknowledged the notice. So this is all from Judicial Watch FOIA files, which we've done more of than, this is all great information. But what we already know was enough to generate a criminal investigation. And you know how I know why there should be a criminal investigation? Because it looks like there already was one. The FBI had initiated an inquiry in March of 2020 into this gain of function issue. So this is what the criminal inquiry would look at. Fauci's potential perjury on gain of function support, the use of gain of function or this funding of gain of function outside the rules, whether EcoHealth lied about its gain of function research in order to obtain funding, and who in the agencies knew about that and looked the other way. That whole host of potential criminal issues there. And we're just focused on the Wuhan lab, as if that was the only biosafety of the biolab in Wuhan or in China. So this is a much broader issue than, who knew what and when about the lab leak theory. It's who knew what and when about government funding, right, of a scientific technique that was if the lab leak did occur, would have likely been part of the reason it did occur, because that was the science that was going on there. They were increasing the susceptibility of human beings to viruses such as this through gain of function. And so you can't say lab leak theory without implicating Fauci's agency funding of it. Now I see here, and it's very interesting to see that maybe there's something short of gain of function that happened that resulted in this lab leak, and that should be looked at too. But you know what other is evidence? You know what is other evidence? The fact that China won't give us the evidence. So we should presume, I think, quite fairly, the worst.
You know,
Well
that
said.
is so, Tom,
Perfectly
I got to
said.
say this just real quick. I got to say this. That is so on target because one of the things that is not revealed clearly in these emails is motivation, particularly from Fauci and Collins. And they probably have separate and co-equal motivations and others, but mostly those two guys. But what we do know from other things, because we've heard over and over again the discussion in Congress where Rand Paul and or Jim Jordan and others are questioning Fauci, and we have found out consistently that Fauci literally lied to Congress, which is another aspect of criminal investigation. He lied under oath in Congress about this gain of function thing. We know that now. That's absolutely fundamentally clear. All the specific implications of that, we don't know, and we're still finding out. But what is really important about that is even though we don't see in these emails the evidence of his motivations, we have very real substantive evidence to indicate that what we're seeing in these emails is the expression of that bias, because we know now more clearly than ever that he was involved somehow with gain of function research in the Wuhan lab and maybe in other places we haven't yet found out about. We also know that in the United States during the Obama administration, we made a serious change in policy as it relates to gain of function because we knew how dangerous that could be. And whatever anyone wants to argue about the potential benefits of gain of function research, and I've yet to personally see any of those, but I'm not the expert in that area.
I'm sure there's benefits. I'm sure there's benefits. But it doesn't mean that.
We don't know that.
But with the law is the law at the end of the day.
But let me be clear.
Fauci may be criminally liable for that, and part of the motivation of what we're not the only one, but part in a serious motivation is him not wanting anyone to know from an early stage in this, whoops, this just might have been because of what we were doing, because we have indications that might have been what he felt.
And Mario, let me just add on to this. This was not something in January they just all of a sudden became nervous about what Wuhan lab was doing. Our documents show, and this person I hope becomes a witness, is that Fauci had a woman in China working out of the agency, basically monitoring the activities of the Chinese health authorities, and specifically their biological, I call them weapons labs, their biolabs, Ping Chang. And Chen was charged with kind of figuring out what the Wuhan lab was up to. She talks about in one of the emails, well, they let me come in for the visit for the opening, but they wouldn't let me take pictures of the inside. Here's a picture of the outside. Other reports she sends, her handler, in one of her handlers here in D.C. says, oh, there are going to be a lot of people interested in this. Don't send it around yet. It's sort of like handling a hot intelligence product. You had the absurdity of our NIH and NIAID funding these labs. It's clear from the documents we've obtained, while at the same time spying on them because they were nervous about their activities. I mean, this was such high risk, reckless behavior. And I don't care if it's Wuhan, if COVID came out of this or not. It's happening to this day. This type of activity is going on here in the United States. We've highlighted, just for instance, in Ukraine, I know we're not allowed to mention the biolabs in Ukraine, and ask why the heck we keep on maintaining pathogens and anthrax in labs for 20 years in a place like Ukraine. They all knew. They were very nervous about what was going on in Wuhan, going back at least 5 years previous, 4 or 5 years previously. And it's tied to their funding, so much so they had a person in China working out of their embassy, reporting back to them on what Wuhan and these other labs were up to. And
And to
and
put
and,
a
and if you think gain of function's the only thing we should be nervous about, boy oh boy.
and put a bow
I'll
on
go.
that.
I'll go,
So much
Jim.
of this
Before you.
stuff was, well, real quick, to put a bow on that. So much of this stuff was happening in a rubric where there were restrictions on funding, and people like Fauci very well may have been looking for ways to offshore things that they wanted to do against.
Fauci lied. People died. Guys, post in the replies if you agree Fauci lied. People died. Okay, reply to
And post and
the
also
bottom right there.
post in the comments even if you disagree. I want to get both sides
If you
of the story.
disagree, yeah, by all means,
Yeah,
I want to hear
I
from
like.
you. But if
Yeah,
you agree, Fauci lied. People died. Tweet that
yeah.
out.
Okay, bro. Okay. I want to go to Grant, but I think Tom.
Yeah,
Before
if
going to
you
Grant, just
disagree,
quickly,
I
Tom.
encourage you to post. I need to figure out who to block.
No, Tom. No blocking.
Exactly.
No. Disagree. Everyone. Tom won't block
I'm
you.
just kidding. I
Go
love
ahead.
everyone who follows us.
Go ahead, Grant. Sorry.
Yeah, no, earlier, Tira, who's a very educated person, but she's unable to confront any nefarious players or the idea that there's evil on this planet, suggested that there was 4 ways that the virus escaped, but that no one knew. Someone knows, and the fact that we don't know, the people don't know, is the problem. There should be investigations into this. I would expect most of the room would support the investigations. I'd love to see a poll on that, by the way, that we should know the origins, exactly how it got out, and that someone does know, Tira. And hopefully you're smart enough to know that someone does know the truth.
I totally agree. We should have every possible investigation completely. I think if it is natural,
But
that
you
would
said
not
that
be.
no one knew.
No. If
You
it's
said no one knew.
natural,
You said no
nobody
one
might
knew.
know. What
No,
I'm
no.
saying is, if it's natural,
Then
Grant,
someone knows it's
people won't
natural.
know.
Why not?
No.
Why wouldn't they?
It will take quite a bit of time to analyze. They're probably still doing that work if it's natural, right?
Well,
So,
You mean they spent more time analyzing it than they did creating the vaccine? They spent less time analyzing where it came from than they
sometimes
did the
it is
creation.
very difficult to come to a
What's wrong?
decision
What's wrong?
about.
This is what's wrong with your kind of intelligence. It's just it includes no common sense.
And yours includes no rigorous analysis, in my view. Tom, I wanted to ask you a question. Well, actually, I wanted to speak to something Jim said. Jim, you said that it's clear that Fauci lied. Now, whether or not, I guess what I'm saying is a legal matter, he does have a defense. His defense is that, I think it was Lawrence Tabak wrote a letter when after Fauci testified saying that the experiment wasn't intended to be gain of function. It wound up potentially mutating into that form. And that would be his defense, quite frankly. I don't know how good it is. I suspect it would be a pretty reasonable one because he has the backstop of the deputy director of the NIH at the time saying we didn't intend to fund gain of function. You might believe that's a lie and a crock. I get that. But I do think there is a defense there. Thanks.
Well, I'm not sure that I specifically said that Fauci lied. What I did assert very clearly was the fact that Anthony Fauci was probably under the impression that what was going on at the time that this stuff was happening in February of 2020, that something bad may have come out of Wuhan. And I don't know precisely what he knew, but what I am seeing from these emails, from the public face of Anthony Fauci after this, and based upon other things that we've discussed that have been brought up here, that Anthony Fauci was very concerned that conclusion people might come to that conclusion, and or he might find out that it actually was part of his gain of function research. Whether that's a lie or not, I cannot precisely define. But what I can see out of this is the fact that he did not want that to be part of the discussion at all. And it is likely because of what the implications of that would be that he wanted to hide for himself, not because he was worried about the ongoing public debate thereafter.
And Tara raises a fair question I think we should highlight. The use of the
not
word...
Tara, it's Tira. So make sure
Tira,
you guys are mistaking Tira's comments and opinions with mine, because they're not. I promise you that.
I appreciate that. I thought I said Tira, but I will be more
Okay,
enunciative
I'm
in
just
the
making
future.
sure for the
Okay.
integrity of the call. So yeah,
As
Kira.
as Ms. At said earlier, am I pronouncing your last name right? Correct, Tira?
That's fine. Just call me
Okay, to
T.
make it
Okay.
clear. But we throw out the word perjury casually and such, and it may sound fun or lying to Congress, but a lot of times folks don't lie to Congress and are accused of doing it because you don't like the way they're defining the problem and answering the question. I have to say I was personally surprised because I thought Fauci was smart enough then to deny he was funding gain of function. I don't think anyone could fairly look at the documents that we've uncovered. Again, it was as a result of litigation. Some of this has been voluntarily disgorged by the government. It's been stonewalled by the government. That what was being described to him contemporaneous, the early part of the pandemic, was gain of function research. I don't think any jury. I think a jury would easily understand that he was being purposely misleading and or lying. But of course, that's for prosecutors to figure out. And I tell you, if it was another citizen, there'd be little question, in my view, that there would be a serious criminal investigation of Fauci's testimony. So I think we need to be straightforward there. And I want to go back to this FOIA issue. Now, I'm not quite sure how the Nation, The Intercept got these materials in unredacted form. I may have missed that from earlier discussions. Was that clear? Is that highlighted anywhere? Ian?
No, I think we actually are all sort of trying to figure out what the extent of the FOIA request was, etc.
There's going to be
because
more.
usually
There's
you
going to be much
get
more.
materials. I see the initially redacted materials, and redacted means material where sections are blacked out, and then the fully produced materials. And I don't know if that was the result of litigation or a leak, and they kind of withdrew the
Litigation, I
redactions.
believe.
But the early redactions are instructive. Well, they were, remember, none of this they were being withheld for years. So if there was no there, why make a big fight about it? B5 redactions, which is the exemption under law they cited to withhold this information initially. I'm not a lawyer, but I've been doing FOIA for longer than I care to admit to, is completely discretionary. It's their judgment that the release of such material would impair the internal decision-making processes of the agency at issue here. And I think it would be one would be hard-pressed to look at this and think that was a fair redaction based on that. But of course, they have that discretion, right? So, they decided they didn't want any of us to see this because they were worried that future decision-making would be harmed. That's the legal standard they were supposed to be using there. And what I see here is that this exemption was used for an improper purpose, as it often typically is used for, not to harm internal decision-making, but to make it clear that, or to protect those who lied to the public. And what was going on here is that officials were lying to the public. They were suggesting there was no good faith-based reason to be worried about a lab leak, and that was a lie. And we can go through all the public statements and all of the CDC efforts and the resulting punishments to millions of Americans who had their free speech rights violated by these goons running these agencies in concert with big tech. And frankly, this whole scenario continues today with other COVID debate issues.
So let me add some context
Right.
to what Jim
I just
said
want to add.
earlier.
I just want to add. Sorry, before you respond, I just want to say that Farrar, right? Like he's one of the lieutenants here of Fauci's. He is now the chief scientist of the WHO, and he has been the chief scientist of WHO since December. Okay, and that is a very interesting point. Why did they redact all of this? Because it makes him look really bad. So it wasn't until after he was appointed that now we get all this information. So there's definitely some, they wanted to cover their asses. I mean, that's the motivation.
And the government told us, Ian, when they were taking their time delivering documents to Judicial Watch, they said one of the reasons it takes so long is because Fauci and his team, and they clearly implied he was involved, had to look through all the documents to make sure they wouldn't impair the agency's ability to operate. And then later, Fauci says, well, I wasn't involved in FOIA. I mean, which is it? This gamesmanship, again, is pure obstruction. Whether it rises to criminality in the general sense of the word, I think so. And I've highlighted previously what the specific areas of inquiry should be to hold these guys accountable for abusing the public trust in egregious ways.
Okay, so let me add some context real quick here to what Jim was saying earlier. Yes, Dr. Fauci did testify before Rand Paul in I don't remember exactly what committee it was. Jim, you might know that. It was one of the
Can't remember. Yeah,
it was one of the House Health Committees. That's what it was. And
if it was Rand Paul,
Senate
it wasn't
committee.
a House committee. It would be a Senate.
Or, I'm sorry, Senate. Yes, sorry. And what he did say was that the NIH never funded gain-of-function research, right? But the definition right before that hearing was actually changed to say
so he lied.
Right, which is very convenient. And so what they changed it to was gain-of-function research is only considered gain-of-function research if it involves them intentionally making a pathogen more lethal.
When did they change? When did they change that definition?
About a month before.
About a month before the hearing, they changed the definition of gain-of-function research, and Fauci, in fact, contradicts himself because earlier testimony to Congress, he describes the gain-of-function research in the same definition that Rand Paul uses to question him.
A month before what exactly? Sorry,
a month before the hearing of Rand Paul's
okay.
hearing, in which he denied that there was any gain-of-function research. So,
I mean, that change in definition, assuming it took place, is not going to provide any protection to Anthony Fauci.
Sure.
So
Nick,
it is not.
But
Nick, while you speak, I just want Brian and Eugene to kind of prepare a counter argument to this because I don't know if I'll see if we can balance it out a bit because it's looking pretty bad.
There's definitely going to be some of that. And, another part of this, to add more context to what Jim was saying, the U.S. didn't just change their policy under the Obama administration for gain-of-function research, the funding of gain-of-function research. They actually totally banned the funding of gain-of-function research because of the huge dangers that come along with it. Now, it was later changed back to allow for those studies to continue in 2017. In late 2017, and that was highly praised by Dr. Fauci.
I didn't know it was actually allowed again.
Yes, it is now. It is allowed again, and it is actually still allowed to this day. They have not changed that policy.
Hold on.
We need to double check that, Nick.
I have double checked it.
You got to double check that. Yep. So while you double check that, I want to read the letter from Congress, right, to Javier Becerra, who's the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. This was sent by the two by Jim Jordan and James Comer, the two reps, right, the two representatives who are now pursuing this in the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees. Here's what they wrote. Okay, this is today. Okay, January 11th, but this is what was released today. We write to request a transcribed interview of Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the NIAID, and excerpts from emails that we are making public today. See enclosed Appendix 1 reveal that Dr. Fauci was warned of two things: the potential that COVID-19 leaked from the WIV, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and the possibility that the virus was intentionally genetically manipulated. It is imperative that we investigate if this information was conveyed to the rest of the government and whether this information would have changed the U.S. response to the pandemic. So that's the first request. Now, they continue. They say, despite Dr. Fauci claiming otherwise on multiple occasions, he was, in fact, aware of the monetary relationship between the NIAID, the U.S. the National Institutes of Health, the NIH, and EcoHealth Alliance, and the WIV by January 27, 2020. So he was aware of this. Dr. Fauci also knew that the NIAID worked with EcoHealth Alliance to craft a grant policy to sidestep the gain-of-function moratorium. So at the time, right? That was a moratorium at the time.
What year was that?
Well, he was the director of it, yeah. So this new policy, designed by EcoHealth and agreed to by NIAID, right, which is, of course, Fauci, allowed EcoHealth to complete dangerous experiments on novel bat coronaviruses with very little oversight that would have otherwise been blocked by the moratorium. Now, in January 2020, Dr. Fauci was also aware that EcoHealth was not in compliance with the terms of its grant that funded the WIV. EcoHealth was required to submit an annual progress report to NIAID by September 30, 2019, and had not yet done so. The committee subsequently learned right? This is all in fact, right? This is all there are a lot of references here. I'm not going to link to them. They're all referenced. This is all factual information, right? The committee subsequently learned that EcoHealth failed to submit these reports, presumably to hide a gain-of-function experiment conducted on infectious and potentially lethal novel bat coronaviruses. Now, by January 27, 2020, Dr. Fauci knew that NIAID had funded EcoHealth. The WIV was a sub-grantee of EcoHealth, that EcoHealth was not in compliance with its grant reporting, in particular a grant that NIAID knew had gain-of-function potential on novel bat coronaviruses. So that is a portion of the letter that was sent, right? I'm not going to read the whole
So
thing.
who said?
And I
Sorry,
want to
sir. Okay.
correct myself because Nick is absolutely right. There's an NIH letter signed by Francis Collins on December 19th, 2017 on the NIH website that gain-of-function research funding was lifted, or the restriction on it.
Right.
Okay. So restriction. Sorry, Nick.
Restriction
Is that restriction on funding a game of research, a game of
Gain of function
research? So is that allowing for the funding of game of the research?
Correct.
But still not allowed to do it in the US, correct?
No. They still do it in the US to this day.
So I don't get it. Hold on. The whole argument is based on the theory that it was not allowed in the US and they moved it to China to avoid the regulations in the US. And now what you're saying is that was actually allowed in the US?
Correct, but that was before the moratorium was lifted. That's why they originally shifted.
When did they shift it to Wuhan?
I believe it was in late 2015.
2014.
17, wasn't it?
No, 2017 is when the moratorium was lifted.
Okay, and then in 2017 when the moratorium was lifted, why didn't they move it back to the US?
That's a very good question.
Well, no. What they did was they then restarted these research studies that were being done in the United States.
Justin, you're talking about this as well.
Hold on. There was a restriction on the use of gain-of-function research, and what happened is, and this is the allegation that needs to be criminally investigated, is they talked their way around the gain-of-function research by through smoke and mirrors. Hence, Fauci's testimony, it's not gain-of-function, when in fact, indeed, it was. And this was an issue going back into, this was during the Obama administration, how it has been highlighted, and they just kept on allowing it to take place. I mean, they were worried it was taking place in 2016 in Wuhan and did nothing about it but paper the record to say we're worried about it.
A rough analogy.
Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. So that 2016 was when that concern was expressed. And 2017 is when Francis Collins noted that the restriction for funding was lifted. And what's being pointed out here is that and the accusation is that Fauci was redirecting gain-of-function funding to the Wuhan lab during the 2014 to 17 time period.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. The rough analogy I was going to
when
give
they
was
say lifted, they said there were new guardrails put in place that would, you could do it under certain special circumstances that they have to have special approval. And even that was bypassed in this Wuhan funding, it looks like.
Right. So
they try to do a little bit of sleight of hand. It's like, Apple on their product says designed in Palo Alto, right? But really it's all manufactured in China. And so you'll see in certain instances, they were able to skirt some of this by doing a lot of the biological or genome research.
Is Justin dropping out? Is it me, Ian?
No, I can hear Justin. Go ahead, Justin.
Oh, okay, sorry, Justin. Sorry.
Basically, it's like the ones and zeros, the sort of digital stuff to do with the labs here, and we have 1, 2, 3. I'm looking at 7 different labs here in the United States, 2 in Canada, and dozens more across the world. So I think the Apple analogy is how I always think about it.
Right. Okay. So
it is at the very least banned in China because Rand Paul actually
pushed
the bill in 2021 to ban it, and it was successfully banned.
Correct.
What was banned? Hold on. What was banned in China?
Gain-of-function research in China.
Okay.
Funding for China.
Oh, okay. So funding from the US to China, you mean? was banned in
Correct. Yeah,
2021.
2021. Yeah, as a result of all of this, he decided, okay, this is going too far, so he's going to ban it in China because that was where all this stuff was made.
Nick, can you continue? I think you still want to speak before we go to Eugene because I got so many fucking questions. Go ahead.
Sure.
Nick.
No, I know. I bet you do. So another interesting aspect of all of this thing is, correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, but these emails were from the 8th of February of 2020, correct?
Correct. That is correct, yes.
Okay, good. Because a study came out from a Chinese researcher on the 6th of February 2020 that actually concluded that somebody was entangled with the evolution of the 2019 coronavirus. In addition to the origins of natural recombination and their intermediate hosts, the killer coronavirus probably originated from a laboratory in Wuhan. That was based on 28,000 lab-confirmed infections in humans, 564 deaths in China by February 6th of 2020, and the identification of 2 laboratories conducting research on bat coronavirus in the area. And the bats carrying that specific strand of coronavirus, obviously being found 900 kilometers away, the probability was very low for the bats to actually fly to the market. And it is also worth noting that the bat was never a food source in the city, and no bat was traded in the market. And that includes the testimony of 31 residents and vendors from.
That is correct. There's no bat there.
Wuhan
Right? They didn't eat bats. It's not a bat area. This idea that came from a bat. Well, yes, it did come from a bat, but not a bat in Wuhan.
Right. Correct.
So Eugene, I've got so many questions. I know you've had your hand up for a while, so I'll let you jump in before because there's so many new revelations. Nick, well done, man, with all the information you just shared. Eugene, someone, by the way, mute your mic. I don't know if it's you. I know someone has a background sound, but go ahead, Eugene.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Mario. So I have 2 things. The first thing I want to say is, if these scientists like Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins and others were able to discuss whether it's a lab leak versus, naturally arising, and we're able to have that discussion by emails, I am disappointed that the media and social media companies then were very quick to label the lab leak theory as misinformation and this conspiracy theory when even the scientists themselves didn't know, right? And right now, I don't think any of us really know the truth. We all have an opinion one way or the other. It could be a lab leak. It could be naturally arising. But the public needs to have a free and fair discussion on this. And if you suppress that discussion, it's going to come as a huge backlash later. And this is not the only time the media and social media companies have done this. And I hope that this is a lesson, stop doing these kinds of things. It's not great for public discourse. It's very paternalistic and elitist. So that's my part on that. Number 2, because I do want to balance the discussion with a plausible reason for how it could be naturally arising. I myself, I don't know. I don't know if it's naturally arising. I don't know if it's a lab leak, but I do want to balance this out a little bit for the audience. Viruses make proteins that need to be activated. And our bodies do too. Like our pancreatic enzymes, when the enzyme comes out, a lot of the proteins need to be, cleaved afterwards, or proteases that process the proteins so that they can be in their active form. The coronavirus is no different. And I know that the furin cleavage site sounds like this alien technology that can be bioengineered and put in. But there's a lot of different kinds of organisms and viruses that use furin, including our own bodies, right? Our own body creates proteins that furin, as a protease, has to activate. The HIV virus, uses furin to cleave some envelope proteins, and same for many different kinds of coronaviruses in the coronavirus family. They all use different kinds of proteins that our body, proteases that our body naturally produces, and they hijack that to activate their spike protein. So there is a way, I think that it's plausible that this could be naturally arising. It's not like furin is some alien thing.
We all agree. I think we all agree about that.
We agree.
The question that I have, though, and whether Eugene or Nicola could answer this. So
the likelihood of it.
It was in 2014 under Obama's administration, 2014, 2015, gain of function research was banned in the U.S. So what?
Fauci, the funding
of
which
it
means everywhere.
Yep, everywhere.
Okay,
so not just the U.S. There was a
Okay, the
moratorium on
funding of
gain of function research. Yes, temporary.
the
And it was
funding
lifted
by
later.
who? By government funding, you mean?
By the United States, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, so that means private funding of gain and function research in the U.S. was allowed?
No, I don't believe so.
No,
it
it would.
It would be very hard to carry out that kind of research due to how dangerous it is.
Yeah, there are a whole lot of restrictions on that. I will try to confirm that. That's a damn good
I'm
question,
just
so
dropping
I will
out.
try
Can
to
you hear me?
confirm that.
It is a good question, but it's my belief, it's my
I doubt
understanding
it,
that
but
it was banned. Yeah, because keep in mind, a lot of these labs are not, they're not privately funded; they're publicly funded. At least, some of them, a lot of the money that goes into them is from the, from DARPA, from the NIH, from the NIAID, and other such organizations. Whether it's,
and in
mostly
fact, in
American.
the United States, about 80% or more of the scientific research, is funded by some government agency somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
So let's say it was banned. Let's say it was banned. Even the practice of it was banned. Even private funding. Okay. Then in 2017, that was lifted, and now that the funding of gain of function research in the U.S. became legal, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
But prior to that, what Fauci did was he shifted the funding to China to continue the research there.
Just so you know, there are still restrictions on gain of function research. So if you want to get funding for it, you have to go through an extremely strenuous process. You can't do it in a basic lab. It has to be a BSV-4. There are very very strict restrictions on it because you want to have audits on it, and they have to submit monthly reports or weekly reports. This is not something they can simply do willy-nilly. Right? This is something with a lot of oversight because of the danger it poses.
I put a map of all the BL-formed labs.
I just saw it,
yeah.
Okay, so Justin, you know a lot about this?
A bit. I would say Ian probably exceeds my knowledge there.
Oh, perfect. Okay. All right, so continuing this discussion. So if it was legalized with restrictions in the U.S., was it shifted from Wuhan to the U.S. after 2017? Because COVID was in 2020.
No, it was going on. It was going on all over the world.
Okay. So they funded
EcoHealth. They were doing it here in. It looks like down in North Carolina, infamously, other places. There was no legal restriction on gain of function per se. There were funding restrictions, as Ian has described, but it hasn't stopped. And we have documents showing, even though it was in theory prohibited, and certain, outside, because of the nature of government funding, it should have been significantly restricted because, as we heard earlier, the funding kind of touched on pretty much all the research that goes on anyway. But it still was happening, and it was resulting in people being, there were accidents happening in the labs at which it was occurring, showing the dangers to the public. Ultimately, no one outside the labs were hurt. But I mean, it's a ticking time bomb as we speak because this activity is still going on, and the gain of function in China, EcoHealth's activities in China, EcoHealth, their whole business model is gain of function. That's what they do. In terms of investigating these emerging viruses from nature. Their thinking is, well, we gotta see how they might hurt us, right? And so in order to examine how that would work, they engage in gain of function. I'm kind of greatly simplifying it, but for everything I'm seeing about EcoHealth in China, that's what they were there for. Everything they were doing was about gain of function.
Right.
I mean, so kind of draw it, it wasn't terribly subtle.
Yeah. So in late 2011, Dr. Fauci actually wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post saying that the gain of function research was a risk worth taking. And I do think that kind of is a precursor to him trying to circumvent these, because the funding restriction was put in place by the NIH. He is the head of the NIAID, which is under the NIH. So that's important to note. It wasn't his organization that banned it. He was not in favor of banning gain of function research. The biggest issue with him coming back in and doing that, it kind of goes back into what we were saying before about him trying to protect his own ass after these things started coming out. It just seems like that makes that theory even more likely, does it not?
It does, yes. He was basically circumventing the moratorium by simply, funding something that is basically gain of function research, but they write it out in a different way, in a way that enables the NIAID to perform, to actually fund this sort of research that's illegal.
Okay,
And shortly thereafter, our documents show they sent a team, including one of Fauci's top deputies, to China. And they had to change the confidentiality agreement to cater to China's demands. So I don't know. I'm not quite sure what the level of confidentiality was. But then we had the Chinese restricting the right of American officials to talk about what they saw at Wuhan as part of this investigation. And certainly early on in February, when they were talking about and kicking this around, they said, well, it'd be helpful. We've talked about earlier how, sure, the people working in China, that would be good to have what they know.
Great.
But they already knew that China was withholding that information. So what conclusions do you draw that someone you've been funding and supposedly are your colleagues, which is the way Fauci and others have been talking about the Chinese? Frankly, they still talk about them this way, as if they're neutral colleagues, like up in Canada or something. I mean, these folks are being run by the Chinese Communist Party government, and they're being treated as if they're holed up in Harvard. It's crazy. Right. And but they all knew that they were withholding information back in January of 2020 on this core issue. And yet they gave the benefit of the doubt to China. And as we're highlighting, it wasn't necessarily just to help China. It was to protect themselves, I would submit, given what we know about the gamesmanship that we're playing on gain of function.
First, Nick, am I echoing or no?
You are echoing, Mario.
Okay, I'll let you and Jim and Ian take over. Give me 2 seconds.
Sure. Okay, so I have a question for Eugene. You might know more about this and I'm going to ask this question again once we have more doctors on the panel. I'm working on that in the background. But what I do want to ask is, with the information, and I can give you the study if you feel like you don't have enough details to answer this question right now. Somebody made the argument earlier that only 50 people in the United States at the time that these emails were written had been formally diagnosed with COVID-19. I'm not sure if that's correct. I know somebody here made that claim. I have not looked into that yet. But why were we not able to do our own analysis based on other studies that were already released linking linking COVID-19 to bats over in China and a very specific type of bat, a very specific species of bat? Why were we not able to do that ourselves? Why could we not do our own research on that instead of just totally discarding the theory?
You mean, why couldn't we do that research in the United States?
No. Well, at the time, yes. Why couldn't we test for this? Why couldn't we figure out, that this that COVID-19
because it was risky as fuck. The kinds of stuff that they were doing in China is something that most U.S. scientists would not want to do.
Hold on. I mean, they were looking at specific
pathogens reservoir for where COVID-19 originated, and I think they're still looking for that, and they haven't found it. Is my best understanding.
What do you think?
The reason this type of research was very attractive in China was because there was, the reference to the reservoir. They had particular unique reservoirs there that, we found in the other documents. They were doing gain of function research. It looks like, not necessarily in a harmful way, but, to figure out, the emergence or the basis of an emergence of a virus that was decimating, the pig population there, which had significant food supply, consequences and agricultural consequences. So there were these unique, there were these unique threats from natural reservoirs, as the language is in China, where gain of function would be, as if you buy the need for gain of function, well, that's the sort of place you would be conducting experiments using it.
Right. So I guess this is a question I guess I probably need to ask some researchers once they come onto the panel. But when you have this study that is mentioning that those bats aren't eaten there, they're not traded there, and the nearest place you're going to find them is 900 kilometers away, why would you totally discredit this lab leak theory? Because those are the only ones that have the best.
Nick, but that makes no like. I could give you a million reasons. Like, okay, we're all critical of how this was handled, but none of us were in their shoes. I'm not defending them, and I think, even Eugene said that the way this was handled was not right. But I do want to admit that, again, I've said it before, the worst pandemic of our generation was potentially leaked out of a lab. The political damage, the economic.
You're still echoing, Mario.
Am I really?
Yes, you are.
Ian, am I echoing?
Yes, badly.
Oh, fuck this.
You sound like
go ahead, guys.
C-3PO.
You're speaking
I mean, you
through the
sound
microphone.
fine. You sound fine to me. It doesn't sound bad on my end.
But is the point you're making of talking about the political implications as to why they would be hiding it?
Economic and political, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I disagree with the entire premise of it. That's all.
And I don't know the answer to this, and maybe Eugene has some insight to this. If we knew, let's say we understood that this was a lab leak, either an accident or accidentally on purpose or a happy accident, whatever, and we had the kind of the analysis or the viral details that would have behind that let's say there was a human originated virus or designed virus, how much would that have helped us deal with the pandemic, and obviously B, deal with potentially new pandemics emerging down the line, even from different viruses?
Yeah, that's a good question, Tom. I mean, if the hypothesis is true that it's a lab leak and it was engineered, then that would give you an advantage in really understanding what the virus is, what the whole sequence is, how it attacks the body, and then you could come up with a therapeutic or a vaccine or something to counter the virus, right? If it was engineered in the lab. Not saying that I believe that that's true, but I guess it would make it easier to come up with a counter to it.
And is that's kind of so early on? It probably could. So am I right to guess that early on, knowing that could have saved millions of lives, and knowing it now is probably beside the point, given our ability to study it since then?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So this is not a game we're playing and trying to assign political game. This has to be, to me, if what we suspect took place, people by the millions unnecessarily died or otherwise were harmed. And then you're talking billions.
Right. And it is worth mentioning that this Dr. Fauci in the beginning was actually, Trump's guy, right? So this wasn't necessarily a politically targeted thing at Dr. Fauci, because the anger directed toward Dr. Fauci and people calling out his lies about masking and everything happened prior to Trump leaving office, right? Fauci was never fired by Donald Trump.
Well, no one knew about Fauci's being implicated in gain of function till
not
a
gain of
year
function,
plus later.
Right.
Until we started getting the documents out, till we found out he was lying about the scope of the funding. And you know what's sad? And I know there were other media organizations looking at this, The Intercept and others, but it took a Judicial Watch Freedom of Information Act lawsuit. And I don't say to promote Judicial Watch, but to highlight the craziness of one of the worst viruses in the history of man, we're told. And we couldn't get basic information, but for a little nonprofit here in Washington, D.C., doing what we normally do, which is kind of saying, where's the documents? Where are the details on these controversies? Crazy. And the cover-up to me is evidence of a crime. And it's not the cover-up is the crime. My view is, the old nostrum in D.C. that the cover-up is worse than the crime. That's usually not the case. There's no cover-up unless there's a crime they don't want you to know that's really nasty.
Yeah, look, you guys are talking about why isn't there checks and balances to say the Wuhan lab. Before Trump, there used to be a prevention team that would be all around these labs across the world, including, by the way, you guys are not talking about Ukraine. Trump's administration disbanded that unit, and therefore these checks and balances are pretty hard to come by with a so-called investigation that you're attempting to enact, right? Because if there were American lab experts and so on and so forth, those who are working with pandemic prevention, pre-prevention, it's called NHS or something like that, they would at least have documentation to help. But again, due to what Trump's administration did there, you got a big problem, and you won't be able to do that.
Well, that's simply not true. I mean, that talking point's been knocked out years ago. So I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well,
There. Come on.
you can take a
I mean,
you can take a look at that.
There was no real prevention team to knock out, and it wasn't done. I mean, he didn't He didn't fire the entire pandemic response team, as has been alleged. It was shuffling money is not the same thing as decimating the ability of the government to engage in the response.
Correct.
And we saw who was responsible for running the pandemic.
Again, that sounds good coming from you. But at the end of the day, two things actually happened. One, gain of function research was reenacted and under the Trump administration, and that came into fruition. Number two, that prevention team did get disbanded, and you can go and take a look at that. Whether there was still
I encourage everyone to so-called fact check this discussion.
I'm not good with a cutout here.
You can fact check this discussion, and you'll see that I'm right.
I can't even hear what you're saying at this point.
Mo, then just hold on and let him have the mic.
Mo, let him speak.
Come back.
Let him speak, please.
Others can fact check this as we speak. But the idea, and to me, it's kind of a weak argument to suggest that President Trump is responsible for gain of function research. Well, we all know what's going on here. This was the deep state agencies doing what they wanted to do, irrespective of the politicians running things. I didn't blame Barack Obama for starting up gain of function research in 2017. I place the blame where it should be in terms of the responsible parties being NIH appointees and bureaucrats who thought that a dangerous scientific project like a scientific approach like gain of function.
How would Obama start it in 2017?
Obama wasn't president in 2017.
How would he do that?
Oh, you're right. I was thinking. I was going back to 2016. Yeah, right. Excuse me. You're right. I was conflating two issues. When in 2016, the Obama administration learned that Wuhan was engaged in gain of function with government funding, yet they didn't do anything about it other than issue a warning slip to EcoHealth.
One of President Obama's main talking points of when he passed over the presidency to Trump was this, that a pandemic is one of the most important things to look at, and the possibilities.
Right.
And he also, and apparently, Rocket Man, right? So those were the.
Why did Obama not refill the National Strategic Reserve? Why not? If he thought pandemic was one of the biggest fears of his administration, why did they not refill?
Let me interject something here, Nick. Hold on, Mo. Here's the other thing, though.
Did you just ask about the National Strategic Reserve? You're talking about the filling up oil. Hey, how does that have anything to do with this?
The PPE.
Mo. Okay, so hey guys, listen, Mo. I get what you're saying, and all that's relevant, and it's stuff to discuss, and maybe we'll continue to do so. But I want to bring us around back to what matters here. So we can talk about Trump and being warned about a pandemic, and we can talk about the beginning and starting and ending and beginning again of gain of function research. Here's what the problem is. Fauci put a contract out in October of 2014 after gain of function research was stopped by the Obama administration to EcoHealth Alliance to fund the research in the Wuhan lab. We have further indications that gain of function research was being done there, and that gain of function research may have led to this, and we don't know this for a fact, but may have led to what ended up being the COVID-19 virus and
Wait, Jim, aren't you
pandemic.
staying a little too far there? I don't think anybody's actually said, well, maybe I'm wrong, but I have not heard many people speculate that it led to COVID-19 itself.
No, it is.
Well,
That is in fact
there have been
that's in fact the argument.
there have been because Rand Paul's making that assertion, and he's
Yep.
got some evidence
Check up on your facts.
to show. Yeah. So and people are disputing that, and I grant all that. But my point is this. So we can argue and dispute about how well Trump knew a pandemic was coming or what happened with the gain of function research start and stop. The fact is that funding was going to Wuhan during 2014 to 2017. That may have led to the pandemic, and if that had happened, that may be the purpose for Fauci to have wanted to stop this information from being discussed in a serious manner in the early days as the COVID pandemic was coming out. And that's the point of the emails we're talking about right now. So we can dicker around about who was right and whether we should have done it. The fact is, this is a serious issue, and these emails are showing us a serious attempt by someone to stop any discussion of anything coming from Wuhan, and that's important to everything that we've just gone through.
Well,
Okay,
and when you look at the documents going back,
one second. So you're talking about how funding goes to who, right? And how it's centralized and then passed around to multiple agencies or labs.
No,
that's not what I'm saying at all.
Again, again, for you to stipulate as if the United States has sent over direct funds to Wuhan through
They have.
It was
That's
through
what they did.
It was through an agency,
whether it had
which is
anything to hold on, Mo. That has been done. Whether it had anything to do with the COVID, the COVID spike protein change and all this kind of stuff, whether it had anything to do with that, I'm not saying we've absolutely have confirmed.
Well,
what I am telling
think
you
it's
is
fair
that
to
money
conclude
went to
that.
the Wuhan
It is fair to conclude that due to the
in
fact
China
that they have been
in
directly
which
funding the Wuhan Institute of Virology's
No,
research
I
into
don't
bad
think
coronaviruses.
It's
You can think whatever you want, but the facts are
No,
the facts
just
support
saying
that
that
claim.
Rand Paul, look, no, that's not true. But
It is
Jim,
true.
I just want to
Dude,
ask you a question about the timing because I am a little confused on this.
you
My
can deny the facts as
understanding,
much as you want, but
Ian,
the
my
facts support what
understanding
I'm
was
saying.
that the Echo Health contract was in May of 2014 and the Obama ban was in October of 2014. But please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, the ban,
no, it's the other way around.
Yeah,
No,
the
I don't
ban.
think
I think
so.
it was a 2016 contract. Well, maybe it goes back to
Oh, the
2014.
2014, and it was May. I just looked
there
at it.
was a
Yeah, I mean,
2016
look, the
contract
stats are
as
what they
well.
are. I mean, when you go to EcoHealth makes a proposal to NIH, and they list or even subsequently detail the monies going out, and Wuhan's on the list. So it's, quote, not direct funding, but the Wuhan is a known subgrantee of U.S. funds, and that's what, they all know that through the entire
Absolutely, and I
process.
think it was
My point is,
$650,000, right? $650,000 was in that particular contract. I just think from a
Kira,
legal standpoint,
they fund multiple
I think
labs
the
out there.
contract. I guess what I'm saying is I think the contract predated the
Sure, there were
moratorium,
multiple
but
contracts.
I'm not sure.
By the way, quick
It
statement,
doesn't
everybody.
matter in the
Mario,
sense that they weren't abiding. This is why the fraud's at issue. They were pretending not to be engaged in gain of function. They, even under the revised rules later, continued to engage in gain of function. That's pretty clear. Fauci was nervous about it. He was told in no uncertain terms, as it was described, it was gain of function. They kept a lot of the information still to this day, what he was told at that time in early 2020. And, going back to Mo's earlier point, we can argue about whether restructuring government is the reason we had COVID, which I think is just an absurd point. I'm more concerned is that the plans that all of these agencies had put in place and the guidelines put in place to deal with a pandemic were all thrown out in favor of unprecedented mass lockdowns, unprecedented shutdowns of our schools, unprecedented vaccine mandates much later, and other make it up as you go along. It was completely at odds with the well-considered policy that had been developed over years at the federal level to deal with the pandemic, And so you could have had everything you could have had whatever structure, Mo, you wanted in place. But when they hit, they just threw out all the rules that those agencies, that group had put in place and the subsequent group was relying on, and what CDC was putting out there. And they just broke all the rules, and they told the states, oh, don't worry. You could shut down all your schools, even though we've never recommended that before. Don't worry, we can have mass lockdowns and shut down entire economies, even though that was completely out to lunch in terms of prior pandemic policy by the federal government. So to come back and, that's the corruption that took place.
Tom, can I
And
ask
to the
you?
degree
Can
the
I ask
Trump
you a quick
administration
question?
and
Real
Trump
quick,
let that
everybody, hold
happen,
on. Real quick,
we should
room. Give
recognize that's what
everybody.
happened and
Hey, everybody, real quick.
and make sure it doesn't happen again when he comes back in, or if he comes back in, or whoever comes back in next term.
Okay,
Yeah. Can
so
I
everybody,
just real quick, Jim, if you don't
hold
mind?
on. No, Mo, hold on a minute, please. We're switching around things a little bit. Mario's having his speaker problems, so I'm going to switch to playing Mario here for just a little bit, which means which is good for everyone that doesn't want me to argue against them, because I'm going to try to be as neutral as possible and move things along. So just while he's having those problems, he just
I'm
asked
just
me
laughing at the
to kind of.
emoji.
Yeah, I know. He's asked me to take care of that, and that's so. And just for everyone that's listening, from time to time, I might be showing in the speaker queue, but I actually may be acting as moderator if something like this happens. And Ian does that sometimes too. Tara does. But anyway, Mario asked me to do that, so I'm going to kind of switch all that right now, and then I want to go back to what Mo was saying. So Mo, go ahead and make your point.
Yeah, look, Tom, quick question for you. You are aware that multiple viruses do come out of places, but then they get squashed, right? You had MERS, SARS, Ebola, and you know how they get squashed, right? You know that preventive team and what they do. They call it out. They know how to shut it down. They stop flights. There's a massive coordination that takes place, and we've seen them in action. But in this case, we didn't have it. We couldn't stop this at bay. They could have easily stopped this at bay. We could have shut down Wuhan.
Tom?
I mean, that's just doesn't comport with reality what was going on. Wuhan was shut down. To the degree they took steps to try to restrict travel, they were attacked by the institutional health organizations, World Health. They were accused of being racist here at home.
Tom, that's the
Correct.
same team. Tom, my friend, that is the same exact team that does
Why do
that.
you
They
think
don't
that
care
is,
about
Mo?
But
Why do you think
but
that is,
you're
Mo? Why do you
suggesting
Mo?
that the
like that.
teams
Mo,
you're suggesting that because they rejiggered what
right.
employees were doing in the national security structure, the institutional knowledge and process and planning was eliminated. That wasn't the
The
case.
only thing that happened here,
They had created a
Mo,
new plan in 2018 under the new restructured plan. I mean, this is just we're not. I mean, to me, it's not helpful. Although I understand why partisans might like to think it's helpful to argue and suggest that someone working in agency X should be working in agency Y and be under team leader Z. And if they're doing it, and if you switch those letters around, the government collapses, and that's why we had COVID. It's absurd. The reason the
Trump did
pandemic
not.
emerged, and it avoids the issue,
Trump
that the
does not
reason
run
the pandemic
WHO.
emerged, that folks who were in responsible positions in the superstructure of our government as it relates to public health were knowingly funding, despite the risk, in my view, dangerous virus research in Wuhan. And rather than deal with it forthrightly, they covered it up. And part of that cover up, in my view, was this hysterical response that we had that nearly destroyed our country, and to this day has damaged our
And
economy
it's
more than
very
anything
Let me
else.
Hold on.
rephrase.
very important.
Just a second, Jim. Just want to rephrase the question.
Hey Mo,
It's
if I'm asserting, give me a moment, and I'm going to give you the mic here. So don't
Can you
worry
give me a
about that.
moment as well, Jim, after you speak?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So what I wanted to say is I'm gonna give Mo a brief chance to respond, and then Ian's going to talk, and then I've got a question for Justin about some of these structures and changes with labs. So Justin, kind of keep that in mind. Mo,
okay. Well,
briefly.
hang on. I'm going to jump in real quick because I got to add some context to what Mo was about to say.
Okay,
and
so
also add a little bit
you
on
do that.
on
I'll let
Tom.
you do that.
But
I'll let you do that, Nick. So anyway,
hold on, Jim.
hold on.
Jim.
Hey,
Okay, well,
Nick, give me just a second. Okay, so I need to reset that. So just give me a chance to do that. So I'll let you very briefly, Nick, because I've promised Mo the mic. So Nick, you're going to do that, and then Mo's going to come in. Then Ian has something important to say. And so anyway, I wanted to be able to finish. Justin, I want you to prepare because I want to ask you some questions about labs. You put something up in there that was, I think, important information and might help with your insight, give us a little clarity on what's going on. So very brief, Nick, then Mo, then Ian.
okay, so Tom did hit on this a little bit. I wanna make clear to everybody in the audience, Donald Trump did not fire anyone from the pandemic response group. Okay, did not fire anyone. What he did was he merged them into the National Security Council. That's what happened. That's it. Anybody that did not end up going along with that merger resigned. And there were not many of them. The head of the organization ended up resigning because he was no longer a head of the organization. So that's a very important point that I think needs to be made here, because it's not like, as Tom said, it's not like we had nobody ready to respond to a pandemic like this or monitor any situations that could potentially lead to a pandemic. Mo, go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay, Mo,
I
you're
think
up.
the key point is that oversight was disbanded when it came to Wuhan and some other sites, and I will repeat, say Ukraine. When it came to NSC, they were able to stop MERS from spreading to the United States. No, again, if you want to laugh, you can actually go look at this. Go look at other potential pandemics that could have happened, potential viruses that could have spread, and what the NSC actually did there. They were very effective. They had very good oversight, and they had a lot of control communicating with agencies on stopping things from spreading around the world. That's what happened before the administration changed how they behave.
Ian?
What additional lockdown? And I'm not saying this to be provocative. I highlighted the controversies that Trump ran into when he tried to restrict travel. What other? And I think it's incumbent upon those who criticize Trump on this, frankly, whether it be you or someone who is in a position to know the specifics of it beyond your layman's expertise. What could have been done that wasn't done in terms of restricting travel? Should there have been a more Chinese communist approach to shutting down the economy in our society? And I don't mean that to be provocative. It's because that was the kind of the material, that was the approach that was largely imported. And we just had variations of that. Do you think it should have been more restrictive?
Quick response, Mo.
I'll be very quick. I don't think we can't understand whether it could or couldn't, but we could have potentially had a better chance.
Of course you can understand. We saw what happened in Australia and New Zealand.
Hold on. We could have had a better chance on the premise of how they behaved in previous scenarios similar to Wuhan. So yes, they could have shut it down. I can't tell. Maybe there was one individual that did get on a plane and then it spread. So I can't answer to that. But they had a lot more authority to shut it down at bay.
Okay, Ian's going to talk. Hey guys, hold on, guys. Ian's going to talk. I'm going to kind of let people know I'm taking back control of this. If I'm coming to you, then please back off for a minute, okay? Yep. So I can say something. I'm not going to go over anybody. I'm not going to run over anybody. I'm playing Mario right now. So you usually hear me doing something different, but I am playing Mario. Okay, so go ahead, Ian.
Okay, so I added Joel here, so you should probably add him to the list. But anyway, what I wanted to do was to address Mo's claim that, if I'm getting this right, that Trump was kind of responsible for the outbreak in the United States due to his inability to shut things down. Now, there's a couple of points I'd like to make. First of all, when he made the recommendation to shut down travel from China to the United States, he was attacked by Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi as a racist, right? They claimed that he was a racist for shutting down travel to the United States, that people had the right to travel wherever they wanted, and that, restricting travel in any way, form whatsoever was a racist move. And now the World Health Organization, the organization that is responsible chiefly for making these policies, worldwide global policies to shut down travel, as they have done so in the past, like with the outbreak of SARS in Hong Kong in 2003, they decided that they agreed with Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden, and that shutting down, travel to the United States or to Italy or to anywhere else would be considered racist, and that it was unnecessary to do so because that would not actually restrict the spread of the virus. Now, this is a completely stupid decision that they had made, and it's something that they admitted later on was completely political in nature. They simply put, they did not want to piss off China. They have stated this publicly, by the way, that they did not want to do this because they were concerned about the political ramifications of restricting travel from China. And as a result, the virus spread very quickly to Europe because, as you all know now, Italy was a direct destination for Chinese travelers because they worked there. They worked in Milan in the fashion industry. That's why it was one of the epicenters of the pandemic in Europe. And they also did so, when they traveled to New York City in Chinatown. It was also another center of the pandemic. And this is at a time when Nancy Pelosi was celebrating Chinese New Year. Now, I'm a Chinese person, so I got no problem someone celebrating Chinese New Year, going to Chinatown and basically sticking it in the face of Donald Trump, calling him a racist, and celebrating Chinese New Year in massive crowds. So none of the usual measures that would have said, hey, you guys should just stay at home, no celebrations this year. Let's calm things down until this pandemic blows over. None of that was ever done. Everybody was simply out there, trying to virtue signal how woke they were by celebrating Chinese New Year. Now, this is a community, as a Chinese person myself, this is a community that is routinely neglected by the political left in the United States. Right? Bad things happen to Chinese people every single day, and they're completely ignored. There is systemic racism against Chinese, against Asians in general, in places like Harvard and in Yale and in Stanford, where they are not accepted despite having, really high GPA scores. All of this happens every single time, and the Biden administration has even moved to stop lawsuits against Harvard, right? That would suggest that they are being systemically racist, and so as a result of that, they're completely systemically racist against Asians. But in this one instance, because they could stick it to Trump, so I'm going to say Putin, to stick it to Trump, that they were more than happy to virtue signal their support for the Chinese community, right? This is something that they did, and when Trump tried to, put in restrictions on travel to China or from China, they blocked him from doing so, right? They completely fought back against it, and it wasn't just them. Like I said, it was the World Health Organization that did this. Now, is Trump to blame for what the World Health Organization recommended? Because this was a worldwide thing. Keep in mind, when other countries were restricting travel to China, they were instructed explicitly not to do so by the World Health Organization. When Taiwan discovered, an early instance of the coronavirus, right, in China, the World Health Organization simply rejected that report, ignored them completely, and went with the Chinese recommendation to claim that the COVID-19 coronavirus did not have any human-to-human transmissibility. That tweet is still up. It is still up. I believe it is dated around January or something like that in 2020. So they were stating publicly that there is nothing to fear, nothing to worry about. And this is something that I know personally because I was covering this before it was news. Before it was news, I was tweeting about it. Jack Posobiec was tweeting about it. And we were wondering, why are people not asking questions about this? This seems to be a very alarming trend that seems to be happening. There's videos of people in China who were simply fainting, from what appears to be a very novel disease, one that we've not seen before. And we now know that the reason they were collapsing, we don't see this collapsing thing happen very much anymore. But China is Wuhan in particular, is a very polluted place. The air quality is not very good. So their lung quality was not very good. So they were fainting simply because they were simply lacking oxygen. We now know this, right? This is why when fat people, for instance, obese people get the coronavirus, they're heavily affected. Smokers are heavily affected by all of this. And Chinese people, Chinese men in particular, they smoke a lot. Now, is Trump to blame for all of this, for the spread of this? Going back to your question, right? Going back to your insinuation that Trump was somehow responsible for the inability to contain the virus, I would say that he did everything in his power to try to limit the spread of the coronavirus, and he was prevented from doing so by political actors in the WHO and in the U.S. government. Thank you.
Now, by the way, just so I think we've got a good, nice addition to what's going on here. By the way, Joel Valdez, follow me back so I can DM you. I'll get to you in a moment, but I want to go to Lindsay. Lindsay's in the audience, and she is an EcoHealth Alliance whistleblower, and I want to hear what she has to say. Lindsay, can you give us some perspective? Because we've been going back and forth here, as you probably heard some of, about dates and appropriateness of funding going into potentially into gain of function research at Wuhan, and as I've been kind of asserting, the fact that even though it might have been authorized before 2014 and went back into effect in 2017, there's some problems in that interim period maybe too. But anyway, maybe you can help us sort some of this out. What you got?
So to clarify, I worked with Andrew Huff and helped him with to try to get his story out. In January, February, and March of this year, we worked together around the clock trying to amplify him coming forward as the EcoHealth Alliance whistleblower. He was vice president of EcoHealth Alliance at one point, and he was coming forward with evidence to prove that this was in fact a lab leak, and brought forward documents, a huge amount of documents, and brought them forward to the public, trying to amplify what he knew and what he could prove, because he thought it was finally a safe time to prove to the world where it really came from. But we worked together, and one thing I can definitely add here on timeline is that Moderna and the NIH have been working on an mRNA vaccine, that technology, since at least 2012. And that there are 5 different patents from Moderna, co-owned by NIH, that the genome sequencing matches the patents that Moderna had on their mRNA technology. So there's that aspect. So we can start at 2012 with the first patent that was filed. And this story did break, but we know it was suppressed. One of the stories went viral, but a large account tweeted the article out that the Daily Mail released. But it is interesting how all the press was beating down our doors from around the world. We had Welt, one of the biggest news outlets in Germany, wanting to cover the story. And then we had outlets from Spain and the UK and Australia. And they all wanted to know why the New York Times wasn't covering this and why it wasn't front page news. And so had to go through an experience there trying to educate them on how the New York Times only reports on stories that really amplify the government narrative. And this, I thought this would be bipartisan. It didn't have anything to do with vaccines, I thought, but really the research that they were doing was to create a vaccine. So that's really, I think, where the divide was. And I don't think they wanted to venture away from Fauci's narrative, but everybody kept telling us that in the U.S., and I will give a shout out to Uncover DC and Glenn Beck's show for covering this early on. But yeah, so go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
Yeah, so help us. I think we're all not kind of quite following entirely clearly what you said. So I mean, it's good information. Don't get me wrong. I just want to kind of pin this down. So does the information you have, does it actually help us understand something specifically about the timelines of the funding that was going over to Wuhan through EcoHealth, 1, and 2? Are you actually claiming that you have specific knowledge that this funding was being used for gain of function research in terms of it actually being intended for that, or do you have knowledge of that as it relates to that it might have been sent, but we actually know that we found out that it was used for that? I mean, give me some background.
The research started at UNC Chapel Hill under Ralph Barrick. And then under Obama's presidency, the moratorium went into place where they made gain-of-function research illegal in the United States. So in order to circumvent that, they outsourced this research and partnered with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, along with a long list of funders involved with this, including many academic institutions. It's available now via archives, but the Wuhan Institute of Virology at one point had the list of all the parties involved with the funding for their research institution. But that took place, I believe it all moved over in 2014 to the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
And by the way, so Lindsay, when was that in 2014? By the way, just to help us out here, kind
I know
of
there's
pin down the dates.
there's been disparaging remarks between which month. I could go back and pull. I have files upon files, and I can pull up
Okay, so no, I agree with that. Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you. I get you. When's the date? That's what we need to know.
Right. So I can figure that out. But I also we also put together a timeline of the emails between Christian Anderson and Fauci when all of this was coming to a head. And I think a lot of people are already aware of this, how a lot of the scientists that wrote that the origin paper, they all at first said, well, it has to be a lab leak because of blah, 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 or they had a higher percentage leaning towards a lab leak, mainly because of the furin cleavage site, which is the part of the cell that makes it more contagious. So that I won't get into the technicalities. I don't want to lose everybody because there's so many people in this
do
group.
this for me, Lindsay, if you could, just to help me out. So I'm gonna ask a quick question of Justin on this. Hold on, give me a second, Lindsay. I'm going to ask Justin a quick question on this as it relates to the North Carolina thing.
Wait. Can I ask Lindsay a question real quick? I do want to ask her this. Do we know if gain of function? Okay,
give me a minute. Let me set this up first, Nick, just real quick. So, Lindsay, I want you to gather up your thoughts on that. I'm going to come back to you in just a minute. What we need is give us some idea of the specific dates and the specific effects. But I want to go to Justin real quickly because Justin, can you give us some insight? She's already laid out her case here. How does this relate to what you know was going on in North Carolina?
Well, in North Carolina, that's one of the labs that was operated by a couple of these entities, including, I believe, EcoHealth. I know Dashek was involved in there. That was probably the location where they intended to do their application for DARPA. And again, the information is really very young in that it's been out for about 6 months or so. And so I don't want to speak too confirmedly about it, but basically there is a theory that the actual introduction of the cleavage site and the other genetics that went along with it was either produced genetically there at the lab and then sent to Wuhan, or was actually produced there in North Carolina and then later reproduced at the Wuhan lab. There's a couple email trails. It's all very fuzzy because a lot of this is so opaque. But that's basically the extent of my knowledge. I think, Jim, you had someone send you something that I confirmed from my sources is accurate. Maybe you just want to read parts of those off there.
Hold on, let me try to find that. Ian, you were going to pop in there. What you got?
I was saying, explain in the simplest form possible what exactly it is you were going to refer to, Lindsay.
Well, the furin cleavage site is a part of the cell that makes it makes the case for it not being a result of a natural occurrence. So it's the part that's manipulated in the lab that makes it contagious. And they did this insert so that they could make it contagious so that they could create a virus to test a vaccine. They wanted to create a bioweapon to defend against a potential attack by another country or another entity or potentially a natural occurrence. So they were working on this technology supposedly to work in favor of vaccine technology so they could be prepared. And that's why this is all a DoD contract. All the vaccines are DoD. All of this research and everything falls under this instead of HHS. It's because it's a bioweapon against a potential outbreak, against a potential viral outbreak. So there's so much, that word gets thrown around so much, and people think of bioweapon as like this evil scheme of everything. But when you go to war, you need a gun. They're not going to ask you to use your gun on yourself, even if the vaccines turned out to be terrible and awful, which I think they are, but that's another story. But anyway, so but the thing about what I was going to add about Christian Anderson and why, as one example, he was one of the scientists that was weighing in on whether or not it was a lab leak. And he pointed out the furin cleavage site and how that made it more likely to be a lab leak. And then when he got on the phone with Fauci, along with the others, all the scientists that were on that call, they all changed their tune. You didn't hear another peep from them for a while. Then that paper came out that Peter Daszak was also a part of, until he stepped up and said, "Oh, okay, you're right. I removed myself from this paper," because he was the president of EcoHealth Alliance, who was involved with all this research all these years. So, but Christian Anderson is the one that stands out to me, is because after Christian Anderson agreed that it was not a lab leak and went along with the natural origin thing, his grant money went up 333%, which is astounding. And all of their grants increased, but that is just one example. When I posted this on Twitter back in February or March, Christian Anderson immediately blocked me, and I was like, okay, well, that's not really a good way to engage and at least dispute what findings. But this is all public information. You just have to dig through it, which we did. I worked with Charles Rixey and Andrew Huff, and we were digging through this. But another interesting thing that we stumbled upon was that Homeland Security was also involved in funding this research. Now, you could argue that it was just to defend the country and invest in this research so that they could defend against a potential attack. But then you also kind of see why there's not a huge discussion about this on the news. You also see why there's not a huge discussion about this from a lot of government officials, because there's a lot of people were funding this research that was taking place, even though there was a moratorium, and it was all circumvented by doing this research in Wuhan. So one thing Andrew says is, why would we do this in Wuhan, China? China doesn't need the money. Why would they allow us to work with them? It's because they needed the technology and the knowledge of how to run these labs and do this kind of research.
That's
so
right.
that's what they really gained from us.
Yeah,
But
and these scientists like Christian Anderson, they're directly, it directly impacts their funding, right? And that's the reason why, because they're performing this kind of research, or at least adjacent research, that would be impacted if such a, if the lab leak theory turned out to be true, or if people were simply talking about it. Government officials, people like Jim Jordan, would start asking questions, and as a result of that, they would lose their funding, right? These companies would lose their funding, and all the adjacent research would also get shut down. Yeah.
Fauci controlled the purse strings for billions of dollars. And if you're a scientist, you cannot do your job, you cannot do this research without grants. And he literally controlled all the funding. Now, you could go to somewhere else,
He's a
like
gatekeeper.
the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but he's going to be
No.
BFFs
I mean, he's
with
like a
Fauci.
gatekeeper, but yeah.
Yeah, he's a gatekeeper for it. And once you get blacklisted, you're done, and you can't
And
do
he's
your work.
funneling
That's why
money
it makes
from,
it really hard.
These different organizations, like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, to name one of them, would be putting money in the NIH, and they would, it's millions or potentially billions of dollars that then gets delegated to various companies, right? He's the one who puts all of them in touch with each other. And as a result of this, there is this gigantic, essentially a conglomerate of moneyed interests and different labs that are all working in cohesion with one another to ensure that all of this money just keeps flowing. Because, the instant something like this happens, like a big accident happens. I mean, look, let's say for example, let's say a car manufacturer, one of their, it seems like they're having a lot of traffic accidents. It's causing, the brakes to spin out of control. Well, there's a lot of parties in play here. There's going to be the brake manufacturers. It's going to be the people who produce the electronic components for the cars, the microchips, etc. Everybody's impacted by it. And like we saw with like the Toyotas back in the 2000s when that happened, a lot of that was shut down, right? There was a lot of a pause in the manufacturing of these electronic vehicles, and as a result of it, a lot of people lost a lot of money, right? And so we see this all over the time, like with Boeing, with the airplanes and things like that. And there's no difference when with an organization like this, when a big accident happens, it throws a spanner into the works. And so it's in the interest of all these organizations that are connected to one another, who are all making money from this, for them to not want this to be a public issue, because then there will be a congressional inquiry, and there will be shutdowns of all of this funding and research, at least for a period of time, enough to destroy their industries.
And guys, we shouldn't just presume the lab leak theory applies to Wuhan as the origin. I mean, epidemiologically, maybe the Wuhan virus was first discovered in Wuhan. But I mean, when you see the type of research that the United States was conducting and was partnering with Wuhan in conducting, you got to wonder if the Wuhan virus is as American as apple pie in some respects. I mean, we
Well, it
had these
is.
we
Right.
had these documents. Sorry, what?
Sorry. It is American. They started it here, and then they continued it there to avoid the moratorium. So it
Well,
was
I mean,
the
there's a
virus
lot
all
of
started.
assumptions there. Starting it here and then starting it there presumes it's a lab leak and it's the result of gain of function research. So there's a lot of ifs there. I'm not disputing, your theory of the case and that it's not a fair analysis. It's not an unfair guess, but we should just recognize at this point it's still a guess because of the Chinese obstruction and cover up by our government agencies of investigation. But I want to give you an example here because we had asked for documents from the Galveston National Laboratory, which has kind of been under the radar here. There was a key official there who was communicating with China about these concerns. The records, we had asked for the documents of James Leduc, Leduc, who is former director of Galveston's National Laboratory, and I think he's now with he's now helping the Chinese in other ways. There was an email dated April 16th with the subject line Rubio from the former commander of the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, David Franz, who informs Leduc, I heard from someone in government this evening that Senator Rubio is starting to push for an investigation regarding Wuhan lab. Just found it out, blah, blah, blah. Leduc then forwards the email to Dr. Shi Zhengli, Zhengli, a top Chinese virologist known for her work with the coronavirus at the Wuhan Institute. He wanted a phone conversation with her soon about the email. She rejected the request and said, due to the complicated situation, I don't think it's right time to communicate by the call. I can tell you is that this virus is not a leaky from our lab or any other labs. It's a shame to make the scientific question so complicated. He responds, I understand completely, and I certainly do not wish to compromise you personally on your research or your research activities. Given our long history of collaboration between the GNL-9 Galveston National Laboratory and the Wuhan Institute of Virology, I've been approached repeatedly for details on our work. Attached is a draft summary that I will be providing to the leadership of our University of Texas system and likely to congressional committees that are being formed now. And of course, we didn't get that draft attachment. So they were working, and we have other documents showing they wanted to work hand in glove, and there's detail of that collaboration, which I think would be very much illuminating, and I think it should be disturbing, this level of detail, and the fact that we had U.S. researchers providing cover and helping. And when you look at this material, I'll link the full release below so others can review these documents. They'll knock your socks off. And what frustrates me, and I know it's not surprising, but it's still frustrating. This is the biggest story of the century in some respects. And this material is freely available, whether it be on Judicial Watch's site or other places where other materials available, whether it be on the vaccines and such. And the media just doesn't care.
Yeah, so Tom,
China
I'm just
and the U.S. government may have been involved in research that created COVID, and there's zero interest from the media.
Yeah, so Tom, I want to get your perspective on this, and then I want Brian or Tira maybe or Catherine to think or Mo even if they want to chime in after. But so put this together for me. How does this link back in? Do you think to what we just were reading through on these emails that have just come out today?
Not only our government was nervous, but others were nervous. So this is now in April of 2020. Rubio and others, I'm sure it's confirmed in press stories at the time, We're asking questions about this virus leak to the outrage of the media establishment and the gangsters running NIH and NIAID. But the concerns were at the funding level, and when you have this top official in Galveston or who had been at Galveston sending this information along to someone who was the key witness. If my memory serves me correctly, this was the Bat Lady, right? This is the Bat Lady. And he's saying, let me know what I can do to help you. So who was advocating for us? Who was playing skeptic? Who was playing scientist for the United States interest here, or the interest of those being hurt by COVID? I mean, we're naive in thinking that our scientific community involved in this area of research saw these Chinese scientists and the work they were doing over there as anything other than purely scientific. And there was little or no concern or evidentiary concern about the national security and other dangerous implications of what were obviously bioweapons labs.
Brian, Tira, or Mo, I mean, when I am listening to this, and I understand the skepticism that might come in because we don't have all the facts put together precisely related to a lab leak theory and stuff like that. But the reality is this kind of information is pretty compelling, if not absolutely conclusive, is quite compelling about the fact that, that something is going on here. It's like, the whole, if there's smoke, there's fire. Well, I got to tell you, from my perspective, I see a lot of smoke. What's the reason for the pushback on this, Catherine?
Well, actually, no, I wanted to follow up with Tom and what he said. I'm just curious to hear his view on whether, clearly there have been some, in terms of the investigation side of it, there has been, purposeful or, a combination of purposeful or negligence or whatever you want to call it, everything. There's been very problematic, I'll use that word to describe it. But in terms of, do you think that on the U.S. side, let's say in China, I'm sure they know exactly what happened. But do you think there are people in the U.S. Who absolutely know, or like a large number of people in the U.S. or a large enough number of people in the U.S. who know what happened, who were involved in this?
When I look
now everyone, and our friend Brian will highlight, everyone now has plausible deniability, right? It's been years. The Chinese initially refused this full access, and obviously are never going to do it now. And so now there's, they say, well, yeah, maybe it came out this way. Maybe gain of function was involved. Maybe this, maybe that, but we will never know, will we? And isn't that a shame? And these are the same people who obstructed justice, obstructed investigations. And I don't mean that in the legal sense of the word, but others may. And I think it's a fair case. And so they get the benefit of their obstruction. Meaning,
so Tom,
we'll never
just
know.
real quick here.
At least under the current scientific, at least given the current scientific understanding, I don't know if we'll ever know. Maybe others will disabuse me of that, and we are quite capable of figuring it out.
Right. Now, Mo, real quick, and then we'll go back to Justin.
So your gripe, Tom, is basically on gain of function, right? It is on the premise that this shouldn't happen. In your humble opinion, why do you think government at a security level would engage in something like gain of function? What is your understanding of gain of function?
Well, the non-military application of gain of function is, as Fauci has tried to describe it, which is you kind of want to see and be able to game out what other viruses that are otherwise non-harmful to human beings or other populations we're concerned about, certain animal populations in terms of, agricultural sector. And by gaming it out, you say, well, if this virus makes the jump how would it look if it made the jump, and what could we do to curtail it if that happened, right?
So at a security level, if you were
At a security
if
level,
you
gain of function
just to hear the question, at a security level, if you understood or felt that other countries are participating in gain of function, would you just sit back and watch them do it, or how do you respond?
Well, one thing is I wouldn't fund it. But we should also recognize, I think, the rather obvious implications in terms of bioweapons research for gain of function. And we're all whistling past the graveyard. I would hope that the reason that we were and I suspect this is what we're going to see. It's based on speculation and kind of a feel for the way the documents have been. Having reviewed many, many more documents than I'm able to talk about, not because I can't talk about them, it's just for lack of time, that our intelligence community was very much interested in what the Chinese military was up to in terms of bioweapons development. And I could easily imagine some brilliant mind in one of the agencies thinking, you know what, they're going to be doing this gain of function, so let's have a hand in it. By funding it, and that way we can control and see what they're doing. And to me, that's a mighty dangerous game. And if that game resulted in COVID, I think I don't know if all hell will break loose or there'll be accountability for it. But oh boy.
It seems to me like
So
the
Tom,
only country that is funding gain of function and performing gain of function research is the United States of America. So if any other country, whether it's China, Russia, or Japan or Korea, any other country that does it, I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
We were. I'm not even sure if we aren't still a full partner with China on their biolabs, and it wasn't just Wuhan. There were a dozen plus biolabs Judicial Watch uncovered that we were funding in full partnership. And then, of course, we're running effectively and maintaining the biolabs in Ukraine for what ultimate end many will question. Then we have operations here in the United States as well,
real quick,
including up in Harvard, I think.
I just want to add to what Tom just said, and just to put a pin on it, this is one of the contentions of the Russian government that America is funding gain of function research. I mean, we know this for a fact. They have admitted it.
No,
Ian,
Can
no,
you
we
say
don't.
no? We don't. When Victoria Nuland literally admitted to
She
it
did
in
not
Congress.
say
she didn't
that. She
admit
said
that it was gain of
biolabs.
function
She didn't
research.
say bioweapon labs.
She literally did, guys.
Ian,
You can call
and I
it whatever
think
you
Tom
want. It
knows
is a
this.
biolab. It is a biolab, and whether it
But
is a
it's not for
bioweapons
weapons.
lab is
It's not
simply
for
It's not
weapons,
a
Ian.
weapon
semantic
lab.
distinction. It is a semantic distinction that
It
does
is not
not
a
Much
matter.
more
semantic
than that.
distinction to call it a
Researching
weapons lab.
anthrax in Ukraine. You're literally researching anthrax in Ukraine. What do you call that? What do you call that? When
Ian,
you imagine if Russia were having labs in Mexico that was researching anthrax in Mexico, Russian labs in Mexico researching anthrax. I don't think you guys would like that very much, would you?
Ian, in about 2004, I think it was, this originally was started after the fall of the Soviet Union. In about 2004, the Nunn-Lugar program was set up. It's literally everywhere. Look on State Department websites, etc. You'll find it. It was set up because they were worried about the fact that there were all these pathogens that Russia and Russian labs had.
Ah, yes, the pathogens. And so
This has not been a secret to Russia, Ian. Russia has raised these issues. Stop, Ian. Can I speak,
pathogens?
Can I
dangerous
speak?
Pathogens.
So what
right
happened?
Next to Russia.
So what happened was.
Okay, let Tira talk.
Thank you, Jim. So what happened was, and it's literally a law, so you can read all about it if you want to.
No, I've read it. That is what I'm referring to.
So basically, they said that we're going to partner with some of the ex-satellite nations to try and make sure that whatever labs you have are kept safely. Things are kept safely. They don't do bioweapons research. There's no evidence of that. And
what
Russia,
do they do
in fact,
what did they do there?
Okay, so what they're trying to do is set up
that's
containment.
That's simply not true.
I don't
simply
agree.
not true.
Okay, listen, can I finish, please, Tom?
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
so you
it.
can lie, and Tom will respond to you afterwards. And so will I.
Great. Ian,
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you for
Okay,
interrupting to
Tara,
tell me you were going
you
to
go ahead and finish
respond.
that thought, and then we'll move along. Go ahead, Tara.
Okay, so here's the thing. So they were set up basically to set up proper procedure, safety, containment. Yes, there are some dangerous pathogens in those things like anthrax, etc., that they are studying. There's no evidence of gain of function. And what we also know is that Russia raised this as a pretext. Russia for years has been raising things about these labs. It's not the first time in 2022. In fact, they raised it after the invasion, which was sort of interesting. This is not the
They found
first time they've
evidence of
raised
it.
it. They've raised it in 2018. They've raised it a lot because they
Yes, and
know
they found
about the
evidence of it. We
existence.
have evidence
No,
of it
they
from
know
Ukrainian
about the
researchers.
existence of the
Ukrainian
labs.
researchers
No.
have come out and
Ian,
said so.
I'm going to finish, I promise you, in
Tara,
30 more seconds, okay?
Tara,
So you can sit there
come
and
on.
say that this is what,
Come on,
no, you
Tara.
come on.
Tara,
You can sit there and say, look,
Ukrainian
I heard you,
researchers have come out. We have documents that were published.
you know,
Documents that were published in
they are not
Ukrainian.
doing
They've come out and said
bioweapons
they have
research.
performed bioweapons
Victoria
research.
Nuland did
Yeah,
not
okay.
Bioweapons
confirm
research.
that.
They're
Fine.
performing bioweapons research with
Give Tara,
anthrax.
Ian.
Can I just say that I can't understand either of you when you're both speaking at the same time? So maybe
Yeah.
one at a time.
Yeah, so Ian, I'm going to let you finish, but just let Tara get her point out, and Tara, do get your point out. By
Yeah,
the way,
no, Victoria Nuland did not say bioweapons. She said
He said
biolabs,
biolabs.
she said biolabs, not
Ian,
bioweapon labs. So thank you very much. I'm going to stop now, but it would be nice if you would let people speak uninterrupted.
An
Thank you.
okay,
uninteresting
guys.
distinction. May I
Can I
respond now?
add something here?
Hey, hold on. Okay,
Yeah, let Tom
yeah.
go. Actually, let
Tara,
Tom go first. Jim, let
yeah,
Tom go first.
I'm gonna let Tom go first. I'm gonna go to Ian. I got to get to Justin, guys. So I need it to be short. Tara, I'll definitely. I'm keep trying to keep
First
an eye on
of all,
you.
I want to
I know you
correct.
and I knew it. Hold on, Tom. I know you
Okay,
and I
sorry.
disagree, but you do need to know I am playing Mario here, so I'm going to give you a chance to, Tara, when you need. Okay, Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, forgive me. It wasn't Harvard doing the gain of function research. It was Boston University on COVID, no less. But that's another matter.
Okay.
So we had material come out in November. I should say we obtained the records in response to a request. I don't even think we had to sue for these records, showing the support for this pathogen activity in Ukraine. And, the distinction, as I've highlighted with anthrax especially, between a biolab and a bioweapon is a distinction without a difference. And I think folks can look at the documents and draw their own conclusions as if there's possible gain of function research going on over here. I don't think the documents are conclusive one way or another, but when we see the funding, you'll see it's quite comprehensive. And, just because the Russians are complaining about it doesn't mean they're wrong. I think Americans should be concerned that 20 plus years after it began, this program is still maintaining with tax dollars the protection and the study of these dangerous pathogens in Ukraine. Why aren't we shutting it down? There's no reason, in my view, if our concern is about the control of these pathogens, then tax dollars, to the degree they're being expended in their maintenance and control, should be the removal from the Ukraine territory and the disposal of them.
Okay, real quick.
And I tell you, and the fact that it's still going on in a foreign territory, raises questions about why we're doing it beyond the question of we're just trying to keep it safe, as opposed to. And, I wouldn't blame the U.S. if we were investigating bioweapons in other countries and figuring out what to do and making sure that we know how to respond in kind. But let's not pretend that this is all on the up and up and that what we're doing in Ukraine is dangerous.
Okay.
I'm not talking about in terms of the conflict. I'm talking about this bioweapons material that we are supporting in direct ways. And as I said, in China, and it looks like here in Ukraine, you have to wonder if there would be biolabs, but for U.S. support.
So with that, I want to move over and get Justin's thoughts on this. And by the way, just a quick background too. Like when I was working in Congress in between 2011 and 14, there was a major new lab being built in the district where I was in Tim Huelscamp's district in Kansas, the National Bioagro Research Facility. The reality is that the potential for me, as I've seen, the potential for this kind of research has always been there. Like, this is a real serious issue that it's hard to control. I mean, there are interests within the government that are willing to, particularly as it relates to military interests, but not just military interests, that are willing to do what they can to see how they can progress this research forward. That was the tension prior to 2014, and it became a really big issue. But Justin, go ahead and pick up from here and give us a little insight here. I know you got a couple of things. Go ahead.
Well, I just say, Tyrion, just be careful how you use that phrase. It's not being built for weapons. I think that's actually trademarked by some Iranian nuclear scientists I know, but I digress. The thing I wanted to talk about was, you look at that February 4th email that we reviewed earlier, right? And that's the crazy thing in this whole thing. There should have been a trigger moment at that point which said, hey, the guys who stand to be most embarrassed by this should not be the folks investigating this, right? And lastly, look, if you look over the entire panoply of Fauci's great plan, his shutdowns, the stay-at-home orders, the closing the schools, the vaccine stuff, everything has fallen to waste. Everything. If I told everyone with this money to put money against this being a lab leak, you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it. You know the narrative that Fauci has supported is this was a natural origin. There's nothing to it. I don't know anyone who would put money down on that.
So, by the way, guys, I just want to let you know too, and we got so many people in here, and just glad that you're involved in this discussion. Just want to let you know that we have linked up above an exclusive newsletter, or a newsletter has exclusive information about what we talk about in each of these spaces. Sometimes not everyone can join during the whole time. These things go for quite a while, and those of us helping run it, and many of you stay for a long time, but some of you can't, and you want to figure out what went on. You come in the middle, and there's a new part of the discussion that doesn't connect to something earlier. All that is kind of summarized at the back end of every one of these in our newsletter. So just look up at the link above. You can check into that. By the way,
and just if I could add, I linked below 3 Judicial Watch releases that talk about the issues here in the United States. I highlighted the Houston story with the Galveston lab researcher working with the Chinese and the Wuhan Institute, warning them about this investigation. And then thirdly, the Ukraine lab information the explosive information that we just uncovered. And I would encourage folks to read the material directly and really comprehensively, because, despite what some may think, I actually downplay this. And the material is really much more explosive, and some of the details, ought to result in entire agencies being reformed and decimated and removed and restructured, to put it mildly.
Yeah, and going back into Jim Path mode for a moment and not Mario, I totally agree. They ought to get eliminated too. Okay, back into Mario mode. Grant Cardone, dude, this is like, wow. What are you thinking? Are you there?
Well, first of all, I can't change my I saw your note about my image, my profile. I can't change it because I'm under a review for some reason right now.
Oh, wow.
But number 2, look, I would just like to know how many of you here as taxpayers in the United States want any of your money going to bio research. And if they're doing bio research, you have to know they're looking at bioweapons. Where the military is involved, they're going to look for weapons like a barber wants to give you a haircut. Like, it's just naturally that they're going to say, hey, what else could we do with this thing? And Tira, the fact that you're in here suggesting otherwise, it's like, man, sometimes I start worrying about you. Like, are you a government implant in these rooms?
No,
I am not. Just that
are you
naive?
asking a question? Are
Well,
you
then you're
actually
that
asking a
naive.
question?
It worries me even more that you're so naive,
that you
I'm
never
sorry that I'm
consider
in
the
your head.
I mean,
nefarious.
we don't have to get
Excuse me.
personal here. I mean, why don't we
No,
just
no,
It's a good
Hold
question.
on.
I do. Thank
It's
you, but
actually a good
I like.
question. What Grant is saying, it's a good question. It's like, what do you get out of this? Why are you,
Thank you.
defending this naive claim that they're not performing bioweapons research in Ukraine, for example? Why else would you have laboratories that are researching anthrax, which, by
Exactly.
the way, we have documents of that Russia has released documents of. This was, and testimony from Ukrainian scientists who were working at these laboratories who confirmed what they were doing. They were researching anthrax and weaponizing it. So you can't just sit here and tell me that this is not happening. We have evidence of it.
And Tira, I mean, just passing it to you for a second here to kind of elucidate that question. I mean, there's a sense at which, I think a lot of people are invested in that are on a certain side of things, and I'm not trying to beat them up directly for it, but just
Some of us just want the
frame
truth, Jim.
just to frame this. I got to be Mario for a minute, Grant. Sorry, but just to frame this, there are a lot of people invested on a certain side of this debate. On every side, you get emotionally connected to where the conclusions you've come to. What we hope is that people make a rational decision on it. But seriously, you get invested on it, and yet to not be able to come to a place of recognizing that there are government interests that really don't want anyone to know what they're doing because they've got some motive. I mean, how do you process that? Because I think a lot of us, when we're on the other side of that from you, Tara, that's what we're wondering why. I think that's where this, why are you being so naive thing is coming in. I
So,
mean, what are your
it's
thoughts?
fascinating to me because what I hear on this stage are two completely different mindsets, but they both really relate to people sticking to their views potentially, right? So I heard you say, well,
Does
there
that
might not
include
be.
you? Does that include
Yes,
you
of
or
course.
just
Yes, it
everybody
does,
else?
Grant. But
Okay.
no, of course it includes me as well. I would never have said that, right? So it's fascinating, Jim, because you and Tom have said, well, we don't have conclusive proof. We don't have any, it's not there. We understand it might not, but I believe, right? And that's where you're coming from. I heard, was it Texas Lindsay, basically say that, Scripps Research Lab, Christian Anderson, I think was his name, he lied because he works for Scripps Research Lab and they got a lot of money from the NIH. First of all, I do think we want the NIH to be funding, some research. I mean, I would think there's a problem if we don't. But secondly, everybody has a potential conflict of interest. I mean, the person she's representing, Andrew Huff, wrote a book, The Truth About Wuhan. It came out in December. Does he not want publicity? We can play these games and we can assume that everybody has some sort of reason for doing or saying what they do, but that doesn't get you any closer to anything. So what do I prefer? I'm happy to have my mind changed. I actually am, but I need actual facts.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
would
she
be.
she needs
Wait,
proof.
that
She
reminds
needs.
that I have to say, let me add some levity here. I think it's probably a New Yorker cartoon. They're all sitting in a meeting, and the guy running the meeting says, "Okay, everyone, take out a copy of your secret agenda."
Well, Tom, I actually think you raised a really good point about do we want to fund? Is Nunlugger a good idea? Should we want to get rid of it? These are good points, right? And there are points we can discuss and come to. I don't know. I think all of us might agree, to be honest. So I don't disagree
I'd
with
like to
any of
see us
that.
fund our streets and our
Ian, I
highways and our
understand, but
schools and our hospitals. Excuse
great.
me,
Okay,
excuse me
I do
for that.
too.
No,
But
that's
that's
great. That's what
not.
you say. Yeah, that's great. Yeah,
No,
that's
what I'm
great. Let's get good. Let's
Grant.
get America back on track. Yeah, that's
Grant,
great.
Well,
that
hold
is.
on a second, Grant. I mean, my concern is that we're funding in Ukraine. There are a few things here. We weren't even allowed to talk about the funding of the Ukrainian labs and our activities there because it was bound up in this crazed anti-Russian approach that the political media complex took at the time. And now we have more information showing we are engaged in this dubious funding mechanism, this dubious funding. And frankly, if I thought it was for a national security purpose, and maybe they needed to keep it secret that it's national security and we're pretending it's for other reasons, I could buy into that. But let's recognize that's going on here. And one of the other issues I have is when you look at the accidents happening in our biolabs here in the United States, some of which are the result of just dangerous, negligence. Others, you got human beings running experiments and things happen, right? And if that's happening here in the United States, can you imagine
what's happening in less rigorous systems abroad with the same U.S. funding. So I'm concerned about the danger of this entire program, and I think there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, and the jails are full of people put there on circumstantial evidence, that this type of funding resulted in the pandemic.
So if you could, let me see here. Oh yeah, Brian, I wanted to pass to you because you had your hand up. So Brian, put this in the rubric, though, and I know you've got a response possibly similar to what Tira has to say, and I see you, Dr. Lee. Give me a moment. I'm going to get to you, but Brian, Tira's talked about this, and in the rubric of all the political stuff that was going on as well against Donald Trump, and I mean, this is really a crazy mess. So what's your thoughts on that? I knew you had something to say there. Sorry, I just want to throw that in.
And then no problem. So I don't think it's Tira's being naive. I think she's looking at all angles. I think that both sides could step back a little bit, examine the situation a little bit better. I would support an investigation into all of this. I think that transparency is important in all of this. But like I said, like I feel that a lot of narratives being written right now based on theories, and that's fine. I think theories are important to have, but some of it's not fact-based, and I feel we need the facts before we can connect the dots like some people in this room have been doing over the course of the last several hours. That's just my thoughts.
I don't know what dots need to be connected at this point.
You guys
everything
don't
I'm
want to wait
saying.
for the facts. You're already fucked by the
guys.
time you get the
Let
facts.
Nick get in there. Hold on, Grant, just a moment. Let Nick get in there real quick, and then
Well, I
Grant.
just want to make a quick point. I don't know how many more dots we need here. I mean, every day we see more and more and more, and then you want to say like don't connect these dots or whatever. But how about before? We were jumping to conclusions
We're
based
idiots,
on
right? Like we're just complete idiots. We're not allowed to connect the dots. I mean, we need a
you're
whole
allowed
picture
to.
painted for us, and
I'm
when you have the whole
fine.
picture painted for us, they're like, "Oh, you're looking at it wrong. You're looking at the picture wrong. That's not what you're seeing. You're seeing something else. It's not 4 lights. It's actually 5, guys. Like, give it the program. Oh,
Brian,
such a joke.
Yeah,
What a
no.
joke.
I'm fine with
Keep moving the
everybody trying to
goalposts.
connect it. I'm fine with everybody trying to connect the dots. I just think it's important to realize the difference between a theory and facts that are backed up by evidence. And it might be the case that a theory will turn out to be true. Oftentimes they do turn out to be true. But I think before we prosecute people in public, I think it's important that we get all the information and line it up.
But they have the information. They have the
and we want it.
information. Why won't they give us the information? They
So
haven't given it to us.
Brian,
in principle, what Brian is saying is obviously always true. You want, to presumably have these types of discussions based on facts. If this Spaces didn't provide facts for at least the analysis I've been bringing to the table, then I don't know what Brian's been listening to. I mean, this is about as fact-based as you can get. Now, you can draw different conclusions from the facts that we've raised, but I don't think it's unfair conclusions to draw that Fauci lied about gain of function, that there was fraud involved in government funding of gain of function, that there was significant government concern that gain of function may have resulted in the emergence of this virus out of China, that this type of research continues to be funded over the objections of the American people and arguably in violation of the law, that the government knowingly worked with big tech companies to censor folks who had these questions, that the government is right now hiding and slow rolling the release of information in absolute violation of the law to give us more information about this. This is all, certainly in my experience, as 30 years here in Washington, D.C., I admit to with some hesitation, would be more than enough to have massive criminal investigations and massive congressional investigations. Instead, it's all about Trump shut down this one particular working group.
Yeah.
And this is the weak tea that's on the other side, in my view. And this is dramatic evidence requiring a major shakedown of what went on.
Okay, so I want to welcome you, Dr. Lee Ming. Oh, she dropped? Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
there seems to be some issues. People are dropping. Like
Yeah,
Tara was
I've
just
had a
dropped,
couple
and she
people
just came
do
It,
it.
back.
Yeah.
it must be vaccine injury. Sorry, I'm joking.
I think it
No,
is.
but let's try to get Lee back on.
I
Dr.
think
Lee
it.
is an amazing voice. She is a
Yeah.
Chinese dissident. She's from Hong Kong, and she was one of the earliest whistleblowers, right? One of the first whistleblowers of the COVID-19 research in China, right? She was the one who blew the whistle. She discovered that this thing was something that they were working on. And she blew the whistle on it, and her superiors told her not to talk about it. They tried to silence her, and she fled to the United States
And we
because she wanted to get the
definitely need
truth
her.
out.
We definitely need her voice in here because I think
We
she's
do,
got a
we
lot
do,
to
we do.
say. And
You can
Tira,
reinvite her. That'd be
I
great.
think the conspiracy theory, Tira, is that while I'm getting all these DMs about me trying to be nice to you, and they're all beating up on me, and then everything's dropping. I think that's what it is.
That
And
must be it. Well, you better.
yeah,
If I could,
Tira and I will message every once in a while privately, because I do respect her. I disagree with her a lot, but I do respect her. Dr. Lee Ming, thank you. We got you back up. Where we're at right here, Dr. Lee, is that we're trying to process. Did you get it? By the way, first of all, before I bring you in, did you, yes or no, did you get a chance to take a look at these recent Fauci emails? Did you have a chance to look at that?
Thank you. I haven't read through all his email. He has so many emails, but I have read some of his email which leaked before. So I may not catch up all the things you've talked about, but I'm happy to share my knowledge
Yeah,
with
that's
you. Yeah.
good. No, I want to ask you a couple questions. I know other people are anxious too, and for those who are in and around listening to us, Dr. Lee is actually kind of in exile from China because she
she's literally
really
in exile,
has,
not even kind
yeah,
of,
literally.
literally in exile. I would
It,
like to ask Dr. Lee, to give us some little background on how you discovered the COVID-19 research was happening and what exactly happened for those who in the audience who may not be familiar with your work.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So let me try to be very brief about this background because I'm the virologist and also I'm the medical doctor. So when I worked in the University of Hong Kong and at the end of 2019, the last day, I was appointed to by my boss to do the investigation in a secret way about the new coronavirus happened in Wuhan through my own network. And my own network, because I got my PhD and MD from mainland China, so it involved both laboratories and hospitals all over China, and also my alumni involving the civilian doctors, researchers, and also the military people. So also, what else is because I worked on the emerging infectious disease, infectious virus in the University of Hong Kong, and that is a WHO reference lab. So I have my understanding about WHO expert teams. Actually, I have met many of them, and I can tell you the top coronavirus experts are in my lab because that is a lab which involved into 2003 SARS-1 outbreak in China directly. And also, during my investigation, I also get to know a lot of first-hand information from the CDC in China and the hospital in Wuhan. Later, I also conducted the coronavirus experiment by myself in the BSL-3 laboratory in my lab, and I published the Nature paper later on. So that also can, my experience also can tell you that why I believe this is not a simple spillover accident happened in the lab. And finally, actually, this is weaponized, not only gain of function with one simple function, this is weaponized with multifunction from the laboratory. So that is a very brief introduction.
yeah. So a quick first question for you, because to put some perspective on what we've been talking about. So just let me lay this up for you just very quickly. And I know it's repetitive for everyone, but I want to help Dr. Lee here. So what we have learned from these emails is that as far back as February of 2020, just as things are starting to blow up here in the United States with COVID, hadn't quite come in, but we saw that it seemed to be coming. It started to come in on the West Coast by that time. So Dr. Fauci and Dr. Francis Collins in the NIH, they were working with people to try to say, hey, here's the deal. Stop talking about this. Eventually, they were like, stop talking about the Wuhan lab leak theory. We need to press it down because it's not there. We don't quite see that it's happening. But kind of help us get a timeline here, because prior to that is maybe when some of the evidences of what's taking place, and maybe you were closer to it at the time, seemed to indicate that something was happening. Give us some perspective so we can try to figure out why it might be that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins are trying to shut all this down in February of that year.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I know what you talked about. Yes, from the early February 2020, even before coronavirus came to the United States, Fauci and also Collins and other people like Peter Daszak, they are coordinated to try to cover it up. I mean, try to help China to convince people believe the nature origin theory. And why it happened? Because as I said, China tried to use the nature origin to convince the whole world that this is not from the labs. And that is very important, because once you believe that, you will definitely ignore the role of China, of CCP's military in this pandemic. And of course, there will be no trouble for CCP to do more things to undermine your society, to reach their purpose. And why it happened at that time? Because initially, China government was covering it up. If you remember, in the middle of January, 15th January, Liu He, the vice president, the minister in China, vice minister, I think. I mean, he came to U.S. and talked with President Trump about how to buy the soybean from America. At that time, his team told President Trump that there is no human-to-human transmission. This is nothing America need to worry about. And also, WHO helped them to tell the world no human-to-human transmission. People should not focus on the so-called new virus in Wuhan. But no, that was the beginning of their lies to the world, because I already got involved into investigation from end of December, and my information get feedback to the WHO experts in my lab and then reach to WHO immediately. And the thing is, when they realized China is covering up, they decided to work with China for their own benefits. And also, in the middle of January at that time, China claimed there are only around 40 patients, and also they try to make it worse. And because that was the time for Chinese New Year, and Wuhan is the biggest transportation hub in China. 10 million people live there, and people all across China need to go through Wuhan to go back home. I can tell you, according to Xi Jinping regime's plan, they are going to hide it until after the Chinese New Year, which means February. At that time, they have enough time to prepare all the things to show you the nature origin theory with more data, with more information. However, I haven't.
Go ahead, finish up. Sorry.
However, I interrupted it because I delivered the message through the media in Chinese to on YouTube, which told Xi Jinping office and his team that we already know what happened. And this is from the military labs, and you have to control it. And also I told them the backbone virus, basically this is a top secret. So they have to be to show the nature origin theory to the world before things get worse for them. And that's why from 20th January, Shi Zhenli, the bad woman in Wuhan lab, start to throw out the so-called RATJ13 virus to distract the world to look into the West China, thought about some bad virus come from Yunnan province. And that is another beginning of their nature origin theory. And also...
The red herring. Right, so red herring, it's what they use to distract everybody, right? And sorry, continue. Yeah.
Yeah, they basically because they don't want you to focus on the East China PLA scientists, the military scientists. They found the ZC45. That is a real existing bad coronavirus used for the COVID-19 virus. So now when Xi Jinping already submit the paper on 20th January, after that, based on this, because China know Nature Medicine will publish this one, they have coordinated it, and Xi Jinping is a famous virologist because she got famous because she discovered the bad coronavirus for SARS-1 in 2013. So the world will believe her discovery again. So that is a pattern for CCP's fabrication and lies. So after that, Xi Jinping has already shown RATG13 provides a fundamental evidence, and then CCP start to coordinate the foreign compromised scientists like Peter Daszak and also Fauci and of course Collins involved. These are the very important people in the whole propaganda, whole scandal, because they are the ones so famous, have good reputation and powerful in the world in academic field. They involved and they will convince the world to believe CCP is innocent and virus come from nature. If you read Peter Daszak's email, you will realize in one email, Peter Daszak pointed out that they got the draft for Lancet letter at the end of in the last week of January. In the last week of January, who was preparing this draft? Clearly, it's not only Fauci or others, because we have seen, as a Chinese, I can tell you, it's very typical CCP style in that Lancet letter. And also, remember, when people always think about, well, maybe this is because of the Indian paper published on bioarchive on 28th January 2020, talk about artificial virus, and then it is withdrawn. It's not at that time because they need it take time for them to prepare the draft. When the Indian research the group published that article, it's already kind of late. CCP has listened to our broadcast and they start to prepare even before the Indian group published the article. And also, at the beginning of February, Fauci made a lot of phone calls. Christine Anderson is one of the leading scientists they found to sign this article, sign the Lancet letter, and later write the proximal origin of COVID on Nature Medicine. And actually, Christine Anderson also was doubtful for the origin of this virus when the sequence of SARS-CoV-2 was published in the middle of January. He discussed with others, but clearly Fauci influenced him and they changed their opinions immediately to fit CCP and Fauci's propaganda. So that's why at the first week of February, it's the time they try to find out the leading virologists all over the world to sign the Lancet letter. And finally, they found 27. I can tell you one detail. One of my ex-boss in the University of Hong Kong, the WHO leading virologist, Malik Paris, he is very important in the whole development of this virus, and he didn't sign it because he is cunning. I know him very well. He knows this virus is already, the origin of virus is already, create a lot of suspicion at that time, although he didn't know it was because of me and our colleagues. So he refused to sign it. And my another supervisor, Liu Lianmen Peng in the University of Hong Kong, he signed that one. So that shows some scientists, if they know a lot of this project, they would try to keep themselves aside, not jump into the center of the whole propaganda. But most of scientists, when they're involved into these things, they will only think about the benefits, like the Peter Daszak and Christian Anderson, Warby, and also so many others. So they all come together to sign the things, and they don't care about the fact. They work with Fauci and Collins, and later they create more and more this kind of lies and twist data to convince the world that is come from nature.
So Dr. Lee, let me just ask you real quick, if you don't mind. So when was the CCP forced to actually be transparent about the COVID numbers that were present in the country? Because I know on at least by February 6th of 2020, because that's when a study had come out confirming that. At what point, what was the catalyst? What made them actually release those numbers?
Release what kind of number? China never gave you the real number, but if you talk about the Wuhan, the patient's number, the first time they initially, they enhanced that, they emphasize that only 20, 30, 40s, and the day of the day I reviewed their secrets from modern media on 19th January, they still insist on 62 patients only in Wuhan, no anywhere else. But after we reviewed that, within 4 hours, because CCP, they realized that someone inside revealed the real thing, so they try to cover it up, and then they have to initially, within 4 hours at midnight of China, they changed the patient number to 198. And then the next morning, they again admitted that their patient happened in Shanghai and Zhuhai, which is they claim is the first time they found the patient out of Wuhan. And later on, they never give you the real information because China has used the various ways to reduce the number. They don't give the diagnosis. They postpone the treatment and diagnose, and they use so many ways to control the number because in China they have, for example, if you your family member dead and have to go there to get a license, and the government can forbidden the hospital or the department to issue you the real death reason. At that time, I can tell you I have a lot of information from hospitals. For example, they will keep the patient in the ventilation system until the day they realize, okay, there is no virus, negative testing from the lung, but of course the patients cannot survive without the ventilation system and already dying. And they will tell their families that, okay, if you still want to keep the patient here, it will take a lot of money, but now we think it's the time to send him, to the other world. And they will now diagnose it as death of maybe other reason like heart, like maybe the heart problem or brain problem, but they won't tell you it's COVID. So we never know the real COVID number in China.
Yeah, so I can also speak to this. When this was happening in mid-January, Human Events, we actually had a contributor who has family in China, and she was part of a lot of WhatsApp groups, and we were probably among the first, international United States publications at Human Events to actually have an assessment from the doctors down on the ground in Wuhan, who can basically repeat what Dr. Lee said. Right, they can confirm exactly what this happened exactly as she said. Basically, the hospitals were covering up the fact that they were getting massive numbers, possibly hundreds of cases of coronavirus. People were on ventilators, and they were actually struggling because there were not enough ventilators or PPEs to support the number of patients that were coming in. This was the pandemic has just broken out, and the hospitals are completely overrun with patients at that time. And this is when we saw the videos coming out and so on, right? Those videos are actually real. So yeah, there was this massive cover up, and they tried to get ahead of it, as Dr. Lee said, by releasing, what was essentially a red herring by claiming that, we discovered a bat in Western China, that, that's basically like the coronavirus. And that gave fuel to the claim that it was of a natural origin that obviously was not the case. It was of an unnatural origin, and they did that to cover up the fact that they were doing military research, bioweapons research in Wuhan.
And one of the other major issues that I think we should be discussing in a more direct way, and is China's influence operations here in the United States, which are in some ways offensive and other ways kind of long, playing the long ball game.
Yes.
Dr. Li herself has been the subject of lawfare by the Chinese Communist government or their fronts. You saw that with their successful legal effort to keep TikTok legal in the United States, despite Trump's efforts to kick it out, to curtail it. You also have, direct punishment of government officials who, don't toe the Communist Chinese line. Mike Pompeo, you were talking about earlier, one of the first things that happened to him after he left office is he was banned from ever entering China again. He was put on a, essentially, do not fly list into China. And obviously he can't do business there. Not that he was necessarily planning to, but what does that tell every other China compromised or someone looking forward to cashing out in the international affairs in the Biden administration, or frankly, in the Republican world as well? Don't cross the Chinese. Otherwise, you won't be able to partake of the wealth that's generated as a result of business opportunities in China. And that's my charitable interpretation of it. And of course, most importantly, the elephant in the room is that the president of the United States, the head of the Democratic Party, the then presumptive presidential nominee at the time this whole issue was, well, not presumptive, he was in large measure the nominee at the time in 2020 for most of 2020, Joe Biden has been compromised by Chinese communist money through his family's business dealings that he's implicated in as vice president and afterwards. So if you don't think that's curtailing this discussion as to accountability for China and even just exploring scientifically the full nature of the COVID origin, I think with all due respect to our Miss Att, that that would be the height of naivete.
Tira, are you able to make a quick comment on that, or are you still there just for a moment?
No, I'm sorry. I'm right. I gotta go, as I said to you. But thank you all very much. I appreciate, and Tom, particularly appreciate you and the stuff that you sent and the that you tweeted, because I've been reading it and it's very interesting. So it's nice to meet you, and thanks all the rest of you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And Tira, we're glad to have you here. Thanks for coming, and have a good evening.
To Tom's point, there is actually an interesting association between what Hunter Biden was doing and the Wuhan funding and the companies who were involved with EcoHealth Alliance. If you remember, Joe Biden was put in charge of the Ebola response back when he was vice president. And at that time, Hunter was there involved with Rosemont Seneca. And there were introductions made. This came out in the emails that were on the laptop. There were introductions made by Hunter between the Metabiota and which was being funded by Rosemont Seneca, Hunter's firm. That introduction was made with Ron Klein, the then chief of staff to the vice president, now chief of staff to the president. And I'll put the screenshots up in the nest here. But, Metabiota was also involved in, Hunter also got them involved in Ukraine. Just a short 2 months after the U.S. orchestrated change of government there back in 2014, he made the introduction between them and Burisma, and he called it his Special Ukrainian Project, which was to get them involved in these biolabs in the Ukraine that were first set up under the Defense Threat Reduction Initiative. And, at first it was like, all right, we're going to get some of these old Soviet bioweapon scientists. We're going to give them jobs so they don't go working, for the terrorist groups in the mid 2000s. But then that morphed into, wow, there's a lot of research we can be doing in these other countries that's legally prohibited in the United States. So we had these labs set up in Kazakhstan and Georgia and Ukraine. Well, Hunter helped Metabiota come in as a subcontractor to Black and Veatch, who was the main prime contractor on the DoD contract. And they were involved with helping upgrade a lab in Odessa to a BSL level 3 lab so it could handle ever more dangerous pathogens. And what's happened in a lot of these labs has been really, really concerning. There was one lab in Georgia that the Luger Center there in Georgia, where there were outbreaks of hemorrhagic tick-borne diseases that had previously only been seen in the Congo. Very reminiscent of the work that was being done at Fort Detrick back in the 50s and 60s on introducing new pathogens to ticks, seeing which ones would coexist with the ticks, and then how those could be used in biowarfare. And reports from the border there of drones being tested for mosquito dispersal and aerosol dispersals, and it's just strange outbreaks that have happened in Georgia in the past decade that there's really no explanation for, but are very very highly likely to be linked. Yeah. But this company, Metabiota, is one of the partners with EcoHealth Alliance, and they did work there in Wuhan. So there's a direct line between what Hunter Biden was doing and this project in China. It's all linked together, and they're still getting new contracts. Under USAID's latest initiative to double down on the same thing. The Biden administration awarded Metabiota new contracts to do this work.
Got it. Hey, Dr. Lee, I wanted to have you respond. You got your hand up. But first of all, are you familiar with some of this stuff that happens in the United States from your work? And then what's your response to that? I definitely want to hear your expert opinion on it.
Yeah, of course, there are a lot of compromised scientists and, of course, the politicians or business people involved because China is using the national power to conduct this national strategy as a novel bioweapon for decades, especially when Xi Jinping became chairman. And what I can tell you is there are enough evidence, textbook, even from People's Liberation Army written in Chinese. But the thing is, American researchers or Western researchers can't understand the real meaning behind those Chinese words. For example, when we talk about something, it can happen in America, it all can happen in China, but you have to consider the system difference. It's like in US, for example, let's talk about making some small nuclear weapon. Maybe everyone can get the protocol if they want from website, but the point is they can't get the uranium, right? Because this is the material gets strictly controlled by government, and the government doesn't encourage you to do that by yourself. But for China, CCP, they can. They can distribute, they can let their scientists to use the protocol, and if they want, they can distribute the uranium to the scientists. So it is applied to the bioweapon side. CCP is encouraging all these studies, and they also put a lot of effort to send the labor force to search the materials, which is virus, novel pathogens, everywhere from not only China. If you check their their record, you will track them to Africa or other countries, Middle East. I can tell you because although there are a lot of WHO labs or other labs funded by American taxpayers' money, but check who are dominant scientists inside. For example, in many laboratories in Africa, CCP sent PLA, military scientists there to study, to get the first-hand information, to collect the data, to accumulate the experience. And that got the praise from WHO or NIH said, oh, you have helped us to solve so many problems. You don't know that is the way CCP tried to collect the data and also the novel pathogen back to China to create the novel bioweapons to attack you. And also there's something I see a lot of Western scientists talking about that. Why is China's Xi Jinping launched the biosafety law after the outbreak in Wuhan? So that definitely means this is a lab accident. They need to enhance the control of the lab. No, it's not like what you understand. The biosafety law in China, the key point for CCP is not the laboratory safety. It's about confidentiality. Because in the CCP system, everything you need to keep the secret. If you don't keep secret, they can punish you. They can disappear you. So for CCP, the biggest problem in the Wuhan outbreak in the pandemic is someone leaked their secret, which means whistleblower like me. So I am the biggest risk for their biosafety, not so-called selling the animal lab or spillover from the experiment. So that's why later you will see there are some mysterious deaths in the military. Like the scientist Zhou Yusen, who studies the immune escape, suddenly passed away. And this all actually can tell you, if you want to understand what happened in the COVID pandemic, you have to have the knowledge about CCP regime and Chinese culture. You have to know, work inside the system like me to know their patterns and their behaviors. If not, finally, it's easy for the researchers to be driven to the wrong side that, okay, it's American scientists involved, so American government is guilty. I mean, of course, someone are guilty, but it doesn't mean America is guilty or American people even need to be involved inside. It's totally different. It's China government CCP regime using takes the advantage of your system and also infiltrate and change the principle of the games and cheat you. So we should not be cheated by them, and we have to know what they think about the whole things and go to do the investigation based on CCP style and based on their thinking. That's how we can get the final truth of all the pandemic and prevent the later one.
Hey, Jim, I'm going to speak first, okay?
Sorry about that. I thought I was unmuted. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's fine. No, I just want to say that, everything that Dr. Lee has been saying here, she's been saying this for months, even before the FOIA requests, even before we had these emails that just got released, right? The ones that we read earlier today, and everything she says, right? So a lot of people doubted her when she went on Tucker Carlson. People doubted her. She was a con artist, made all these accusations against her. But guess what? All the dates she's giving actually line up perfectly with these emails. So keep that in mind. Everything she's saying is true. Now, I'm not saying be uncritical, but everything adds up. And we now have the facts, right? We now have the emails to back up everything she has been saying for months and months and months. So pay attention to her, guys. Just saying that.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're
yeah,
welcome.
we're I got to tell you, Dr. Lee, we're very grateful for what you're willing to do and put yourself at risk to make happen, because this information is just absolutely fundamentally critical in this whole discussion. We've got some very serious problems coming ahead. How are you staying safe right now? I know that you've talked recently about some real challenges you've had, keeping yourself in a safe place, even in the United States.
Oh, thank you. Actually, I have to be very cautious, and to be honest, I'm always in danger, but I believe God will help everyone if you are on the side with God, because what I have experienced had verified it. So that's my strong faith. And it's not only dangerous for me, because everyone who touched the real facts of the COVID origin will be the target of CCP. And for example, if you are not talking about the lab leak, if you focus on whether this is a simple accident happened only in the Wuhan lab and maybe Xi Jinping is so careless, something like that, yeah, that maybe CCP won't really care about you. they may attack you, but they know you didn't touch the core part of the secret. And the thing is, once you realize this is CCP's bioweapon program, and you also know, even if you suspend you cut the funding to Wuhan lab, even if you put Xi Jinping into prison, it cannot solve the problem because CCP has so many scientists in the military and also the civilian scientists, many of them involved into COVID-19 development and involved into other novel bioweapon development. They are even the foreign member of Academy of Science in America or the member of some like the Academy of Science in France, in Europe. So once you realize their network and you look through what they are doing, they won't let you go. And so that's why they always target me. And also now they have using another tactic. One of the CCP agent, a leading United Front agent based in US, in New York, he sued me for anti-Asian in Pennsylvania court. And because they claim what I told people will make people blame China, and he said as a Chinese, he is a victim here, so he wants to sue me for compensation for his mental damage because I'm anti-Asian. And this is very ridiculous, but more than ridiculous is if he wins this, because CCP can give him billions of dollars to crush me on the court. I have no money to handle it. I have to do it by myself. But if he wins, that basically will create the example in your law system that whoever touched the real origin of COVID-19 would be treated as anti-Asian. This is the evil part of CCP. They try to silence everyone who get in touch into the truth of origin. And if you dare not to touch it, they will do more things based on it. Let me give you more clues. I mean, you can go back to check their CCP scientists and their military scientists, especially follow the Yan reports. The people I have listed in the reference who involved into this, like Chen Wei, Zhou Qiang, Qin Chengfeng, all these people, and check what they have done in the past 3 years, and check who are the new academic stars in China for COVID. You will see that if you realize this is bioweapon, then you definitely could understand once CCP develop bioweapon, this is like missile, right? They create missile. You create missile defense system, which means herd immunity or vaccine immunity. And they will try to break through your defense system. So check what CCP has done in the past 3 years. Check how they study the structures between neutralizing antibody and the spike protein of COVID-19 virus variants. And then check whether they have this study focused on the immune escape mechanism. You will see a lot of things. It's like the missile and missile defense system. They never stopped. They are still studying the immune escape variant and try to break through all the immunity you created. And they also try to create something only their mono antibody.
I mean, can I try to
Yeah.
get something straight, just in summary, because it's difficult to follow. Are you stipulating that China intentionally released COVID? Just in summary, if you can just summarize it.
What I
Dr. Lee?
can tell you
No,
is
it's a straightforward question.
No, let her answer.
Yeah,
Let
Mo,
her
let
answer.
her
answer the
let her
question.
see what she wants to say.
This is not some struggle session. Let her answer.
So when you talk about intention release, let's talk about the purpose, okay? I don't know the intentional release exact purpose, but when the virus come out from the military controlled laboratory, BSL-3 level laboratory, this is not accident. Do you understand the difference? It means if you ask me whether this intentionally at that time directly to kill Wuhan citizens and let it spread all over the world, maybe not. But if you ask me whether this virus come out without any notice by accident from a lab, no, it is not. Because if this is bioweapon, okay? This is not the common virus. When you hear the story about Chinese, maybe researchers will sell the lab animal or eat the lab animal, that happened in the common level, the general like level 2 laboratories, or maybe it's just in the medical school, students study some rabbit and the rabbit died without any injection of drugs. So this is basically a safe meat for them, so they can eat it, maybe. But it doesn't mean from the biosafety laboratory, level 3 laboratory, or even level 4 laboratory, they can bring the animal out, sell it, or let it spill over. Have you ever been to this kind of laboratory? I worked in such laboratory. Our lab in the University of Hong Kong is one of the best laboratory of this level in the world. I worked inside with coronavirus after its outbreak.
Yep.
Only human can come out. Only human can come out. Okay.
Is it okay to go back and
labs,
forth on this? Because again, I'm having difficulty, and I'm just trying to simplify.
That's why I try to simplify with you. But if I just tell you yes or no, this will leave enough space for those scientists to change your mind.
I'm not asking other scientists. I'm just, because at the end of the day, if we're going to say, even if we go with this notion, COVID has affected China's economy and the CCP at a significant order. If anyone or any country that has been the most affected due to COVID is China. You have a massive operation of decoupling from the West and the United States out of China.
Mo.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, here's what I want to push back on you about that just a little bit. I mean, I think we all agree China's been hit pretty heavy, but I think the heavier hits on China is not so much on the death rate as just the shutdown of the country. I mean, that there might be incentive as they've shut down things in Hong Kong, for example, that they might have other reasons to want to be involved with this. I'm not making that absolute claim, but I don't know that the fact that they've been just as harmed as anyone else worldwide, from my opinion.
Sorry, wait, hold on, Jim. You have more millionaires created in the West than ever in the history of our understanding.
And what's that got to do with what China's going through?
Just a second. You have more businesses that have actually bloated. Just so you can understand it from an economic point of view. You have more businesses that have bloated.
Mo.
It has literally nothing to do with it at all.
Again, I'm just trying. How come is it when you hear a different type, when you hear a different notion, you guys push back and interrupt and so on, right? It doesn't make sense. No. Just give it a second. Just give it a second. I could drop down. I could also drop down and not do this. Just give it a second and understand the notion.
Mo. Okay, Mo. Let me say this. I am going to give it a second. You're going to be able to come in, but dude, I'm kind of playing Mario here, okay? So you're going to have to listen to me, or we are going to mute you out like that. So just listen to what I have to say. I'm going to give you your say. You never have to worry about that. I don't just shut people out forever. Now, here's what I want to say. The reason we're pushing back here is not because we want to shut you down. It's that we're trying to figure out what connection does more millionaires being made in the United States have to do at all with the effects on China? I mean, it's an effect here in the United States, but what we're trying to point out is, and what I'm hoping you're arguing from, is the fact that China had people die too, in just about as the same kind of numbers. Like, it's not a radical difference here. So from that basis, what's your point?
So again, with regard to the notion that China has used a bioweapon to inflict pain of some kind against their adversaries, i.e. the United States or the West, NATO, they have lost the most out of that move. They have effectively, hold on, I had to listen to you. Hold on a second, I had to listen to you. I could just
hold on a minute.
No,
Mo,
anyway,
hold on a minute. Listen,
I think he should be allowed to finish his point.
I'm going to let
Let
you
him
do
finish
that.
his
But
point. I would
Mo,
like to address him afterwards.
Yeah, I'll get to that. But Mo, I'm going to let you speak, man. Just be patient.
No, you cut him off. You cut him off.
Well,
He made an introductory comment, and then you cut him off. To be fair, you're cutting him off in the middle of his thought.
Okay, no problem. But Mo, what I want to ask is, I get that.
How about this? I don't want to actually listen to your question. I want you to hear what I have to say first, and then you can ask it. All right. In simple,
well, I'm going to ask you
simple
anyway,
terms.
What way
Again, the question.
Give the numbers so we can have some context.
Dude, just a second.
Please.
The question was to the doctor, right? On the premise that are we to deduce or to assume that China used a bioweapon, i.e., COVID, and to inflict pain onto their adversaries in the world, right? And that's what's being conflated, so to say, or being proposed. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is they seem to be the ones who have lost the most, and it seems that the West has been the one who has gained the most. And that was where I brought in more millionaires were created, more billionaires were created. Businesses have shuttered in China. Factories have shuttered in China. People are going hungrier in China as we speak. They have no jobs to go to, as major organizations that are owned by the West have closed up their shops, moving into other countries such as Vietnam, India, and so on and so forth. China has not benefited whatsoever out of this, not even militarily. So I'm just trying to understand.
Now, hold on. Let Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee's trying to jump in. Let Dr. Lee go.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Yeah. Thank you. So first, I just let me use one sentence to finish the last question. I would believe it is intentionally by someone under the request to bring the virus out of the biosafety laboratory, biosafety level 3 laboratory. So in this, for this step, it is intentional. It's not happen unaware, and it definitely has someone instructed request someone to do that and then release it to the community. But the thing is, we still don't have the very detail about the purpose and the reason, whether it is for trial, whether it is to create some kind of attack they believe would be under the control, or what else, right? Because we have got many other evidence which can build a theory, but still we need some puzzle here. And but it is definitely not just simple accident. And for the China, when people talk about, if China makes this novel bioweapon, and say now China already lose. No, this is not what, this is not Xi Jinping's thinking, you know. We have to know CCP controlled China and Xi Jinping controlled CCP and the military. So now what happened in China from 3 years ago in the pandemic to now is just one brain in China. Xi Jinping controlled it. And you may not know Xi Jinping, but we have our exclusive sources very close to Xi Jinping that they have all these things we have known now actually shows that Xi Jinping is really a stupid, rude guy, but he's very cruel, sociopath, anti-human. So when we talk about China gain or China lose, it actually up to Xi Jinping's purpose. Yes, the economy in China fall apart, but does it matter to Xi Jinping? No, because economy is not what he cares about most. Human life is not what he cares about most, right? Hong Kong is such a great international center for economy, and Xi Jinping just destroyed it within 1 year. He doesn't care. And he's not the one good at economy, but he believes Chairman Mao's theory, he believes communism, and he believes he should be the emperor, not only in China, even all over the world. So he is building the power based on military. And this including the bioweapon program, including their military capacity, China is transforming from the peacetime to wartime secretly, and also they are helping Russia. During the past 3 years pandemic, almost all the industry in China, business in China kind of collapsed However, once one industry developed very well and people working inside get more salary than before, that is the weapon industry, military industry. And Xi Jinping also does.
I think one of the questions, I think Dr. Lee highlights, I think quite correctly, the nature of the regime. I think if you accept the premise, and I understand it's a premise, but I think there's evidence behind it, that this was an engineered virus. Then you have to go, well, how was it released? Was it released accidentally? Was it released on purpose? Or, and I think the on purpose angle is something that if it's engineered, you can't rule out. And then, of course, it could be accidental and also accidentally a happy accident from the that, oh, we've had this terrible thing happen. Well, let's see how this plays out. It will be interesting to see. Maybe we'll get some benefit from it. I think that third option is the most plausible one. But again, taking a step back into America, the question we should have is, why were we in bed with this regime on this dangerous research? Research that so nerve-wracked the Obama administration, they shut it down and then quickly moved to open it up. The fact is they did move to open it up before he left. So we're in bed with them. And, given the nature of the regime that has so little respect for human rights and human life, that we would engage in this type of dangerous, so gain of function, the restrictions we put in on it, the idea that we could ensure those restrictions would be followed in any way in China or even cared about in China if there was a military and or other component or benefit for the Chinese government. It's just so reckless, there'd be significant civil liability for sure for those who did it, assuming, that process applied to government officials. But my gosh, they should have known and arguably did know that they were playing with fire.
Yeah, Tom, look,
Certainly their behavior suggests that they did something wrong and they knew it.
Tom, I apologize. Look, from my part, I'm very asymmetrical. I'm a student of finance and economics. I look at things in a very logical way. I don't pontificate. I do not do hyperbole very well. It doesn't bode well with me, all right? And so when there's this notion being put forward, normally what happens is you address it and say, okay, let's look at that and let's assess it in a method where who benefits, who is to benefit, and start to draw out all the lines. Now, based on what's being said, and no one's willing to answer it, then there could be this notion, as you guys are stating, as if somebody utilized China to plant something like this and let it come out of China, as if it did come out from there. Because at the end of the day, we look at it from an economic point of view, China has been bamboozled completely and been isolated.
Yo,
So let me
can I
ask you this,
respond to
though.
this?
Let me ask you a
I've been
question.
wanting to respond to this for a while, and never not getting a chance to speak. So give me a chance. Xi Jinping wants to consolidate power, as Dr. Lee said. His purpose is not to build China's economy. It's not to build up China's reputation. It's not to necessarily hurt the West. Okay, it's about a consolidation of power. So when this virus, when it leaked out, and I do believe it was a leak. I don't believe it was deliberate. The cover-up was deliberate, and the cover-up helps enable the virus to go out even further. And when this happens, right, it infected other countries. It infected its neighbors. It infected Japan. It infected South Korea. Right, those are the first two countries. It infected Italy and much of Europe, all of Europe actually, and the United States. And so China instituted all of these tremendously draconian lockdowns that shut down the economy. Yes, and it did destroy the economy in a lot of places. But again, keep in mind, like Dr. Lee said, Xi Jinping, his interest is not in the economy. If he was, right, Hong Kong wouldn't be the place it is today. It used to be a thriving, bustling economic powerhouse. It no longer is. It's done, right? And the reason for that is because it's not his concern. His concern is about the consolidation of power. He's a dictator. And this is a means for him to do so. As she pointed out, again, that while China's economy was crumbling, its weapons manufacturing industry was growing because that's the whole idea. It's to consolidate power. It's to control the populace, and we've seen this in every single thing that he has done to the country, right? Some might say it's for the country's benefit. It doesn't really matter, right? Either way, it has consolidated power for Xi Jinping, who, by the way, does have rivals in China. They're not happy with all this stuff going on, right? But he's got the power and the means to utilize that power, and he's going to enforce it. It's only when push comes to shove, when the lockdowns become too much, right? He's got to lessen his grip. And that's what we saw with the protests. The protests happened; they were organic, they were real, and so he lifted the restrictions, and now people love him again. Right? That's
Yeah,
the
but
whole idea. It's
is
about
this Ian speaking? Just because I can't see that.
it
Right,
is.
Ian. Again, so Hong Kong, 100 years agreement done. They came consolidated, very clear. With regard to the CCP, they have a shit ton of control in China. You would know, as being an Asian, you understand how that works. This does not actually work into their benefit. We even see it. They through
Who's them?
through
We're
through
talking
hold
about
on
Xi Jinping.
they've understood that through prosperity, economic prosperity, they're able to control their people a lot better than any type of element that you're talking about right now.
And so why is it that they would bankrupt Hong Kong?
That was a 100-year deal that came to fruition. That's
But
done.
You're
we're
not.
20
You
years away
don't. You
from
don't
that,
seem to
Mo.
understand. When 1997, when Hong Kong was taken over, everything was fine. It's only until 2019 when they instituted the new law, right? The one that people are protesting over, the one that enabled them to hold secret courts and send people to China, to mainland China, to be disappeared. That was unnecessary. We would argue that that was unnecessary. Hong Kong was a thriving, bustling place. Everybody was fine with it, and yet they did it anyway. Why? It was a consolidation of power for Xi Jinping, because these people are mostly liberal, right? Economically liberal. They're not communists the way that Xi Jinping is. So, and that's a reason why they did this. So you can't really argue. You can't make the argument that 100-year thing. It's like, well, if that were the case, it would have happened in 1997, but it didn't. They were allowed to
Oh,
continue under their own autonomous government, right? So it's not about. It really isn't about, 100-year agreement, and that's where it fell apart. No, it didn't take
Yes.
a 20-year period for it to fall apart. That's not how it
Yeah, but
works.
there
This is
was an
something that
agreement.
was done
Hold on, there
deliberately
was
for the
Ian.
consolidation of
Ian,
power.
I don't know whether you follow this properly, but there was an agreement.
Of course, I follow it
Well, there's
properly. I'm a
agreement. There was
journalist.
agreement. They were given. They were told you can.
CCP never care about
hey,
agreement.
Yeah.
These are all
yeah,
the
go ahead, Lynn.
other nonsense things for CCP. They believe once they conquer you, they can change all the agreement and they can change your memory. They will brainwash you clearly. Everyone will believe she is the God. That is exactly what they are thinking. And yes, we don't accept why the government doesn't care about the economy. That's our thinking because we are normal people. Xi Jinping is not a normal person. He's a dictator. He doesn't care about money. He believes once he gets absolute power, all the wealth belongs to him. It doesn't matter whether he has $10 more or 10 billion more. It doesn't matter. And so that's why what he focuses on is power. And when people talk about previously CCP is rich and why do they need to do this, those money not in Xi Jinping's hand. It is in other families of the CCP members. And when Xi Jinping became the chairman at that time, the other families thought Xi Jinping is a puppet because Xi Jinping pretended very well as a humble guy for his past 50 years life. And then when he became dictator, he actually even doesn't care about the benefits for other CCP members. He even sent the fake dissident like Guo Wengui, Miles Guo, to U.S. just to clear his potential opponent inside CCP because Xi Jinping wanted it to become the Xi's regime and whatever CCP exists doesn't matter. He just needs a Leninist organization
Where
to
where
serve
does
for
their
him.
state budget come from? Where do they get their finances from? Just
Yeah,
share
so
the
you think they
information.
don't have, but you say North Korea is an
North
example.
Korea is
Everyone
paid by
is so
China.
poor.
All right.
It's so
Leave North
poor,
Korea.
but they
North,
Mo, let her speak. If you're
please
going to
listen
Yeah.
answer,
to
Mo,
me.
Mo,
let her
Mo,
Please
my
let her
listen to
brother
go.
me.
in Christ,
but
let her
how
speak.
long for? We could make.
My
Please
brother
I
in
mean,
listen
you
to
gave
Christ,
her
me.
three and a
Mo,
Hey,
half
Mo,
let her
hold
seconds,
on.
bro.
speak. If
Just
you're
let
going
her
to answer,
speak.
if
Let
you're
me
going to
just
ask
let
her a
me just come in
question, you're
here for
going
a
to let
second,
her
guys.
answer. It's as simple
Yeah,
as
let me
that.
come in. Guys, Mo, you're not going to be shut out entirely. You're still up. So just patience. We're trying to
Yeah.
also let people hear what's going on. So let
I
her
mean,
answer, and we'll get it back to you.
Yeah, so at that time, for North Korea, you see that is a dictator, king family. They have the money, so they don't care about other people are poor. Xi Jinping has the same thinking. If you ask him one day the economy all over the world crashed, what will happen? He cannot answer you. He just cares. He is like Mao. He controls all the person. He cares about power. He had absolute power. And of course, at that time, everyone is a slaves. He can do whatever he wants. We still, Mo, I understand your thinking. You're talking about in a way, in China, they called it as capitalism. They thought everything based on money is Western thinking. And she really doesn't care about this thinking. He thought people should be good at fighting and dare to fight. So basically, they believe if you don't fight, then there is no meaning for your life. It's totally different. So where the money come? If one day we go back to the slave society, the slave will work for him and he will still have food. He will still live in a good house and everyone listen to him. That's enough. And if you ask why the dictator has this thinking, remember Putin has threatened to use the nuclear weapon to eliminate the whole world if he cannot win. What's the benefit for him? No benefit, right? But they are dictator. That's their thinking.
So, Dr. Lee, thanks for that. Now, Mo, I want
I'll
to ask you
even
a
push
question, and
back
we've
on
got
Dr. Lee
someone.
with regards to Putin, but we're not talking about that here. So
Yeah,
carry on.
exactly.
Yeah.
So Mo, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to let you say what you want to say, but and then we've also got someone on the stage who has some connections for us related to some of these funding questions. And Charles, I'll get to you in a moment. But Mo, the question I have for you is this. Is it not significant as well? Everything you're saying is totally within bounds. So there's nothing wrong with the point you're making. That's not why we're pushing back. But there is a context here I'm trying to get to. Is it not enough incentive? And Dr. Lee's talked a little bit about that. Is it not enough incentive for Xi Jinping in a communist, an admittedly communist regime, however they try to fashion it, that a consolidation of power is not enough of an incentive, particularly after looking at what happened at Tiananmen Square? Is that not enough of an incentive in all this process?
So my simple answer to you is no. They can consolidate without doing any of that. They have the ability to consolidate all businesses, as Dr. Lee will admit to. China is very peculiar on how they operate, and yes, it is a dictatorship. Yes, it is a communist
Mo,
part.
are you Chinese?
Sorry, just a sec.
Mo, are you Chinese? Have you lived in China?
Just a second, please. Just a
I'm
sec.
just curious. Have
I've
you lived in China?
traveled.
You're
Ian, let
speaking
him
as
I'm
if
not
finish
you're
up.
Chinese.
an
Ian, let him
expert
finish up,
of the
Ian, just a
Chinese
moment.
government,
I'm not.
and I somehow doubt your credentials.
No, I'm not Chinese. All right, I'm not Chinese.
Okay, so why do you pretend to understand China
For for
above
for
someone who
for
actually
for
lived
for
in it?
for my understanding, right? And I'll keep it so opinion. If it's okay to have a balance here in conversation, and just looking at this again from a financial economic point of view, maybe this goes over a lot of people's heads. But at the
It's
end of the day,
completely irrelevant
at the end of the day,
because Xi Jinping does not view the world that way that you do.
dude,
It's a completely different paradigm.
they can take over any company they want in China, all right, and we've seen them do that, and so consolidating that for the purpose of maintaining resources and building up military, they will need finances and they would need trade to
You
be
seem
able
to
to
be
do
under
that.
the
You can't.
impression that
Hey, can I?
China doesn't simply print its own money, because of course it does.
But
You
do
know
you
what?
hold on?
To
I
play
Do
mean,
by
you
the
I
understand?
think
rules.
this
Hold on a
is
second. You do understand that
sure.
China requires significant resources to import outside of their economy. They don't have all the resources necessary to build. You understand that, right? Again, we
Yeah,
throw money away. We don't give a fuck about money. We talk about real resources here. You know that China requires a shit ton of resources to do what they need to do. And they go and try to take it from around the world, and they do it through deals and through FDIs, right? You talked about North Korea. She spoke about North Korea. Who's the biggest trade partner for North Korea? It's China, right? So they're obviously funding that operation over there, but that means nothing to the bigger picture. When we're talking about China here, on the premise as if they were to
bring forward
Mo, are you invested in China?
again, that is regardless of
Can
the
I
fact.
You
add
have
something
to
here, Mo?
answer the
How
question
is
yes or
that
So
no.
hold on,
conducive to any
hold
of
on.
this?
Let me come in here
I
real quick.
It's a simple question.
if
Yes or
I
no.
could
Are you
summarize
invested in China?
Real quick. Go
I
ahead,
just want to
Tom. Just real
summarize the
quick.
argument here. I haven't heard anything, Mo, that you've said, and I think Lee's got the kind of the motivation of the party correct. There's nothing incompatible with the damage done to the Chinese economy, or seemingly done to the Chinese economy. I think it's arguable that there's been damage to its standing. I don't think there's any evidence for that. There's nothing
Tom, I'm with
incompatible.
you.
Oh, then hold on. There's
Yeah.
no I'm not finished. Let me finish the second part of the sentence, or the second part of the paragraph, to be fair. There's nothing incompatible with that resulting damage and the notion, given the party's inclinations, that there was a either accidental release, even a purposeful release, or an accidental release that they realized, oh, this happened and we're not going to tell anyone and we'll see what the consequences are. I just don't see anything incompatible about saying, hey, the Chinese economy was damaged. Maybe it was more damaged than they were expecting initially. It doesn't rule out, if you presume that this was a unnatural occurrence of purposeful Chinese government activity here. And just because there was damage, however in scope, and whether it was more than they expected or as much as they expected, or maybe they don't care, as Dr. Lee points out, I just don't think pointing to the damage is evidence that, or in my view, persuasive evidence that they'd let the chips fall where they may if there was an accidental release of an engineered virus, or even that they would purposely do it, thinking they could control the outcome and the benefit would be greater than the damage that was even now that was ultimately done.
Yeah, look, Tom, I'm in no disagreement with Dr. Lee and what you're saying regarding the CCP. I look at it from again, an asymmetrical point of view. They were very reactive versus proactive. There was no proactive approach to anything that took place versus other entities or countries that were out there. So this notion, again, I'm not accepting it because I see no proactive measures that were taken prior, whether this was a mistake, whether this came out of a lab. Hey, I don't know. I can't answer that. And it is very possible. Whether they decided to cover up and say, "Oh shit, we buggered up over here and we look like shit," that is very possible. But this aspect of proactive nature, we're using a bioweapon to activate on the world, so they have an agenda. Well, what is this agenda? It looks like shit because at the end of the day, they were the biggest losers in this whole process.
I can give you the economic
So
benefits. It's very clear, right? I agree with everyone else here that China would burn the world to the ground if it could rule its ashes. Politically, this ended growing
Absolutely.
anti-CCP protests in Hong Kong that was weekly and among ethnic and religious groups. Under the COVID, when the world was in chaos, they walked right into Hong Kong and assumed power of one of three financial capitals in the world, in addition to London and in addition to New York. Right? China also used the cover of the lockdowns, as I stated earlier, to go after the minority and religious groups, but also to go after rival CCP factions. If you see where the lockdowns occurred, they were in regions where the rival CCP that opposed Xi were affected. In addition, the lockdowns harmed their biggest threat to China, which was Trump. And at the time, right, during the pandemic, they were engaged in a trade war. During phase one of the trade agreement, they were bleeding out. They agreed to it. After Trump left office, phase one, they didn't honor one thing. The trade war ended, and they were allowed to pursue their monopoly of the 5G rollout under Huawei. If you remember, the leader of Huawei was in prison in Canada awaiting extradition to the U.S. Under the new Biden regime, she was extradited and basically given a clear path, even though we know this tech is harmful to the global community and is even connected in the U.S. very close to where we have nuclear facilities. China benefited in regards to this trade deal and removing Trump from office. When you say there was no proactive steps, we know now that China was dealing with this virus as early as October. They bought massive PPE equipment from Turkey and other countries and sold it up to the world at a markup. In addition, you would know that the CCP and the Chinese population in general, but I'm focusing more on the CCP, has a utilitarian view of the world. And they're elderly based on the one-child policy, and this aging population was going to cripple them. I know it sounds sick to say this, but if you have a utilitarian view of the world, and this group of elderly is going to be a drain and destroy your economy, it sucks to say, but if you want to talk about dollars and cents, it's there. And when you look at this actual virus, right, it kills twice as high the fatality rate. People with a specific gene connected to the Neanderthals, and that gene is found specifically in Asia. I'm not saying it was leaked. I'm not saying it's not. But when you're saying how does it benefit, China came out of this much, much stronger. Yes, it has tried to control the narrative, just like it silenced Taiwan when the World Health Organization refused to listen to it when it was yelling. And this has been just because people who have been banned and have been removed from the public conversation haven't been allowed to make this point, but the narrative has continued to fail. If you look at China during this time, it has marched through with the BRI and with the specifically the Belt and Road Initiative. It signed deals with Iran. It signed deals with Syria. It signed deals with Iraq. It signed deals with Argentina, Ecuador, etc. So when you say, I don't see how, they came out of it powerful and removed the one person in U.S. history and decades since we let them into the WTO without holding them accountable for dumping and other trade practices, removed from office. And a lot of the other executive orders regarding energy infrastructure, etc., that Trump had ready to go for the second term were gone. So if you speak about economic sense, I will end with this. We all know Evergrande has been bankrupt essentially for years now. Right? They have $300 billion in debt. We don't know how much of that is multiplied by derivatives. Tell me this. Why did Evergrande at the beginning of the pandemic donate $115 million to Harvard in its virology department when they were researching this and got access to both Fauci and the U.S.'s leading virologists, and at the same time the lab leak theory was killed? So when you say you look at this from dollars and cents, there's your dollars and cents. There's your realpolitik. There's the geopolitical influence. And just like Russia is its bulldog in Asia, we are seeing the fracturing of the unipolar world order. We saw all nations go heavily in debt. We saw China take Sri Lanka's ports, along with BlackRock, etc. And that is why China has been able to move in the emerging markets in the third world, while we are focused in Asia, in Europe and Ukraine.
Hold on, Mo. Hold on. Okay.
Don't interrupt him, Mo. Let him speak.
That's fine. I ended it. Geopolitically,
I
China has done better than most. They are making their moves in neutral aligned and other issues. So I gave you more. If you want more, I could talk forever, but I'll end there because I got to head out for the night.
Well, I want to get back to that, Prodigal. I want to get back to that. We got something that we need to get to here. So, Mo, go ahead and as briefly as you can, and I'm going to bring you back in. Just
I know that. Look,
I know you need to make your point.
This stage is very hard, and you got this aspect where you allow
name one thing that was factually incorrect that I said.
By the way, the whole thing you said was false, but you can't unmute to say, "Hey, you're talking out your ass." Right? And if I want to get into it,
prove it.
Hold on,
Mo, you're bloviating.
Hold on a second. Here we go. Here we go. Wait, I just had to hear a bunch of
everything that he said is factually correct.
Hold on, guys. Mo, I want you to read your DMs if you would, please. Okay. Now, go ahead and make your point. And Prodigal, please let him make his point. Okay.
Yeah. All right. I don't read DMs, but I'll try to do that.
I would appreciate it if you would. It would mean a lot to me.
Okay, we'll do. We'll do. I'm assuming it's from you, but let me just respond.
Mo, it is from
me.
And I'm trying to let you know we like having you.
Should I go on mute and read your DMs? Is that what you're saying?
And Mo, listen, I want you to come in. Like having you on here. You bring a whole lot.
I don't like having him on here. I think he's an ass.
And I would like for you, if you would please, just after we're done here, read your DMs, and then if you would go ahead and just make your point. And Prodigal, let him make his point, please.
I didn't interrupt him. I don't know why you keep calling me out. I'm not going to talk. I'm good.
That's okay. I want everyone not to talk because I'd like Mo to talk, but I'd also like you, Mo, to let you talk. So go ahead.
Yeah, look, and Ian, thanks for the compliment.
You're welcome.
With regard to them,
hard feeling.
Very good. With regard to being preemptive, right, and them having this dominant aspect. First of all, with regard to the trade wars that you brought up with Trump, they continued under Biden. In fact, they have enhanced.
All right,
Yeah. Did they
significantly.
honor phase one? Did they honor phase one?
It even got
Prodigal, please go ahead and
it
make your point,
even got
Mo.
worse, right? Hawaii's been not allowed to enter any NATO nation. By the way, they have removed their equipment. They're looking at how to remove it from the United Kingdom, which is a key ally to the United
What
States.
about the rest of the world?
Again, and you brought up, like, with
Prodigal.
all due respect, some very small economies that are insignificant in comparison to the trade that exists between
What raw resources do they have?
Prodigal.
Iran
Let him make his
has a
point,
with
lot of
please.
resources that the Americans do not.
with regard to the
You
trade
like
that
to
exists between the
pretend that they're
United
small
States and
economies,
China.
and yet they're
With,
resource
oh
rich.
God.
Resource rich economies matter more than countries with massive debts and no resources.
Yeah, again, if we can't explain to you how important Europe and the United States
Do you
is to
think
the
that
Chinese
countries that
economy,
print
wait,
worthless money matters?
hey, look, you
Let,
guys
I
let the,
just
hey,
wanted him to
I
make
don't
his
need to do
point so
this.
we can move
I don't
on to
need
the
to do
next
this.
How's
topic.
China's EV
I'm
market
only
doing?
helping.
How's Europe's
I'm
auto
only
market
helping.
doing?
Why?
You know economics, right?
One second. I'm only helping out because the IQ level here is low, and I'm trying to bring it up. Right. That's all I'm actually trying to do.
I
Oh,
don't
okay.
understand why
That seems
he
very
can't
rude.
just make a series of points without being
Because
interrupted with
because
an
they get
aggressive
triggered.
question.
It's simple, and
I mean, it's not
I
fair to Mo.
apologize if you're getting triggered. It's not my
I
intention.
don't agree with Mo. Let me be clear. I don't agree with Mo on pretty much any of his analysis. But it seems to me it's only fair if we're going to allow him to speak on the platform to do just that. Allow him to speak without interrupted. We don't do it to each other. I don't know why we do it to
You
him.
don't do it to
I
each
mean, he
other
can make
because
his
you like to
points
be
and
in
then
an
you can
echo. You
respond.
like to be in an echo chamber, and that is actually very
The issue,
Hey,
that's
Mo.
extremely dangerous for
the
yourself.
issue with Mo is that he wants to
Mo.
take personal
Mo,
Yeah,
attacks.
we're
He says something
I'm
that's
just gonna.
false, and
everybody.
then when we try to
Everybody,
respond
please
to
hold
it,
on
he
a second.
interrupts and
Mo.
says like he's
Mo,
not
I
allowed to
am
speak.
just vigorously working hard to let you make your statement, and no one's helping me, and I'm trying to help them understand.
I
Mo,
apologize,
I
Jim.
want you to be able to say what you want to say. Make your point, though, please, but do
He's
make it. I want to
he's
let
simply
you,
refusing to
okay?
make his
And I
point
want
because
to
he
ask.
doesn't have one.
I
I
am
just want to ask
attempting
everyone
every
to
time I
let him.
attempt to do so. Anyway, and this is what you shouldn't really look, as a piece of advice. You shouldn't really do this to people that push back, right? Especially when you interject, they lose their trail of thought. They're not able to actually communicate anymore, and it's
We're
disingenuous.
aware of
Mo,
that.
you're
But
bloviating again.
Mo, if you want to adjudicate
Mo,
that with us,
do
Mo, if
not
you want to
lecture us
adjudicate
and do
that
not
with us,
Hey,
lecture us. You are not
Mario.
what?
smarter than us. You are a
Hey
pretend
guys, is
smart guy,
my
a
mic
pseudo
echoey?
intellectual.
Yeah, your mic's
Oh,
okay.
you're
Your
fine.
mic's
Mo,
good.
Mario, it's
hey
great.
Mo.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah,
Right,
your
okay,
mic's
okay.
good,
So
Mario.
guys, So I'm glad. Yeah, Mo. Like, what's the point, man? I know Prodigal was interrupting. Do you want to make your point, Mo? It'd be great, please.
Yeah, look, it's a bit far ahead.
Thanks, man.
Sorry about that. And
No,
again,
all good, man. I'm back. All good, man. Let's do this.
thank you for the stage and everything. Look, again, going back to China, I believe that they have benefited the least when it came to COVID. Their economy has been affected. They have tens of millions, if not in the 50s of millions of people out of jobs, out of factories that are no longer going to go online. And that is going to be very devastating for their economy, an economy that requires for them those types of funding to go into the CCP, into their state budgets, for them to spend on their military and so on, and surveillance and you name it. They're falling back behind significantly. And yes, I agree. Trump definitely started this, and I think COVID really exasperated it. And I can see this administration currently even inflicting more damage on China. And that's all I can say. The notion that China started this for their benefit, I just don't see it. It's
So
non-plausible.
Ian, just quickly on this, because I came in late, so
Sure.
so I appreciate everyone covering. But just, so where do you disagree? And just going back to the point, like, what did I miss about Dr. Lee's point? Like, do you believe that was started initially, or is there plausibility to that? Because that
Okay,
was not something
here's
I
the
even
thing.
considered.
Okay, so here's the problem with Mo's argument. He's making an argument against a claim that no one is making. Dr. Lee never said that China started it deliberately. Her point, the one that was just trying to make, was that it was covered up. That's all we know. That's factual. It's factual that they covered it up. And Mo is responding, and he's trying to argue that the virus wasn't deliberately released, and it's like, well, who are you arguing against? And then he's making this weird defense of China, claiming that their economy was the hardest hit by the pandemic. And therefore that by that logic, by that reasoning, they couldn't have been responsible for the release of the virus. But no one is saying that they released it deliberately. Like I have said it, and Dr. Lee has said it, and everybody else in here has said it, that it was perhaps an accidental release, and that the cover-up itself was deliberate. That's all that's being said.
Okay,
I
so just quick
I don't
question.
rule out I don't think we can rule out a purposeful release.
We can't rule it
I
out.
mean, I'm not saying it happened, but I don't want to rule it out.
But
from
he's
my
also
record.
wrong about the military. China has built the
Hold on,
largest.
Prodigal, bro. Prodigal, don't stop, bro. Just quickly, Ian. So didn't because I was listening for most of it, and I went out for a bit.
Sure.
And I appreciate Jim for covering. But wasn't there a part where Dr. Lee did say that she didn't directly, because Mo asked her, and that's why I kind of jumped off for a bit. Mo asked her, like, do you think it was deliberately, it started deliberately? She didn't answer directly, and that's why Mo started interrupting. But she didn't answer directly. But didn't she imply it? Did she imply it?
No.
Did I
She
miss
did not
it?
imply it. See, it's a complicated situation, right? Because when you ask a question, was it deliberate? Well, the answer is we don't know. And the more comprehensive answer would be something along the lines of, well, how did they benefit from it? You could make the argument, the economic argument, that they did not benefit from it, which, of course, she responded, and I responded as well, to say that it is not an economic issue for Xi Jinping. This is not his motivation. His motivation is to consolidate power in China. He does not think the way that, say, a Western capitalist might. And one simply needs to look at Hong Kong and see how he has destroyed it within a span of a single year through the introduction of a very draconian law that strips people who live in Hong Kong away of their rights, to point out that he doesn't care about the destruction of an economy if he can consolidate power within that country, right? This is how China operates. They do not operate in the same paradigm as the rest of the world. So Mo keeps arguing that, well, that doesn't make sense. Economically, it doesn't make sense. I'm an economist.
Wouldn't you stop? So that goes to Aaron. I see your hand up, and I do want to go to. We brought up. Where are you, Charles? Oh, Charles is there. And we brought up another gentleman. I'll bring him back up as well to add more insight into this. But like, first, to have power within any economy, within any country, the most important thing is the economy. So like anything that harms the economy will potentially harm the level of control. And obviously quarantine, etc. We saw the negative impact of that. So even if they want to maintain power, COVID, which is a pretty, that goes down a path where I think I wouldn't even consider, like, definitely not plausible, and I wouldn't dismiss it. You can't dismiss something; it's hard to dismiss, but definitely not something I would personally. And maybe I could be the anomaly here, that it is something that is even, I don't know, worth considering, or it's just really too far fetched.
No,
Mario, may I?
So, Mo,
yeah, go ahead. Oh, just 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. Well, I'll give you the mic.
Can I go first?
Go ahead.
I mean, you asked me a question.
Yeah, of course,
so I'd like
bro.
to answer first.
Yeah, please, man. Yeah.
And my name is not Mo, so Mo, please don't speak.
Ian, Kim. Go ahead, Ian.
All right, so the point I'm getting at is that China didn't have to institute any of the lockdowns it did, right? It did zero COVID, which is an extremely disastrous method of managing the coronavirus. Now, we have to ask, what's the benefit of doing zero COVID? Well, on the one hand, you could argue that, well, they thought it would work. Well, obviously it didn't, and this is quite evident in the number of skyrocketing cases even before they did the lockdowns, the draconian lockdowns. So they couldn't keep it under control. So what's the real benefit of doing this kind of lockdowns? Well, it keeps the population in control. It consolidates power, and it allows them to strip away local businesses. Now, keep in mind, China is a very large country, and many people are capitalists there, right? They're making businesses. They have vastly exceeded their wealth as individuals. And what has Xi Jinping been doing this whole time? Well, he has been stripping billionaires of their power, right? By doing the lockdowns, he has effectively crippled any sort of competition to his power. It's a power grab in Beijing, right? That's what he's doing. Any billionaire in China likely has political ambitions. Now, by stripping their industries, by locking them down, he's effectively bankrupting them. They're unable to usurp him. And that's the exact reason why there were all of these lockdowns. It's quite deliberate. And yes, it did hurt China's economy, but it helped Xi Jinping. His goal as a dictator is not to help China necessarily, but is to help his consolidation of power. And this includes fighting back against his his rivals, his adversaries within politics and within the corporate world in China, which, I need to not remind anyone that there are many, many billionaires in China, and they all represent a threat to Xi Jinping. So he has to keep them in check. They need to know who is in charge, and he is most certainly in charge.
Yeah, I'd
Can
say,
I, Mario? Can I riff on that,
in a sec, Mario, guys. In a sec, guys. Just unless I don't know if it was you, Jim. If you want to speak, of course, Jimmy can jump in. But if it wasn't Jim, just give me a sec, guys. That I want to go to Aaron, if you don't mind, Mo. Aaron, that one is. I didn't expect that to be part of the discussion. But I'm open.
Yeah.
I like to the point that Ian said. Ian's one of the most knowledgeable people I know. So anything he says, I take seriously. But to have control. Dealing with a pandemic is not going to give any dictator or president or king or whatever more control. You want a happy population. You want a vibrant economy. COVID leads to deaths. COVID leads to destruction of an economy. There's too many negatives for it to be even considered possible to be intentional. But I don't want to discount it. What's your position on this, Aaron?
Well, keep in mind that everything you say makes sense when you're looking at the world through a certain lens and through a certain set of ideological and cultural assumptions. Yes, so I'm sure for everyone on this call, the idea of trying to consolidate power through totalitarian forms of repression and terrorizing your own population doesn't make any sense. But the historical record shows pretty clearly that that's how many rulers have attempted to operate throughout history. I mean, we can only, we can think about the famine that was inflicted on the Ukrainian people, for example, under the Soviet regime, that was deliberately orchestrated by Stalin and by those in power as a way of consolidating power and controlling the means of production. And it resulted in the death of millions of people, which you would think would not be a good way as a ruler to win favor or to advance your agenda or whatever. We also tend to think of capitalism in the West as being inextricably bound up with liberalism. But what the current Chinese regime has shown, I think, pretty clearly is that assumption is wrong, or at least deeply flawed. That capitalism and the growth of capital wealth and corporate power can occur and has occurred in the context of a very different regime in China. And some people have called it capitalism with Chinese characteristics. Some people have called it communist capitalism. There's different terms for it. But it's a thing that has been pretty well characterized now. And those who thought that liberalism and capitalism automatically went hand in hand didn't realize that the Chinese Communist Party has dropped certain aspects of Marxist communism and adopted certain aspects of Western capitalism, but without doing away at all with the top-down authoritarian elements that were characteristic of the communist regimes of the 20th century. Lockdowns, I believe, did consolidate power in China, and there's also historical precedent for this. Using a declared public health crisis and a declared state of emergency has historical precedent for...
Any examples?
America.
Yeah.
Now. The lockdowns in America, look at what Biden's done.
America right now.
Historical,
Mario, I beg you.
I'll give you three.
In a sec, Mo, I'll give you the mic. Trust me, Mo. There's a lot of hands up, bro. Trust me. I'll give you the mic.
Let me give you two quick examples. There are more, but I don't want to give a whole lecture here.
Venezuela is a pretty good example.
The transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire occurred because the Romans had they had a mechanism called the Roman dictator. And at that time, the word, the Latin word didn't have the negative connotations that it has today. The Roman dictator was someone appointed by the Roman Senate during a crisis that threatened the republic. It could be an invading army. It could be an epidemic. That dictator was appointed, and after 3 months of having basically augmented and increased powers delegated to him by the Senate, there was a lot of pressure for the Roman dictator to relinquish power and to return to a state of normality and get away from that state of exception. But the one time that didn't work was the transition from the Roman Republic to the model of the Roman Emperor, and the end of Republican government in Rome. That's one example, well known. Julius Caesar. The second example, and anytime you mention the Third Reich or any historical analogy to the Third Reich, people freak out. So let me just clarify: I'm not comparing the current or the previous regime in this country to Hitler's totalitarian regime. I'm not even necessarily comparing the Chinese Communist Party to Hitler's totalitarian regime, although there's a much stronger analogy there. But it remains an undeniable historical fact that the Nazis governed for virtually the entirety of their existence under Article 48 of the Weimar Constitution, which allowed for, guess what, the suspension of German laws during a time of emergency. And that was an emergency that lasted for the better part of 12 years. So Hitler's regime never did away with the German Constitution of a supposedly democratic society. They just bracketed it. They held it in abeyance through this declared public crisis. And if you look at the rhetoric around the whole Nazi eugenics program, it was all framed in terms of the health of the Volk, the population health, the health and safety of the public. So there is historical precedent of using a public health crisis to consolidate power. And I think what was happening in China especially with the Shanghai lockdowns, why did they lock down so hard and do the zero COVID thing for so long, even in recent months in Shanghai? Well, Shanghai is a city that has considerably more international movement and flair, if you will. And over the last several years, there has been a quiet but real resistance to the Chinese Communist Party and Chinese Communist ideology growing up in China. And they're finding creative ways to connect with one another and try to do an end run around the mass digital surveillance that they're subjected to. And if there was a center to that movement, that center was Shanghai. So, this was a form
Aaron,
of...
I'm just going to... I want to jump to the other speakers, if you don't mind, Aaron. Is that okay with you? I'm just going to jump to just two quick questions to speakers.
Yeah,
I see
no,
a lot
absolutely.
of hands up.
I've talked too long already.
Yeah, and it was a great insight, and I think the references to other examples, allows me to at least question the theory. I do want to go to Charles, who's been waiting for a while, but before going to Charles, and I know Caroline, Protocol, and Mo have their hand up. Before going to Charles, who's been waiting a really long time, Dr. Lee, I had one question for you because I jumped off the mic for a bit when you asked that question, and I just want to make sure, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but it is a tough question. Are you implying that do you think that China potentially, either China or someone within the lab released COVID intentionally for one purpose or another? Or do you believe it's more likely to be an accident, which is, I'll just tell you from now, I think it's a much more plausible scenario, at least in my opinion.
Oh, thank you. So from the beginning, I insist that this is someone intentionally bring it out of the lab, and that is under the request or instruction, because this lab is directly controlled by PLA, and Xi Jinping controlled it. So for certain purpose, what exact purpose we don't know, but also I need to emphasize one more thing, that we need to emphasize one thing, that the out of control in Wuhan is accident. They didn't expect there would be such outbreak in Wuhan.
Okay, understand. Okay, so just to make sure I understand it, you think so? The reason that you gave why you think it was intentionally released because it's under the control of the, did you say CCP?
People's Liberation Army, CCP. Yeah, CCP's military.
So okay. So just because it's under the control of CCP, I wouldn't say that's enough reasons for it to be intentionally released. It could still be an accident despite it being under the control of the CCP. Would you agree with that statement?
Of course, it's not only because one word. It also has to be you understand how it works in such military laboratories, and you have to know. That's why I tried to explain just now. I have experience working in such level of laboratory, and there is no way if you get it spill over, and especially that is kind of a weapon, and then cause such disaster, and after that the whole government is cover it up for you, and even give awards to those PLA scientists, and meanwhile the laboratory still have the normal function. They work for the government, and the government try to downplay its role here, and then government later take advantage of this this kind of outbreak even. So altogether, and also I can tell you, we have got the intelligence that there was a military operation happened before around September, before the outbreak in 2019 in Wuhan, that they have this kind of more details about the military and how they're going to use this kind of virus.
Okay. Okay. So I will go to, because I got more questions, but I know you guys have had that discussion earlier. Charles, you've been waiting for a while. You DM'd us a long time ago. So first, I appreciate you being so patient with us. And you did send me a DM, which the team sent me through. I think it was, you sent it 2 hours ago. And it was about Obama repealing the ban on gain of function
the moratorium
research.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So can you tell us more about this, and I'm sure you want to add more to the discussion, considering your position.
Yeah, I wish I could speak to all these things because my thesis was over Roman history, and that was when I was studying grad school. And I know a lot about geopolitics, but
Charles,
right now,
your mic is a bit muffled. Not sure if you can get closer to it or something, just so it's clear.
Okay. Well, hopefully I can figure that out. But is that any better?
Yeah, it's a bit better.
We can hear it. Yeah, we can hear.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the bottom line is that there's been a lot of speculation for a long time about a lot of things, and unfortunately, this is exactly what people like Fauci or the CCP want, is they want to keep everything as muddled as possible. So I want to specify that the gain-of-function ban was already being violated by EcoHealth Alliance in 2 separate grants during 2016 and 2015, and then again in 2018. And the NIH didn't know about the latter one until after the pandemic started, but they knew about the one in 2016, and they allowed it, and they let them continue. And when they changed the definition for the new program, the P3CO, they basically used the language that Daszak had given them as his excuse. So, but here's the key. Trump did not end the ban on gain of function. And to be honest, neither did Barack Obama. On January 9th of 2017, 11 days before the inauguration of Trump, John Holdren, who was the presidential science advisor at the time, he worked with Fauci, and the NIH on that day announced that they were starting the process to repeal it. They didn't have an exact timeline, but they started that process. How do we know? Because not only did they release a public document stating that they were going to do that, but in the emails that came out, and there was 150,000 pages of them, and I've read almost all of them. And in the emails that came out, it shows that on that exact day, they sent out emails saying, hey, at the end of this week, we're going to sit down with all the program managers who have gain-of-function studies that were paused, and we're going to go through them. And before Trump had been inaugurated, they'd already met at least twice. So, in truth, that's been used for political reasons. But this was a Fauci thing. This was not a Trump thing or an Obama thing, because Fauci wanted to get that passed, and he wanted to slip it by in between the two administrations because Obama had been against it. He had been very concerned. And so he knew there was going to be a window before a new OSTP chair became the presidential science advisor. And as it just so happens, Trump didn't appoint one for another 18 months after his inauguration. And so nobody knows that, even though it's right there in plain writing. And the second thing they don't know, and I know this is true because Congress told me it was true in September of 2021, is that the new OSTP chair, Kelvin Droegemeier, worked with Fauci during those meetings, so on February 1st, but also in an OSTP specific meeting on February 3rd.
Sorry, OSTP is who again, sorry?
It's the Office of Science and Technology Policy for the White House. So what I'm saying is that Trump and his administration were not aware of most of what had been going on because Fauci never told them. And from the very beginning of the pandemic, he worked to keep it hidden, using the same person who had been appointed by President Trump. And like I said, I'm saying this, I know this for a fact. This was I discovered this before I joined Drastic.
Can you tell us more? How do you know it for a fact? 'Cause these are pretty important allegations.
Sure. Well, so in the emails, in the first collection of U.S. Right to Know's FOIA collection, there were 83,000 pages. And so I can forgive people if they didn't find it in there. But nonetheless, there's a section in there, and I've written about it. And once again, after we released the diffuse proposal, which was given to me to leak by the DARPA leaker, I went to Congress to meet some congressional investigators in person. And one of the things we talked about, although it wasn't the main thing, was, well, as we were discussing other things, one of them came up to me and said, by the way, what you have been talking about with Kelvin Droegemeier, that is absolutely true. It hasn't been made public yet, but that's what he was doing. And it was proven further when President Trump was interviewed a couple of times, including by Sherry Markson in Australia, where she asked him directly, did you know about any of these things that were going on? And if they had paid attention to the emails, there's a whole bunch in there that makes it very clear. Because Trump didn't find out about these things until everybody else did when the Fauci emails were released on May 31st of 2021. So, I mean, there's so many other places that we could go with this, but that was the correction that I wanted to make. And because I keep hearing all these things and these conjectures, people don't know. And so I want to be able to provide concrete answers because we need to move past those things. Because every day that we keep getting sidetracked, the people who let this happen, whether it be Fauci or CCP or whoever, they are free, and the millions of victims have no justice. So
when you say victims, what do you mean by that statement? And there's a reason I'm asking that question.
Okay, well, so like at the front of my line and priority is the people who've died. But in truth, half the world.
Sorry, yeah, and sorry. So essentially, what you mean is that the action of the gain of functions research leading to the leak, leading to the pandemic, and this is where you're referring to victims. Okay, so I assume something else. My bad.
I'm referring to dead people who are dead who should not be dead today.
I know. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Do you mind if we send me through? You know how I referred to a few emails within 80,000 emails. You've done a lot of work into this, so I'm very grateful for you coming on stage and sharing this. Do you mind sending it through via DM so I can share it with the panel on our WhatsApp to go through it? Is that okay with you, Charles?
Yes. Well, you'll have to give me a minute, but yes, I can.
Yeah,
do
no
that.
rush, no rush. We can even do it after the space or throughout the space, whatever you.
But absolutely, I mean, these things These things have been out for a long time. And one of our frustrations, and I say me being part of Drastic, a group of scientists and researchers who've been investigating the origin, is that we know that, Dr. Lee, for instance, she's brought so much information forward, and it's been intentionally smothered because they don't want to talk about this because both countries are involved.
But I do want to say, Charles, I agree. Like, this is a plausible theory, but it's important to know, like, that's not enough. And I'm hoping Dr. Lee would agree that it raises a lot of questions, a lot of concerns. But I would say, like, them trying to keep it all, under wraps doesn't necessarily mean it was leaked from a lab, but it definitely makes it more likely. Do you know what I mean, Charles?
Yes. And so one thing I want to point out is that what I'm arguing right now, like in general, as I'm writing, is that we don't know where the virus came from. What we do know is that there are decisions made and directions moved into that were antithetical with what had previously been standard practice. And so here's just the one thing that I can leave, and if you think about it, it should be very clear to everybody. Okay, so nobody has ever asked Anthony Fauci when he learned about the existence of the furin cleavage site in this virus. But they need to, because the answer is he knew about it no later than January 13th, when the VRC completed the prototype sequence with Moderna. And that they had never retained a furin cleavage site, specifically because it's bad, and you don't want a vaccine to be moving all throughout the body and go through all kinds of tissues. And basically, but the last thing is, why is that important? Well, it's because that part of it is, more than anything, the thing that makes it a pandemic level virus. They knew this. They've always known this. And they knew this, and that it was in there before human-to-human transmission was announced. And Dr. Lee can definitely attest to this. So what the world needs to ask is, why did they wait 2 months until the proximal origin paper came out to tell the world that the furin cleavage site was in there? Because they could have saved millions of lives by just warning doctors and nurses about it. And so those are things we should be thinking of.
Tom, just before you jump in, Tom, just one question, not to Charles. Is there anyone, Aaron, or maybe yourself, Tom, that could maybe push back or question anything that Charles mentioned? I know it's like we need to see the emails or anything, but is there any other perspective on what Charles mentioned before we go to Tom?
I mean, it's fair analysis. The issue of the furin cleavage, whether knowing about it sooner rather than later, because I guess if it's a natural, if it was a naturally occurring mutation, I guess that's the best way I understand it to be. I don't know if it would have changed the outcome of the treatment or the response. I think if Charles implies, and I think he does here, is by highlighting that site as being evidence, almost incontrovertible evidence for practical purposes, right? You're in a crisis, so you have to work quickly, and you don't have times to figure everything out to 100% certainty. But when you have the furin cleavage site be disclosed, and it becomes odds-on favorite that it was engineered, then that leads to a whole host of responses that I think Charles is highlighting. Correct. That should have been pursued in a more timely way. And I think we had this discussion, with Eugene earlier, because I raised this question. If we had known about the potentially, or if we were more aware that, or shouldn't say this, if we knew it was engineered, would we have been better off in terms of being able to save lives? There's no doubt that's the case. Yes. Certainly in the early part of the pandemic, who knows what treatments and other things we could have done by pursued. by walking back the cat, right? And that wasn't done. And in many ways, it wasn't done because of all these because to be clear, Fauci and his associates and large aspects of the community that was involved in this type of research in the United States and was guiding our response was compromised because they were nervous that they had engaged in supportive research and funded research that led to this pandemic. And, you say circumstantial evidence, Mario. There's a murder case up in Massachusetts, right? A guy shows up at Home Depot when he says he wasn't. They find paper bags with DNA and hacksaws and garbage bags with blood on it, all sorts of circumstantial evidence. And, people go to jail based on those types of cases. And I tell you, the circumstantial evidence of in terms of the cover up, and then of course the kind of the scientific analysis that we've heard and seen in these emails that we've seen before elsewhere, to me are dramatic. That if I wouldn't want to be on the wrong end of a prosecution here before a jury of my peers. If I had to go in, if I were being pursued for a case like this based on this evidence. What did you know? When did you know it, Dr. Fauci? Why'd you cover it up? And the fact that you did cover up, that's going to be dramatic evidence, as seen not only with these emails, but then subsequently his willingness to lie, it looks to me, even years later, about his support for gain-of-function research.
Correct.
I want to, Charles, I just want to, before going to Dr. Lee and then Caroline, I want to go to Mo quickly. Mo, do you disagree with anything that Charles mentioned, or do you have concerns with any of the points he mentioned?
Well, yeah. With regard to global health security, are you talking about biodefense and global health security that was put together by Obama? That was a unit that was basically worked under the White House. Is that what you're talking about?
No.
What I'm saying that's a core. That's actually very core, because global health security and biodefense were effectively removed, or they weren't really removed. What happened in specific in May 2018 by the next administration was they were stomached in with the NSC, and they basically had different heads of department and directors and so on. And a lot of people basically, I think the number was like there was 42 people working as heads, and then it went down all the way to like 10, maybe even 9. And those people in specific were always monitoring, speaking with other agencies around the world, ensuring that they could take initiatives to, at a security level, because obviously they have the White House to communicate with, where they can basically shut down a country if they felt like it. And they did it before, so that's why. How do you know that they did it? They did it.
I would say, I do know.
Mo, I have a question for you, Mo.
Well, the only answer.
Mo, I have a question, Mo. Why are you hanging your head on this argument? Hanging your hat on this argument. I mean, you criticize us, or you make the argument against us that we're engaged in hyperbole and you're drawing all these absurd conclusions on little evidence. Here you talk about a modest managerial issue within the federal government that there's no real substantial evidence impacted our response, especially given what we're seeing here. Looked like it had nothing to do with the response to the COVID issue. I mean, why this focus on this bureaucratic shuffling?
If you don't mind, Tom.
Before you respond, Mo, I'll let you respond, Mo. And Charles, I know you want to respond to just quickly. Dr. Lee, I know you're waiting, and you messaged me that you are on the way. So I would love you, because Charles did refer to you as well when you were speaking. So I'll give you the mic and let you respond to the things that Charles mentioned.
Thank you. I think there are a lot of things people talk about, and I want to address several points. First, when we talk about why do they make vaccines so quickly, and just even before the February, right? They have announced they have already start to develop the vaccine. I was in the WHO lab at that time, and I worked on vaccine. So let me tell you my story, that at the end of January, before the end of January, my boss Leo Peng told me that, hey, write something to apply the funding that just show them you can do the vaccine, and that is COVID vaccine competition. There is a big chance that we can get the grants because they're in a hurry to get this kind of vaccine candidates. And I have done the research by myself, but I realized that I cannot overcome this kind of obstacles happening in the SARS-CoV-2 virus. So I rejected that. I didn't submit my proposal. I don't think I can make a safe and effective vaccine. So that's my choice, but it's clearly not the majority of scientists' choice, and it's so attractive, right? So Bill Gates gave foundation at that time, and we see the Bill Gates Melinda Foundation opens the opportunities, and we see China government, and we see NIH, I think later on also opens opportunities. If my memory is right, I just want to mention one thing to you that check the foreign members of the China Academy of Engineering. Bill Gates is a foreign member for China Academy of Engineering. And this kind of membership is not only for the research, it's more about the honoring. So this
Oh no, sorry, I don't understand. Sorry, Dr. Lee, I didn't connect to Bill Gates. So what are you implying about Bill Gates? I missed what you meant there.
No, because you are talking about why WHO could maybe get the news, get to know human-to-human transmission exists before the public, and they didn't let you know. They cover it up, and meanwhile, they'll start preparing for the vaccine development. I just want to add some additional information, not only WHO, because I work in that lab. We receive a lot of grants from Bill Gates Melinda Foundation. They really focus on the emerging infectious disease and vaccines. And Bill Gates is a foreign member of China Academy of Engineering. This is a very big thing you should also notice if you want to know the connections behind it, because China Academy of Science and the China Academy of Engineering, when they give the membership to you, it means it's an honor. It means this in this military civilian fusion academics, you are part of that. So you could get a chance to know more than the people outside. Also, maybe CCP still, I would believe CCP trusts their own members more than Bill Gates. But compared to people outside, Bill Gates could have the opportunity to know more than others. And maybe that can explain why they have so quick response before the public and to prepare the vaccine. And also it can further explain why they don't want you to know it comes from the lab. Because once you believe it comes from the lab, you can't accept the vaccine against the nature virus theory. This vaccine against the nature virus theory based on the 1919, the plague, that was nature origin. And based on the smallpox, that was nature origin. But when we talk about lab origin, people definitely would think about gain function and even bioweapon. At that time, they can't promote the vaccine smoothly to you. And
so I think
also,
there'll be okay. So Dr. Lee, I'm stopping because there's so many points you're making. So the first point you were making is about. I know you brought Bill Gates into this, but I'm more talking about why who. And by the way, Ian, Jim, or Nick, if I get anything wrong, let me know. But why who would have covered up the story, and just to kind of, they're worried about people's response if the story went out soon that it was spreading human to human. So that was the first point that you made, or speculation that you made. The second point that you made was about why one of the reasons, obviously, is multiple reasons why they wouldn't want people to think that the COVID came from a lab.
It wasn't speculation, by the way. That was in
which
fact,
one? The first?
Yeah, the first thing. It wasn't speculation. It's fact, because the World Health Organization claimed that there was no human-to-human transmission on around January 15th, and this was based on information that was given directly to them by the Chinese.
Right, and they refused.
Yeah,
to push
I'm saying,
back on
but I think the spec. Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is that maybe they just believed them and didn't push back.
No. I mean, no. I gave that information.
Taiwan, yeah, she gave them information, as did Taiwan. A lot of Taiwanese researchers had already sent this information in around December, and they were completely ignored. This is completely documented, by the way. I can even show you this information if you want. I can send it to you later. But no, it's not speculation.
And what's Dr. Lee's reason for them ignoring it?
Yeah, so I just want to finish another very important reason, that is when they ignore it, because when we talk about bioweapon, people definitely will know. So if China release a bioweapon, what should we do? Let me tell you, based on the documents, that although we have bioweapon convention treaty, but there is no specific solution if one country launches a bioweapon towards other countries. And also to surveillance these things, WHO, World Health Organization, was appointed as the first observer since 2004. And later on, Johns Hopkins University and NIH and other organizations were also invited to observe. And clearly that if people start to realize this is bioweapon, people, especially Americans, will turn to your expert to question them. Why didn't they notice it? Why didn't they prevent it? And this will be the problem for all these experts. However, now this is a gray area, right? There is no regulation that they must do whatever things to stop it. And also, majority of these people already in the net of CCP. They were already tied with CCP for so many types of the benefits, conflict of interest. Even, for example, Johns Hopkins University bioweapon expert Nancy Cornell and Gigi Grunwald, these people invited even the CCP's bioweapon generals to U.S. to join your biodefense, this kind of conference and praise their work. So altogether, for them, the best thing is when they realize, this comes from the lab, but they don't want the public to know. They want, actually at that time, they want to help China to cover it up, because from all the options, they believe that would be the best choice for them. Of course, that harm all of our public health and our things, but they don't care.
Okay, so Dr. Lee, just quickly, and I'm not sure who's unmuting, but Dr. Lee, one of the reasons you said that people are the various organizations or people involved didn't want, including the World Health Organization, didn't want people to think that it came from a lab, is that they would not take the vaccine. Is that what you said? Just very briefly, please. And there'll be more resistance to the vaccine, which they thought was a negative thing for the pandemic, or did I misunderstand?
No, that means when to let people remember. Let's go back to the 2020. Okay, when you heard that there is a virus come out from China to America, and at that time you already accepted the propaganda that it's from the nature. Do you want to get vaccine? Tell me, Mary, do you want to get vaccine?
So you just answered my question by saying yes. Just want to make sure. Do you think that people will be resisting?
Yeah, because I can tell you, majority of people want to get vaccine even for a trial because they are scared of the virus, and their knowledge was already built based on the theory that once there is a nature origin pathogen, maybe vaccine would be the best thing for you to prevent it.
Dr. Lee. So just to make sure, because I'll make sure I understand you. So essentially, people will be less likely to take the vaccine if they think it came from a lab and they start speculating it could be a bioweapon, correct?
They could.
Okay.
They could.
So I understand. I got that one right.
They would question whether you understand the virus.
Wait till they find out that we relied on vaccine. Wait till we find out that let's put it this way. Judicial Watch just uncovered that the vaccine was developed in part through testing in China. So put that in your pipes and smoke it.
I'll push back on these two because there's no one else to push back, so I'll play that role. On the first point that, by the way, what you're saying, Dr. Lee, is all very plausible. I think it just raises a lot of questions.
Mario, I just want to add to what Tom just said, right? The idea, because the thing about mRNA technology is that they've been trying to push mRNA technology for years, and they've been unable to get funding to do so or authorization to do so. It's very risky research. mRNA is the only kind of technology that, it's a promising technology, make no mistake. There can be, not to say that there are, but there can be good benefits from researching it, but it's very hard to get funding for it. So what you had here is a massive pandemic that required an immediate response. People were afraid, they were dying, and there was this push. That's why we had Operation Warp Speed. And it guaranteed, more or less, that the only kind of technology that could deliver very big results in a very short amount of time is mRNA technology. And so that was pushed forward. So it was in the interest of the, I would say, the biotechnology community to push mRNA vaccines, right? And that opened the door for that specific technology. And that's just one industry. I can go into how the surveillance industry pushed it because they could say, they could justify lockdowns and justify the implementation of a surveillance state. This is what happened in various countries, including China, where previously, you can implement some measure of surveillance, say, to address crime or traffic or anything like that, but nothing to, at the level that we saw implemented very recently, and not just in China, but everywhere else. You have drones flying around, you have cameras all over the place, and ability to read people's biometrics just through their gait, their walking signatures, if you will. This is technology that most people would not accept, and yet they pushed this technology out with the consent of the public, right? The public was like, hey, this can help us detect people who are carrying the virus, people who are sick. This technology that lets you scan people's bodies without even interacting with them.
What are you implying by this? Just to make sure I read between the lines.
I'm implying that every single industry that had some way to push their way forward to gain power or to gain money, in the case of everybody had something to gain from this. Amazon had something to gain from this, which was the consolidation of the retail market. They pushed for lockdowns. Amazon literally
let me add something to what Ian's saying. Let's follow up, because this is a fact that many people may not know.
Just one point, Tom. I'm sorry. If we look at China, and Ian, you should know this, right? That level of control already existed pre-COVID.
No,
right?
it didn't.
Well,
It
with
didn't.
regard to surveillance, hold on. If we
it metastasized during COVID.
Just a second, and just to point out, because that was a discussion before Mario came back, was basically who actually gained the most control was the West on their people. Let's be real.
But it wasn't the West on their people necessarily. It was every country that enabled these lockdowns. Don't you get it?
Yeah, I mean,
this is. Let me explain.
China is
what
able
the Chinese. Let me give you what I.
So, guys, just quickly, I'll let Tom quickly jump in. Mo, I want to kind of touch on your point because this one I'm leaning a bit towards you, Mo. So that's a good reason for you. Just give me a sec. Tom, I'll let you jump in. You're muted, Tom. I muted everyone.
Sorry.
Muted, Tom.
Yeah, thank you. Mario, let me give you and Ian and Mo a stark example. It may not surprise some of you, given this, it may be already out there. But we had sued, Judicial Watch had sued to follow up on allegations that the Chinese were forcing U.S. diplomats to go through anal swab testing for COVID. Okay? A pure assertion of vindictive abuse of our diplomatic personnel. Sure enough, we sued. We uncovered rather astonishing and disturbing documents that indeed it was taking place, and our diplomatic personnel were being abused with anal swabs that were obviously, to describe it is to condemn it, right? And this is the language from the email of May 5th, 2021, of course, during the Biden administration. We've been hearing a lot of horror stories about the quarantine in China. Unfortunately, the monthly newcomers the calls aren't recorded, so we can't even hear the answers to other questions via recording of the calls. So I don't. Hold on a second. We've been talking with a number of XX. They redacted it out, or those who recently left. We heard a lot of horror stories about the quarantine upon arrival. We've heard about older children being separated from from families during the quarantine, anal swab testing, and real violations of diplomatic norms. Others have reported they were crammed in rooms with inadequate bedding, and it seems like diplomats and their families are not being treated according to acceptable norms. The escalation of the PRC's violations of diplomatic protections seems particularly concerning, and the response is you have to live with it. Biden's people did nothing about this, and it's continued and escalated since then.
Someone's calling you, by the way.
Dramatic example of what's happening here.
You're back. Go ahead. Oh, you dropped out.
Yeah, it was a dramatic example of how the PRC leveraged COVID to abuse their political opponents. And if this is the way they're treating diplomatic personnel, one of the most sensitive
areas of government to government interaction with respect to China. Think of what they were doing to their own citizens and how much they cared about the spread of COVID internally and externally.
So I want to jump in quickly here. Ian, I think there's industries that benefited, other industries obviously that suffered, the most obvious one being the hospitality industry. But
Yep.
my question, the point I want to make is that you've given reasons that imply that, I think reasons that allow us to question that, hey, there are potential reasons that this could have been intentional. I would say
That's
that.
not what I'm saying, though. I'm not saying it's intentional.
Okay.
I'm saying it was
Good.
an
Okay.
opportunity. There's an opportunity
Okay.
that
I
presented
was going to
itself
say
for
that. Perfect.
pretty much
Okay.
every
So
industry, right? So, yeah,
okay.
like I don't like it in
So what are you
mode,
saying?
implies that I'm saying it's intentional. I'm not saying it's. I never said that. I'm not even implying. I don't even believe that, right? So I've always made this argument. If people follow me on Twitter, you'll see that I talk about how every industry has used this as an opportunity to enrich themselves, whether it's personal gain
Fair.
or for
And that's
consolidation of power.
capitalism.
It's
Human
capitalism,
nature.
yeah, but it's not
Capitalism.
really
Yeah.
capitalism, though. Really, it's more like
No,
corporatism,
human
right?
nature.
Capitalism is
Human
about a
nature.
free market, human nature, exactly, human nature, and that's exactly what they did. Every single industry, whether it's the defense industries or it's the surveillance industry or it's the retail industry, they all used it to their benefit. And who suffered, right? We saw the single largest transfer of wealth from the middle class to the corporations, the ultra wealthy. BlackRock became larger than ever. Amazon became larger than ever. And this is something I'm sure Mo can agree with. But here's the thing. China did the same thing. They had this consolidation of power from small businesses, again, to the larger ones that are controlled by their government, right? The military defense industries in particular grew, right? And now they're building a blockade around Taiwan. Imagine that. So they certainly did not suffer from this. They were not crippled by this. They were unaffected by these lockdowns because there was no lockdown of military factories, the factories that build ships, the shipyards, the tank yards. No, none of these industries were affected at all.
What were they? They were called something. They were called not necessary. There was a word for it.
Yeah, like
big industries.
essential.
They were essential. Yeah, exactly.
Essential. Yeah, they were essential, and then that's exactly what happened. We saw the same thing, in across the world. In America, you had Amazon, which was open. You had Whole Foods, which was open, but everything else was shut down. Right? You couldn't go to a mom and pop grocery store. They destroyed it using the 6-foot rule, and that was lobbied by these big companies. They're like, oh, we just want to protect our health, but look at who it affects. Right? It affects only the small people.
I'm glad. Yeah. I'm glad. Like I thought we were going to disagree because I thought you implied that it was intentional, but now
no.
I was going to make exactly
indication that it was. I mean, I'm not ruling it out, but I think it's unlikely. It's very unlikely.
I think it's well said. I will go. I will go. Jim, is you speaking? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, actually, to the point here in the United States, at least, and I'm sure it propagated a few places elsewhere, but here in the United States, companies like Walmart, all the large ones, it wasn't them that were taking advantage of it. It was government officials giving them preference. And that's the problem, which, by the way, when you get into issues like lobbying money that comes in and that sort of thing, like these were government officials giving benefits to the larger corporations at the expense of the smaller guys for political benefit. I mean, that's really the crazy aspect of it, and that's where the control is. And that's why when you go into this situation with China, like, it is their incentive to have more control. That is how the Chinese system, as it exists currently, works. And that's what happened after Tiananmen Square. And we've seen it over and over in that country, and this was part of it. There was a deep incentive to consolidate political power in China. And the fact is, when you look at it closely, you see that Jack Ma doesn't even own his company anymore. They've kicked him out of the whole thing. Oh, they're going to give him a little portion of it to keep, but he better shut his dang mouth or they're going to take that away from him. I mean, and then we saw in Hong Kong just before all this broke out that was happening. They have been on a consolidation track for a long time. Xi has been purposefully consolidating power because he and his cohorts in the Chinese Communist Party started to recognize that the economic success of China was getting so hot and that the leaders of the large corporations like Jack Ma and others were getting so powerful that they had to shut it down. They have been on a 5 to 7 year shutdown process that Xi personally initiated that has now culminated through COVID. Did he do COVID on purpose to get there? I don't know, but he certainly fully took advantage of it. This is part of a 5 to 7 year plan that he's been doing there already.
Yeah, and it's important to just for people to understand. Again, we say this all the time. Causation does not equal correlation does not equal causation. So, for example, if one of my competitors falls dead tomorrow, and suddenly their company falls down, and I own 100% of the market, it doesn't immediately mean I killed the competitor. Not the best example, but it obviously means you should ask questions. So it's important to say, like, if a country benefited from COVID, or let's say China in this case, in some ways, or not China benefited. Sorry, the ruling party in China, or Xi Jinping, benefited from COVID, it does not immediately mean they caused it, because that's a very, very
but Mario, if they came and you started destroying evidence and disappearing witnesses and threatening others,
but that's because
what conclusions would we be drawing?
But that's because even if it was an accident, they wouldn't want it to be known. Even if it was accidental, they would not want it to be known. They don't want it to be.
It's different. It's different.
I'm not sure who's speaking, but I want to give the mic to Caroline, because Caroline's been waiting for a really long time. Caroline, jump in, and then we'll go to Mo and Protocol.
I wanted to make a point about essential businesses, but first I had a question for Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee, I think earlier when you were talking about whether or not this was on purpose, whether it was accidental, I just wanted to clarify the point that you were making, because I'm not sure that I understood. I think that you were saying that because of the lab where this was being done, the intention, that makes it necessary that the intention was for this to be a bioweapon. However, it may have been accidentally released, like they may have not intended for that to be released when it was. Is that correct?
No, I mean that when people talk about that, they always ask, is that intentionally released to and also cause the outbreak to kill Wuhan people? They usually mix the two questions. So I always need to let people know when it was released intentionally with certain purpose out of the lab. CCP have their special purposes, but finally it caused the outbreak in Wuhan, which is out of control. That is accidental, and that was not the expectation from CCP.
Okay.
Did you understand, Caroline?
Cool. I think so.
What did you make out of it? Just to make sure we're on the same page.
That the infection going out into Wuhan was accidental.
Okay, yeah, I think that's what I got as well. I do want to go to Protocol and Mo. Protocol's been waiting for a while, so I'll go to Mo first, because I know Protocol.
Well, I think I don't know if that's a conclusion you can draw based on the facts and the evidence. I just don't see. I mean, you can't. You can't say it. I can't rule out an accidental release, but if it was engineered, you can't rule out anything.
Yeah, but we see the point, Mario, I've been trying to make. I've been having to listen to very long monologues here, and I would love to have a back and forth, because then we can snipe it out, right?
What's your point, bro?
Well, number one is this point on whether China intentionally released COVID, right, as a bioweapon, and we can just focus on that, trying to break it down, and then go to the next, because we speak to Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee is basically saying, well, yeah, there is this potential where the CCP.
Yeah, I understand.
My point,
I got you.
again.
What's your point? You can tell me, go.
So too many points, and I'm going to try to summarize. I don't think China intentionally released any COVID or bioweapon on its own nation and or the world. All right, because again, it did not benefit them whatsoever. Along with the fact that a lot of the controls,
guys, hold on.
Yeah, a lot of the controls that they would like to do or they can do, they could do it without having COVID whatsoever. With regard to Tencent, Baba, and so on and so forth, they've been consolidating big businesses for a very long time, taxing them as they please, taking effective shares within their company. They did not need COVID to do any of that.
No,
with regard,
what acceleration. Mo. It's about
Again,
acceleration.
they don't need those accelerations as you.
Yes,
The
they
only
do.
thing that if we
They
look at
need
it,
the
wait,
consent of
hold
the
on,
public.
hold on,
Guys,
because
guys,
this is
yeah,
where
go
I
ahead,
want
Mo.
to push
Guys,
back.
Ian, yeah, go.
I
Yeah,
just
go
want
ahead,
to
Mo. Go
push
ahead.
back on this. The only people who or countries that accelerated programs onto their people, in fact, was the West. If you really look at it
That is
carefully,
incorrect.
with
China also
Guys,
accelerated, as we
Ian,
pointed out.
with regard to Homeland, with regard to NSA, with regard to surveillance, and you guys are seeing it. You have infiltration on social media. You have all
We're not
sorts of things
disagreeing
that
with
took
you.
place.
So what's your point? You're saying
My point.
China's not doing these things, but America's doing these things.
They're
So
not
we're saying
mutually
both countries are
exclusive.
No,
doing these things.
Wow.
guys. Sorry, yeah, go ahead, Mo. So the point you're making, Mo, is that China essentially could have all the benefits that they had in terms of consolidating power. They would have had it without COVID. Maybe it would have been a bit
Yeah,
slower, but they
100%.
would have had it anyway. And they wouldn't need a
100%.
pandemic to really. The benefit of accelerating it versus the cost of a pandemic don't really add up. So it's just better to do, even if it takes longer. Let it go. Let them do it naturally. And Xi Jinping has consolidated
And
power even prior to
Well,
COVID.
but here's the
one
thing. Here's
thing
why
we haven't
Prodigal
dis-
pointed out
Just a second
earlier why the
Hold on.
before you go,
acceleration was
Yeah, go ahead.
necessary.
before Ian goes. If
Guys.
Ian
Yeah,
goes
go ahead,
down
Mo.
to Shanghai, if Ian goes down to Shanghai at the airport, hello Ian, come with us. That's how they treat people over there, all right? They'll take them in, have a nice little cup of coffee, and they can do that with any single human being they want. With regard to Hong Kong, them being independent, they didn't like it, of course, and due to that 100-year agreement, they did want to consolidate that. I agree with Ian on that. And yes, Taiwan looks similar, and there could be a situation happening there. But this notion about China trying to consolidate when they can do it whenever they want is out of this world. The only
They can't do
country.
it whenever they want. They've got a massive public health
Guys,
crisis on their hands.
Piotr, guys, what is it? Mo, you
That's right.
attract
We
interruptions,
all kind
man.
of disagree.
I know,
Mo.
man.
Mo,
I never expected Piotr to disagree with you. But
of
yeah,
course he would, because it's nonsensical, right?
I
So
agree
I'll go
with
Mo,
Ian.
first.
so
Okay, I'll go first, and then
okay,
I'd like
guys,
Twitter to weigh in.
Ian.
I'll go first, and then
I'll
Twitter
let
can
you.
talk.
Yeah, hold
Yeah.
on, guys. And Mo, so that's your first point, Mo. Well, I think I'm surprised by the amount of disagreements. Because I don't know. It's a valid point worth discussing. I'll just say that because you're getting too many disagreements. But because I understand your first point. What's your second point?
The second point, again, it was towards Dr. Lee. This, she spoke, I think, about some military games that took place prior to, I think she mentioned October. And if you actually look at that, it involved many countries, including the United States, including Great Britain, if I'm not mistaken. Japan was there. And these are military games that, there's some coordination. And it was actual, not military games. It was actual sports games that took place in Wuhan.
And why, Mo, just quickly, so Dr. Lee mentioned them. Why did she
She
mention them?
mentioned it on the premise as if the Chinese military was there present near the lab, and therefore there is this agenda by the military that came in and effectively put this pathogen so they can release it onto the population. I'm just pinpointing on what she's saying.
No, that's not what she's saying.
So
She's
Dr.
saying
Lee,
that the military controls the lab. It's a military lab.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is a military lab.
Okay.
I don't think, Mao, I appreciate your opinions. I mean, because that's your opinions. But I mean, we are talking about something really happened in the history, which affect people all over the world.
But
and there is only one
Dr. Lee, with the point he's not making, he's not talking about history or whether it affects the world. The military drills, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not
So did
only
you just
that,
make sure?
First, I mean, Mara, sorry. I just want to mention, I don't quite understand why Mo finally just change all the conclusion and just based on his weak evidence, just based on his opinion, not even evidence. And what we talk about the military games that happened in October 2020 in Wuhan. What I talk about the intelligence we received, it's about prior to the military games. That
2019.
2019. In September, there was a military operation happened in Wuhan, and that military operation is coordinated from the PLA to the CDC to local hospitals. And in that operations, we obtained more intelligence, which I have already shared with some intelligence contacts in U.S. They have discussed about the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and more about that. They discuss about more details about that. So I'm not specifically means military game in October. Actually, I even believe that between the September, the operation to the military game happened at the end of October, there was no outbreak because Xi Jinping has been to the open ceremony for that military game in Wuhan. I would say if there was anything risky, Xi Jinping won't attend that military
So
game
why
at
does
that time.
Dr. Lee, just very, very briefly, because we have a lot of hands up and I do want to wrap up the space. Very briefly, what does the military drill have to do with anything? Because obviously I missed when you said it earlier, but as briefly as you
What
can,
I
if you
can
don't mind,
tell
please.
you is the topic is one of the scenarios they launched is to public. They said this scenario in the military operation is to say during the military game in October, they had detected the imported new coronavirus case from the travelers in the airport in Wuhan, and they have coordinated the local hospital and also CDC
So sorry,
to
is that
finally control that.
Dr. Lee? Okay, so what you're saying is that the military games might have someone from a foreign military brought COVID into it, or did I
That was the
completely
claim
misunderstand?
made by the Chinese military and
Yeah, I
Chinese
know about the
government.
claim. Yeah, I know about the claim. Yeah, and so I thought we all dismissed it as a conspiracy. Is she saying that is a plausible theory, or is she saying no, it's just a bullshit claim?
It is a cover. It is a cover for the release of the virus. That's what she's saying,
Okay,
and
yeah,
that's very
yeah,
likely
that's
plausible.
okay.
This is
So
something that's
Mario,
been
I
done
would
up
just
by
commentate.
the
I would
I
just
Trump
comment.
administration.
I do. Yeah. I got it. Cool. So
Got
I
it?
do want to go because there's so yeah, got it. So I do want to go to Piotr in Portugal. Maybe.
Let's do Piotr first. We're gonna
Yeah,
go
Well, I got to
Piotr,
head out. I'm going to
Bill,
sign off right
Caroline, and then
after
Aaron. How
this,
about that?
if
go
possible.
Prodigal. Yeah, go
Yeah.
Prodigal. Go ahead.
All right. I'm just going to address this on top of my other points, right? I don't disagree with Mo in regards to both the CCP and the techno-party, uniparty globalists that have benefited from China's rise, both benefited from this pandemic. They're not mutually exclusive, right? The Hong Kong protests were ongoing and were actually very brutal. And so were the Yellow Vest protests in France. They were both shut down out of fear from this virus and government controls. So there's many other examples of this, right? Mo's not wrong. China could arguably do this through the barrel of a gun. That's what they've been doing it. The West could only institute these type of controls through the guise of a public safety state. The truth is we're probably never going to know if it was accidental or on purpose. Witnesses have been disappeared. Records have been destroyed. But for this argument here, right, for purposes of how China benefited from COVID, it doesn't matter if it was accidental or intentional, right? What matters is how China acted afterwards and positioned itself long-term to monopolize its power both domestically and across the world, right? And the cover-up regarding U.S. actors has been addressed at length, so I'm not going to address it. But we already talked about Hong Kong. We already talked how it's more assertive in Taiwan. We have talked about how this helped China push its Han-based nationalist vision for its nation, to the detriment of minorities and other religious groups. And now Xi has a politburo staffed with all hardline loyalists only to him. Right? China was able to sign a lot of trade and 5G trade agreements with nations across the world that were relying on its manufacturing for PPE, pharma, etc. China's military has not been weakened. And I know I'm an idiot. I'm not as smart as you. But China actually built the world's largest navy during the pandemic and has been putting out warships like they're going out of style. There's only two reasons for this. One is that China sees this as an opportunity to end the U.S.-led Bretton Woods trade agreement, where the U.S. was the protector and guarantor of global trade. With the multipolar world emerging, China, with this navy, will be in a position to protect its spheres of influence and guarantee its trade. The second is it's building up to either blockade or invade Taiwan, much like it asserted full control over Hong Kong way earlier than it was allowed to under the treaty, right? And to say, oh, its military has been weakened, it has escalated the weaponization of space. It's literally building a moon base that points a laser at Earth. And Ukraine has only shifted the multipolar world order, which Russia would have never moved on without China's backing and ability to ensure that it would have trade. This only increases long-term with the West push to green energy while it decimates its own fossil fuel industries. And China, as you know, since you're so smart, has the bulk of the world's precious metals and rare earth materials and the overwhelming bulk of its processing. While you say it's been weakened, China has literally, I'm almost done, has literally come out with its first jet plane through COMEX that it's exporting. It's now the leader in the EV market. Europe is being deindustrialized and moving its manufacturing over to China, and you've seen that. Now they're only behind Japan, right? They've had advances in fusion, in AI, among another of other industries that are going to lead this so-called fourth industrial revolution. And when you look at the Belt and Road Initiative that has expanded, and now you have 17 countries who want to join BRIC, you might not know this. I don't know. I've just looked at the contracts. In those contracts with the Belt and Road Initiative, China is allowed to basically switch its trade and debt back to yuan-denominated currency. You literally had Saudi Arabia just signed a $50 billion deal, right, with China, with Huawei for this next generation tech. And you had Saudi's finance minister come out yesterday and say, yeah, we're open for business. We're going to entertain trade outside of the U.S. currency. So I've made multiple points before. That's the little explanation point. But, I'm too dumb. I'm just making shit up. Enjoy your day.
Okay, Mo,
Everybody
yeah,
have a good
okay.
night.
Guys, hold on. I mean, I know, this is Protocol, by the way. Mo, you don't know Protocol. This is Protocol. He's been on the space a few
He's
times for
completely
many
right.
I don't
programs.
get to
Prodigal
respond,
is
do I?
one. I just want to say Prodigal is 100% correct. And Piotr
Okay,
can
I'll
agree
give.
with me.
Okay, I'll give Piotr and Mo as well, because I know he took a few jabs at Mo. I know we're trying to wrap up the space, so Piotr and Mo, I'll let you respond to Protocol's points. And before you do, just want to remind everyone that the newsletter, I've pinned it above again. And if you want summaries of these spaces, because today another marathon space, I think 7 hours already. So you could listen to this, look at the summaries there. We can add more points to the discussions. So the newsletter is starting soon. But yeah, Piotr, maybe I'll let Mo respond quickly, Piotr, and I'll give you the mic because he did take a few jabs at Mo. So Mo, if you could just directly respond to a few points that.
Yeah, look, it's nice to hear
Okay,
Piotr's
go ahead.
voice as well. But yeah, look, it's hard. It's hard to speak, and I would love to have a room alone with the guy, and then we can go at it. But to the points, if we're discussing China's military in comparison to NATO, you're talking about a military that doesn't equal about 5, maybe 8% of NATO's military. All right, capability. That's number one. Number two. You spoke, and this is like hard to keep going at, but you spoke about this China's world dominance or world, however you wish to call it, trading in yuan and so on. Since when can't countries trade with one another? At the end of the day, it's how they settle those trades. If you know what an FDI is, you have a resource, I have a resource, we exchange. Now, how we
No,
settle it at the end of
that's
the day,
incorrect. They use the petrodollar. They use the
yeah,
US
hold
dollar
on.
to trade.
See again,
They're shifting away from it and
I
using
get cut
BRICS
off.
now.
I get cut off. I
Ian,
get
I'm
cut
just,
off
it's,
again,
I
it's
know,
like,
I know you
you're saying
disagree.
things that
I
are
know,
You
factually
actually,
incorrect.
you hold on. You
Ian,
No,
just
you are saying
Ian,
things that
you
are
just.
factually incorrect.
I know, but
no,
Ian,
dude, you
I
actually know
know.
nothing about
Ian, hold on, Mo, okay, take it easy, bro. Yeah, Ian, I know you got to disagree. Just let him get the points done, and then correct him at the end. Maybe it's
It's
be
quite
easier.
frustrating to hear
I know,
him speak about issues he knows
We've
nothing
been,
about, and he
I
presents
know,
himself as some kind of expert, but he's
I know,
completely
Ian,
wrong. Like, look,
I know.
I live in a
Okay.
country that wants to join BRICS. It wants to join BRICS, and right now we're trading the US dollar. So you can't tell me we trade materials for materials. That's not how it works. We're trading
I
in the
know.
US dollar, and we want to get rid of
I'll
it.
let you.
And China
I'll
has
give you the mic right
facilitated
after.
this using the Belt and Road system. Guys, like it's so basic, and it's like you're wrong about this. And you're telling me the sun is rising in the west. I'm like, no, it's not. It's rising in the east. It's like it's so basic, guys. Like, come on,
Okay. All right.
can't
So
bamboozle
we'll
me
get.
like this. It's so
I'll give you.
really frustrating. You
The
know, to
right.
hear
I'll
somebody
give you.
spewing bullshit, basically. Come
Okay.
on.
I'm gonna give you the mic right after Mo. Mo, sorry, man. I'll let you finish your point, and then Ian will kind of respond to things he disagrees with, and then we'll give it to Piotr. Jump in, Mo.
I can never finish my point with Ian, but
It's okay.
but
It's
again,
okay. Oh, good. Go ahead, man.
and I I get it, Ian. It's okay, but again, please do go and understand how an FDI works. You are able to
Oh my
create
God!
Not
trade.
much.
Can
So
you
I
stop
let
the
you continue. Mo,
condescension?
you
The
guys
condescension
don't
is
jam.
not cool.
Mo,
Oh, for
you're not
fuck's
helping me,
sake!
bro. You're not helping me. Finish your point, bro, because you just took a jab at him, and I know Ian. He'll just have to respond pretty quickly. So just finish your point, man, and then we'll let Ian answer at the end. So after the FDI,
Again,
let continue responding to Protocol.
I'm coming to the point, but clearly he
Yeah, go
doesn't know how
ahead, bro.
FDIs. Yeah,
Bro,
I'm trying
Mo,
my best.
forget it about FDI. Go ahead, Mo. Go ahead.
Right. So, with regard to the point that you made that Saudi Arabia and China are doing trade worth $50 billion, yes, that is part of the trade agreement. But at the end of the day, any oil that they want will not be priced in yuan. It will be priced in dollars and settled in yuan. That's how it works. So that does not mean that the actual commodity is being traded with any other currency than the dollar. All right. And I go on mute. And Ian, thank you.
Thanks,
And I
man.
hope you understood what thank you meant there.
Cool, man. I appreciate you responding to Prodigal. Piotr, I'll give you the mic because it seems Ian is all chill now.
Yeah, let Chuck speak. He can respond
Ian
for
is
me.
not chill. Watch him explode off the mic in 20 seconds or something. I'm
Go ahead.
joking. No, I've just got a few points to make. I've got to go. So anyway, okay. COVID. Do I
Dude, you
think that
always
China?
have to go.
I know, yeah, he does. He's like, this is
You
Piotr
always have
101.
to go. I know you
Yeah, I
from
know.
every.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Mo got it right. It's like, Piotr, every time. All right, guys, I'm in. I gotta go. Let me say everything. Okay, bye. it's like when next time you don't come up on stage, you'll know why. Okay, go ahead before you have to go.
I knew it would trigger you. It's Friday night.
we
I'm
got
having a beer.
like 300 people requesting to speak, and then Piotr goes, all right, guys, bye. Go ahead, man.
I'm joking. No, I love you guys. I think it's a fantastic room, as always. But anyway, so China. Do I think that the Chinese virus was created in purposely as a bioweapon? If it was, then China is absolutely being destroyed and decimated as we speak by its own biological weapon, because the Chinese economy is being crises. There's 233,000 beds that are in short supply in Shanghai alone. Some estimates put deaths at 9,000 deaths a day. In comparison, this was about 3,500 for the Americans, in some estimations, at the height. So China is really reeling from the situation with COVID now and their policies. Maybe it's not so much the virus itself as it was the policies that the Chinese implemented, and they didn't roll back like the West and other countries did soon after the height of the pandemic. So I don't know how much I agree that it was created deliberately in a lab, but equally we can ascertain where it came from, if it was like a bat or some biological thing. But Wuhan was a fish market, with germs. There is very poor use of sanitation and healthcare standards than in other parts of the world, right? So I'm not going to go down into the conspiratorial or
He's breaking up for me.
alternative views thing, because am I audible? Anyway, as for China's influence in the world, I agree with a lot of what Prodigal said until he starts going on about the BRICS. I think that's a little bit off topic, but anyway, I think China's capacity to be an influence in the world is here and now. I don't think it's a rising power. I think it has partially risen, and I think that it is very much an influential force in many areas. But I do think sometimes when Kim.com and others talk about the BRICS, I think it's overhyped a little bit because of a few reasons. Number one, the West still accounts overall for about 45-50% of GDP. The current BRICS countries account for just over half of that, so 26%. Is there a potential for more countries to join? Yes, but there is not a specific mandate by which that they can join. The BRICS is still first and foremost a economic concept. It isn't a fully established bloc with a mandate and a set of policies that make it a viable alternative. SWIFT, the financial system that a lot of the West use and the world uses for transactions, it counts for 3 million transactions a day. China's alternative called CIPS accounts for about 13,000 a day. So do I think that the BRICS could be an influential group of countries in the future? Yes, but is it going to happen at the rate that Kim and others talk about overnight? No, it's not. We've got to take timescale into account here. Then there's also the matter of China's PLA, or the Navy. The DoD came out last year and admitted that the Chinese Navy is the largest in the world. It has about 480 naval vessels of varying types, submarines, frigates, battleships, and so on. But we don't know how capable it is, because we haven't seen the Chinese Navy in action for about 50, 60 years. So there's a lot of hype again around this, or speculation about just how much China could do certain things. Equally, if they were to use the Chinese Navy in the South China Sea, not only do you have the American coalition of countries that buy the Taiwanese Defense Act, or Relations Act, TRA of 1971 or 79, the Americans, the British, Japan, South Korea, and a smorgasbord of other countries would come to the defense of Taiwan. And that's not including more neutral countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, Laos, Vietnam, which all have interests in the South China Sea, which China, under its historical 9-line theory, breaches all of their economic exclusive zones. So China wouldn't just be going up against one country, it'd be going up a lot of them. And you've got India. India and China have terrible relations now, and it's pretty clear with the Quad, which India is a part of, and Australia, that China would not have an easy time of it. And the last thing I want to say is that when we're talking about the capacity for these countries to work together, there is one fund between China, Russia, Iran, and others, and the West. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, you are.
Ian, am I echoey?
Yeah, you're echoing a lot.
Yeah, I knew it. All right, go ahead, Piotr.
Yeah, so the last point I'm just trying to make is that the capacity for the West to be more united on stuff is stronger than China and Russia and Iran. Because look at what happened when President Xi went to Saudi Arabia for economic and self-interests. That pissed off the Iranians. And so that shows you the limitation of these countries' relationships and why BRICS, as effective as it could be as an alternative economic model, will still be limited by the lack of overlapping interests, aside from economics, that those countries have. I'll land my plane. Thank you.
Peter, I have a quick question for you. Couldn't you have made the same, a similar type of analysis about Imperial Japan before they engaged in their adventurism, invasions, and war?
How do you mean?
Japan was an empire.
Meaning there's downside to aggressive activity by a nation like Japan or expansionist regime like the current Chinese regime. I don't think it necessarily, what you see as obstacles, they see as challenges to be overcome. And it's not, one highlighting the obstacles doesn't necessarily, shouldn't necessarily reassure the Australians or the Taiwanese or anyone else in the area there that the Chinese will play nice.
Yeah, and I want to add, as somebody who does live in a Southeast Asian country, yes, China's interests in the South China Sea do conflict with what we want to do with the South China Sea. However, and this is the important part, we're willing to play ball with them. We're willing to play ball with them, and we're willing to play ball with them at the cost of perhaps losing our interest in the South China Sea because we see it as more beneficial than dealing with the United States. Because the US dollar is being printed nonstop. This is something that is being pointed out by people like Elon Musk. Printing $30 trillion is not good. It's not good. And it's affecting our economies because the United States is printing so much money and buying up local resources with what is essentially garbage, right? The money isn't worth anything, and it's only worth anything right now because of the petrodollar. So if we could move away from the petrodollar and start trading in our own currencies directly with China, and this is to address Mo's point earlier, where he was making the false claim that we are trading in local currency. No, we are not. We are trading with the US dollar. That's how it works. It's how it's always worked, because the US dollar controls the price, right? So now we want to move away from it, and this is being facilitated through BRICS countries, right? Whether it's India, China, Russia, Iran, Brazil, it doesn't matter. I know that like Iran isn't part of it, but they're willing to play ball with this because it benefits them. It benefits all these countries to move away from the US dollar, and that's why it's such. You need to understand that China's playing things carefully, and yes, they have interest in the South China Sea, like you mentioned, right, Peter? But we're willing to play ball with them because the benefits outweigh the costs of dealing with China.
Mario's
I agree with you. Can I make one last
quick.
Mario, I think it's my
So,
turn, Mario. I've been waiting in the queue.
Just a second, guys. Mario's speaker or headset's not working so well. So anyway, Piotr, go ahead and respond to that quickly, and then I want to give a very brief time to Dr. Lee after that. Go ahead, Piotr. Piotr, we're not hearing you.
Oh, I guess he dropped out.
You there, Piotr?
Let's add it back in.
I guess not.
Yeah, I added him back in.
He may come back in. So while we're waiting for that,
moved
Dr.
down
Lee,
for
just,
some reason. I was moved
go
down.
ahead. Hey, Piotr,
yeah.
you had dropped out. We didn't hear you for a second, so you may start over again.
Right.
Short.
So the last point I just want to make very crucially is demography. China, for the first time, saw a decline in its population by 850,000 people. Now, in the grander scheme of things, that might not be that much, but this is something that China hasn't spent a lot of time planning for. They've tried to incentivize both a 2-child and a 3-child policy in the past 6 years because the economy is beginning to show cracks in a very lopsided population. For every 100 men, women, there's 120 men because of the one-child policy and the preference from boys over girls. And this leads to a huge dependency, lopsided pressure in the sense of as the population ages, that puts pressure on the smaller working class population. Who funds the healthcare? Who conducts the healthcare? Now you could talk about AI and robotics potentially, but the point I'm making fundamentally is that China's got to grapple with something that will undermine its economic output. It will undermine its capacity to exert its influence militarily, and it will be so focused increasingly on its domestic internal situation that it will not be able to exert its foreign policy in the same way that we have seen it done in the past 5-10 years. Do I think that China is a very capable country and can create an alternative financial system? Absolutely, of course it can. But the point is, I don't think that we should shy away from the limitations that China is increasingly beginning to show, because they are glaringly obvious. Anyway, thank you.
I'm gonna jump in quickly. So I'm doing an experiment now. Long story, but if the space ends in 50 seconds, then we're not gonna start it again. Like, we're gonna just end the space. If it doesn't, I'm not going to explain why I'm using two phones. Space is glitching like crazy, but it may end in like there's a countdown. It may end in exactly a few seconds. If it doesn't, perfect. Then the issue is fixed. So I'll until we see if this does actually end, I'll go to Tom quickly to respond to Piotr, because I know you guys were going back and forth about Imperial Japan. But again, Tom, it might cut out in exactly 49 seconds if the glitch goes on.
Yeah, I mean,
If not, then
I would just sum up is that, the truth is out there. This is a fact-based discussion. China's a bad actor, nothing beyond their capability. And here we have top-level government officials, again, admitting that they were worried and had good reason to worry this virus is engineered. And I tell you, these are revelations and developments that deserve widespread acknowledgement and pursuit, because I think there are crimes that have been committed in covering up these revelations and this scandal. And, I think the world continues to be at risk with the type, whether or not COVID was engineered, but with the type of research that could lead to successors to COVID that could make COVID seem, like the disease it was, something that that is much more widespread, like the disease we were told it was supposed to be. How's that?
I also want to just say one quick thing, a side note. It seems that the space won't crash by the looks of it, which is great. Actually, yeah, it's not going to crash by the looks of it. It's so weird. I have literally timer that keeps resetting, 60-second timer about the space. The space will automatically end in 56 seconds and then resets every 10-20 seconds. Very weird. Anyway, I do want to point out one thing to everyone, because I know some people in the audience. Actually, go to the comments and tell me if you think that COVID was intentionally released. I want to know if anyone does still think that after this discussion, because I do want to point something out that
I do. I vote yes.
Oh shit! I didn't know, Tom.
Just say Fauci lied, people died. Okay, just reply to with that. Okay.
Well, I put it this way: I'm more convinced after this discussion, and especially Dr. Lee's analysis, that we should take that issue more seriously than we have previously.
Sure. So the point I want to make, though, to everyone is something important. And we've said this in the past. There's no such thing as good people and bad people. There's people that are more good. There are people that are more bad. So just one thing to keep in mind. I know it sounds very naive, especially when we're seeing all the horrible things happening around the world. But people won't release a virus purely to kill people, for example. And I don't want you to think that extreme. Now, if there's other incentives to do so, okay, that could be a good argument to have. But I just want you to understand that a lot of the people we're blaming right now, there could be more to the story. Just remember in the Twitter files, we all blamed Joel Roth, which still we should be blaming because he was biased and censorship did happen. But we saw him push back a few times, or a lot of times, against Twitter more than we expected. And we're kind of like, oh shit, we didn't know that.
Fauci pushing back at the WHO. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, we don't want everybody to be evil, right? No one is like evil or good, pure evil. I mean, everybody's got motivations. So yeah, I would like to see more files, and hopefully the FYAs come through, because they will, right? And we'll find out more in the coming weeks and months for sure.
Well, so Aaron, I'll let you jump in on this point. You probably expand on this.
Yeah,
I expected you to jump in.
Comments? Yeah, thank you. I just want to, Mario, you're fond of asking questions on Twitter, which I love.
So I'm just going to ask a few questions. And these are not necessarily rhetorical questions. These are not questions that I necessarily know the answer to. So question number one, why was China doing gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology? They clearly were. And gain-of-function research is actually a euphemism as far as I'm concerned. And dual use is actually an excuse for what's really going on. When you do gain-of-function research, you are doing bioweapons research. Okay? So why was China doing bioweapons research? Question number two, why was the United States funding bioweapons research, and why did they outsource it abroad when it was discovered that they were funding bioweapons research? Question number three, I think this is a really important question. Why is there so little political interest in discovering the origins of this pandemic? Okay, we're debating it here, but the fact is there's been almost no public debate. There's been almost no political interest on both sides of the aisle in asking the question, how did this disaster happen, right? A plane crashes. Yeah, as soon as it crashes, you want to know if there's any survivors. What can we do to help people who are injured? How do we console their families, et cetera? But very quickly, you transition to the question, how did this happen? Was this pilot error? Was this a mechanical failure? Was this a systems error because we didn't check the airplane for safety? What the hell happened here? Because this is bad and it's unacceptable and we don't want it to happen again. A factory blows up. Same questions. Okay, rescue the injured, anyone who's trapped inside, deal with the crisis, but very quickly you transition to what the hell happened, right? And we've been asking questions about the murder weapon with zero political curiosity about who pulled the trigger or how this happened. Why is that? That's the question. Why has there been so little political interest?
The first question about gain-of-function research, there's two reasons. One is to create a weapon, but number two is to understand the virus, understand how to fight it. Is that true? So there's other benefits to gain.
That's why it's called dual purpose research. But the problem is it's also a weapon.
My own view on that is that that's bullshit. That's military propaganda.
We've had a few doctors talk about gain of function, the benefits of gain of function, and I was reading about it as well.
The purpose is for weaponization, right? The idea is that your enemies are going to make it, so you might as well make it too.
And the counter purpose for gain of function research is basically the same as we're going to build atomic bombs because you're building atomic bombs. I mean, they're really, it's all military use.
It's an arms.
The NIH, but have you? There's a paper. There's a paper about the NIH. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
It's an arms race where you have a nuclear bomb that can walk out of a silo on somebody's shoe. Right? If we knew that there were a bunch of nuclear bombs all over the place that could very easily, in fact, it would be surprising if they didn't from time to time, accidentally go off. Because it's really hard to contain a virus this contagious. You can have lots of safety protocols in place, but what you're doing is you're making something that by definition is hard to contain. And eventually will become impossible to contain. And you're trying to contain it and control it. Okay? That's like making a nuclear weapon with a trigger that is very more and more easily triggered. Okay? And expecting it not to go off. It's a death cult. And so that's my answer to the question. I didn't mean to answer any questions, but I just...
I opened up, Aaron. I think this is going to be a whole new discussion about the benefits of gain of function research, because I've just opened like a few links and I'm just going through it. There's a lot of arguments that are at least worth understanding. I don't know if there's any, like whether you, Aaron, or others on the panel have researched this heavily.
Let me ask you a question. Mario.
No, I do. I ask the questions.
No, I want to ask a question. So, okay. You know how the Aztecs used to sacrifice babies and people,
bro,
right? Do you see a benefit to doing that, Mario? Is there a benefit to sacrificing people?
No, but I don't see papers explaining the benefits of sacrificing babies.
Well, look at the fetal organ research that our government has been funding.
Mm-hmm.
Forget about the cult of death. My lord,
mm-hmm.
buying We have the
There are
credit card
people asking
receipts for livers,
questions.
thymuses, heads, brains, hearts, you name it.
Even people
Mm-hmm.
saying
All
that.
used to guarantee the safety of vaccines in the least.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, what Aaron's
Forget
describing
about the
is
Chinese. We got to heal ourselves.
what Aaron's describing is we are playing with fire and funding it. And then when that virus escapes a lab in China and there is a forest fire across the entire world, it is no wonder that we want to say, hey, if you associate the virus with China at all, that's racist. Also, it didn't come from a lab because that, like, we are tied to that. No
Exactly.
wonder.
Exactly.
Our
That's
Yes,
what
government
I'll
has
say,
Fauci's
I'll
paying
say,
invested
attention to.
interest in
I'll say,
people
I'll say this.
not
Okay,
thinking.
so I will not go down that path, Caroline, for a reason. Is always try my best to have balanced panels, and obviously we don't have anyone. I have doctors messaging me. I've got 2 messaging me right now, sending me links of different papers about gain of function research. So I think we should be doing a space on this because it seems to be a very hot topic. Didn't expect it.
Mario,
Killing babies. Is it okay
Mario,
or not okay?
your panel is balanced.
It's fine, Mario. Like,
It
it's
is
okay to
the
have
truth.
facts that
Guys,
don't
The
have
truth
there's
is
no.
It
barely
is because you've
represent.
been
the
going
sun
on
You
rising
for
you you
east.
you
The
you
Yeah.
take
truth
a
and the
you
facts
take
are
a
barely
shotgun every
represented.
time I speak, Tom, and you
Okay.
soldier
Well,
here.
Bo, with all due respect, a lot of your comments don't address what we're talking about. That doesn't address, you haven't commented much about Fauci and his being implicated in outrageous activity, the censorship, the admitted government funding of this research, not only Wuhan and other places, the abuse of China using COVID as an opportunity to abuse our diplomats and their citizens in ways that hadn't been done previously, even by that terrible regime, and the failure of public health authorities to deal with and grapple with the significant potential, even outside the censorship and the other abuse, of the engineered aspect of the vaccine, or excuse me, of the virus that resulted because of that in potentially millions of unnecessary deaths. And so, talking about Trump having a change in structure of one subgroup of one agency and actually moving a lot of it into the White House as opposed to in outside agencies doesn't really address the issue. We're talking about how China is a bad guy and they don't need COVID to do terrible things. It doesn't address all those core issues.
Can we do what?
So
Can we?
I want to go. No,
What?
guys, no, everyone, hold on. I want to go. I want to go to Dr. Danish. Dr. Danish, I'm glad you accepted. There's, that's you're in a bad spot, man. You're alone on this one, but I've spoken to people about gain of function research because I was fascinated about the topic a while ago, but not enough to be able to discuss it on the panel. We weren't planning to discuss it, but would love the other side of the argument on the benefits of gain of function research. I'm not sure if you've read the papers that you sent me and I had opened as well.
Yeah. So let me just begin with the basics. I don't think that the benefits outweigh the risks.
That's a very important point.
Sorry, Mario. He agrees
It
with
was
us.
banned. No.
Sorry,
He
Mario.
doesn't
He
agree.
agrees with us.
No. Hold on. It's important. It's
I'm
important.
willing
It's important.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ian,
We now
Dr.
have
Danish,
both
hold on.
sides
okay,
equally.
Guys, can we just have a discussion? First, I just want to say, if there's benefits, it doesn't mean the benefits outweigh the risks. So, and I can never comment on this. I'm not a doctor. I haven't read any of the fucking papers.
There's your
But
balance,
it's
Mario. Discussion over.
It hasn't been balanced because you guys implied there's no benefits at all. What I'm trying to say
No,
is
we didn't say there's no benefits at all.
okay, good.
Doesn't outweigh the risk.
Perfect. Then we're on perfect.
Yeah,
Okay,
I wasn't
so
saying that.
guys, perfect. Oh, good. Right. All right, cool. So all I'm saying is that now we have someone that can tell us about the benefits, but I'm not saying the benefits. I can't say anything because anything I say about gain of function research is useless because I don't understand it enough. But Dr. Danish, I'm glad you started with that the benefits don't outweigh the risk. And I think, for it to be illegal in many countries, kind of, obviously regulators agree with you. But can you tell us, so beyond creating a weapon, is there other reasons for gain of function research from your knowledge?
So I have not personally done gain of function research. Also, that is another thing that I want to disclose, right? Not many of us have. I don't think anybody on this panel has actually been involved in gain of function
I'm
research.
going to try to get someone. That's going to be beautiful if we get someone for a panel. That'll be epic.
I think, but they have done gain of function research in many labs across the world. It's not something that has been done before. So I wanted to first bring that up. It's not, it's not something. The way to think about gain of function research, in my opinion, again, we have to be very careful with it. It's like anything that you're doing with something that can have a catastrophic negative event, but that doesn't mean that you stop there. In my opinion, we have to figure out how. Today, the benefits don't outweigh the risk, but I can't imagine that if we can truly isolate a virus in frickin' space, there's ways that you can do gain of function research without exposing the entire world. That's number one. Number two,
Dinesh, what are the benefits though? Like, why would you do one other than creating a weapon? Okay, good.
Mario, I'm just protecting myself from all the messages and
hate
DMs.
you're gonna get.
Yeah,
you'll be fine. You've done well. Like I just say anyone listening, I've asked Dr. Dinesh to come in and give us this insight. So right, we should all praise him for actually coming up on stage. Go ahead.
So now the disclaimers are out of the way. So there was actually a symposium recently on gain of function research, and they actually did debate this. So Schultz-Cherry, if you look them up, spoke a little bit about this, that the number one value add is risk assessment. So, and I understand that this thought process, which is, I don't know, Aaron, if you're familiar with the influenza risk assessment tool, but they were able to build a risk assessment tool by doing gain of function research on influenza. And they were able to determine where the next variants could come from. And again, for anybody that knows influenza, recombinant influenza, influenza's ability to mutate is determined by a very specific process. And so again, that type of very targeted gain of function research can help clinicians and help pharmaceutical companies and help biotech figure out what is coming next. So risk assessment, I don't care what you think, but ultimately about vaccines in general, but vaccines have saved millions of lives over time, like polio and others, right? So if we can predict what's coming next through gain of function research, that is an incredible value add. Again, I am not for it. I have to keep saying this. After every single time, Mario, I know you don't like it, but I'm going to have to say it just in case people jump in halfway.
All good, man.
Yeah.
I'm not for it. I'm not against it because I'm not knowledgeable enough, so I can't even have an opinion.
The other is that we don't know the phenotypical effects of a virus in cells when new viruses arise. So one is, how do you assess the risk of a new virus by looking at how that virus would behave if a specific mutation occurred? And how would you then counteract that in a lab environment, right? Again, if we can get ahead of what's going to come next, we can potentially prepare for the future viruses. Again, it sounds very esoteric until you realize that we just had a novel virus that nearly took over the entire world, and that pandemic may or may not be increasing in frequency. So again, that is the other. So part number one is the ability to see what the effect of it is. And part number two is coming up with assessing the risk of a new virus. And the second part is the ability to treat any new virus that does arise, especially with new technologies that we have right now. Those are like the two most common sort of well-accepted benefits.
So the two benefits. Sorry, what they are. Sorry, Doctor. The two benefits are. Yeah. So the two benefits are: number one is to find out what could be the next virus or the next potential pandemic to be prepared for it, and number two was
the treatment. So what
treatment, testing different treatments.
Exactly. So like if we knew an early treatment that worked, because we had already tested on a gain of function. A virus that already had that variant, right? We could have a giant repository. And honestly, that is the third one that she mentioned. I'll bring it up just because I don't agree with this, because there's some fundamental issues with that. But what they're saying is, if we do gain of function research over and over and over again, patterns will emerge, which will allow us to be able to maybe even use things like AI to predict some of these things, right? So
it's like a necessary evil.
Like a necessary evil. Like if you did this across a million different viruses across a million different additions. Again, sounds scary as hell, and it is
It's
scary
just
to me. But like,
idiotically dangerous. That's a problem. And
Dr.
we
Dinesh,
saw this with
but
COVID-19.
but for us to say, so again, my point is, if we there is a world in which we can completely mitigate the risk, right? There is, like, you could do it on the International Space Station with only one person there. I don't know, or with robots. Like, there's like crazy scenarios that I just made up out of my ass that allow you to be able to at least test this. But the point that I'm making is, and the reason why I wanted to, I was messaging Mario and I was like, man, I really don't want to be the dude that's trying to say that gain of function is a good thing.
No,
What I'm saying is there's
the comments
clearly
are
benefits.
positive, man. The comments are
no,
positive. Too bad.
I understand your arguments.
appreciate
Yeah,
the
I mean,
argument.
I'm not.
Yeah,
You
when
don't even
argument.
necessarily agree with them, correct?
no one
No,
disagrees. I
Yeah.
tried
Yeah,
to
I did.
explain that.
So again, if we can, so I want to be
How's that? Hold
clear.
on. How's that,
That's,
Tom? How's that? Was that a good balance out?
yeah, it's like exactly how Dr. Fauci supports it. And, I described this,
Jesus.
and I described it not as comprehensively, but I thought, pretty directly earlier in the program. There's not, I would predict, or I would suggest, there isn't a national or state democratically elected legislature that would allow gain of function research. And the fact that it went on as a result really of just bureaucratic fiat, without the involvement of our Congress, and I'm not pretending that Congress gets a get out of jail free card for refusing to exercise appropriate oversight, but the idea that this not only was used here in the United States, but we were exporting this technique to places that we really had no effective control in the end of. It's kind of like we were, I don't want to exaggerate. It would be like we were a nuclear power, or as a nuclear power, we just sent out nukes, to every organized militia and corporation in the world. It's as dangerous as that in terms of a technique to use in the United States and to export. And, there's no doubt. And the only scientific rationale in terms of a policy position, the only political or policy rationale for doing it, in my view, given the risk, would be in order to provide for the national defense of the nation. And that would be only worth the extraordinary risk. And that might persuade a Congress to support it. But the idea you just do this because there's a potentially scientific upside to it, there's no justification. There's nothing you could come up with that would justify the risk.
So actually, one of my good friends just messaged me. He's listening to the space. He will not come up because he is he is an expert in this. And I totally.
Okay, can you please, Dr. Dinesh, tell him I'm happy to do it, and tell him. Okay, tell him the panels are getting better and better over time, and everyone respects everyone, and it's getting less and less polarizing. So it'd be
Mario,
yeah, I'm not getting any hate messages at all because of Ian at all in my back messages.
What does your friend say, Doctor?
What he just said to me is one use case that is very obvious, but I didn't mention, which is with gain of function research. One of the biggest challenges in viral vector gene therapy is that with the viral vectors tend to be incredibly toxic is the wrong word. He was just saying that we can improve our ability to deliver gene therapy, and that gene therapy, if we have a viral vector that actually is incredibly transmissible, but also, incredibly penetrant, so you can actually get it into the human cells, you potentially could cure pretty much any disease, and that's sort of the
thank you. We already have the lipid nanoparticles, and they're wreaking havoc on our system. So, thank you, but you can keep it.
About utopian dreams, and I want to make a principled point about science. That first of all, Dr. Dinesh, thank you for presenting the arguments. They're potentially their arguments have to be taken seriously. Okay. And you presented them well. But there's something, particularly in that last remark, and there's something about the proponents of gain of function research. There's a kind of virus that scientists and the scientific community has caught that basically convinces them, and I mean that metaphorically, basically convinces them that in principle there should be no principled limits on what we're allowed to do. There may be circumstantial limits on what we're allowed to do, but there's no principled limits on what we're allowed to do. And I think hopefully Nuremberg has taught us, but I fear that it hasn't taught us, that there should be some principled limits on what science and scientists are permitted to do. And I mean by that, there is some knowledge out there that we should never be able to acquire because the means used to acquire it would be unethical. That's a very tough pill for scientists to swallow because scientists, to their credit, want knowledge like we all do. Right? It's a basic human desire.
Very well articulated.
And that's why I think when it comes to gain of function research, you can create, or any scientific enterprise, you can create a fanciful scenario about doing research in outer space with robots or whatever. An idealized scenario, I would argue a utopian scenario, whereby, we may be able to mitigate the harms of this thing. And therefore, in principle, we should not outlaw it. Whether it's germline gene editing, another great topic for this space, or gain of function research, or, any, research on human embryos, or any number of other lightning rod, difficult ethical scientific research questions. And I think as a sane society, it's important for us to believe that there are some principled limits to scientific research and that there are some studies that simply should never be done because they will harm human beings or because the risk of harming human beings is just too high, and that's a higher value than the knowledge that might be gained. So if you look at any embryology, I'm going to give one example, then I'll shut up, I promise. You look at any embryology textbook, you can learn that it takes 3 to 4 days for a fertilized ovum to traverse the fallopian tube and implant into the uterus. How do we know that? It's an interesting question. How do we learn that? How do we figure that out? Is there a camera inside somebody's body? We've actually known that for decades. We've actually known that since the 1940s. How do we know that? Because the Nazi physicians vivisected concentration camp prisoners, women who were impregnated deliberately, to answer that question.
Answer what question? Sorry? Answer what question?
How long it takes for a fertilized egg to implant into the uterus.
Yeah, the Nazis performed experiments on this. Right? It's also how we know.
I have a question. I have a
back in the bottle, but we should never have done that experiment. We should never have gained that knowledge certainly by that particular.
Aaron, I have a question for you. I need to end the space, but I have a quick question for you. If there was an experiment that means you had to torture 1,000 people, and then that's a very stupid question, but fuck it. Had torture 1,000 people, but it helps. Yeah. It could help millions, and it's actually a relatively common question when it comes to science, various experiments.
The answer is
no. Exactly.
They do it all the time.
They do it all the time. They do it to dogs.
The answer is no. But this utilitarian calculus.
But then no. But Aaron, you saying no is essentially you not saving millions of people that you could have saved.
Well, that's the argument is hypothetical, right? Because
it is. We're saying
we could save potentially millions of people, right? That's always the argument, and yet that's not the reason why these scientists, these unethical scientists, perform this research. They do it for the pursuit of knowledge. It's not about saving people; it's about the pursuit of knowledge. That's all it's about.
I would say there's both. I'd say there's both. I'd say there's both. I just want to say.
The answer is only yes if you.
Sorry, go ahead, Tom. Tom, you're muted.
Tom?
So I'm not sure. I can't hear you, Tom. I was going to just say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The answer is only yes, frankly, Mario. If one rejects Western civilization and 2,000 years of Christianity, that's the only way you get to a yes answer.
Valid point. Guys, I think it is
and also, Mario, that's another good example of the promise of future happiness and a utopian dream being used to justify what everyone knows is unjustifiable.
It's a
That
very,
utilitarian calculus
yeah,
always operates because we can't predict the future with certainty, but we
I
can
know.
know the consequences of our own actions. Right, we
No,
can know if all of a
I think
sudden we pull
it's
the
a
trigger.
very, very difficult debate. I think it's really easy to simplify. Brett Weinstein would be great for this question. He loves questions like
It's a
this that
philosophical
are like a bit
question,
of
Let's
Mario.
do it.
yeah, exactly.
It's an important philosophical
Yeah,
debate.
Aaron,
Absolutely.
you've been on stage a few times with
Scientists
Brett.
ask
So
this
next time
question all
Brett
the
is here,
time. I
ask him.
mean, we
Yeah,
ask
I
this
think
question. When I say we, I mean humans ask this question anytime we do anything that has the
not only in
potential to
medicine,
harm.
war, anything. Yeah,
Anything, economics even, right? I mean, if you
yeah.
watch Billions, do you watch Billions, Mario?
I've seen a long time ago. Yeah, a bit
Yeah,
clips in here
right.
and there.
And anytime they do something, David Axelrod, he's like a kind of a psychopath, but he also does good things, right? And he also makes a cost-benefit analysis. Does this harm people? Does this hurt people, or does this help people? And a lot of the times, people are harmed, and that's what kind of makes him a psychopath because he always takes the path, that gives him the most profit. So this is a question that I think everybody has to ask themselves, like, are you okay with harming other people, right? And sometimes, you'll say, well, I can help more people than I harm, but the reality is that you're still harming people. And that's what, I think
But you're also helping people. But it's very, very tough. It's a very
No,
it's
you're
not a
harming
discussion.
people. You're harming people with the hope of helping people, which is
Yeah,
different.
but then the hope, how close to certainty is that hope? So
Well,
like
but the
sometimes it's
hurt
a hope that very low certainty, sometimes higher certainty. Like there's different levels of certainty as well. Sometimes like if you know for a fact, if you I can't, it's gonna be stupid examples because I'm not really creative. But if you know for a fact that if you do something, like if you run into, I can't give, I'm stupid at examples,
Mario,
but
it's
you even
a,
see it in
it's a
In the
movies.
prisoner's
Dark
dilemma.
Knight, Mario, in
Mario,
the
it's a
Dark Knight
prisoner's
sets up
dilemma,
this
right?
scenario.
This is
The film with the Joker sets up the scenario of the two boats, right?
yeah,
And
that's
they're
the prisoner's
both given
dilemma.
a trigger, and it's Joker's social dilemma. You can look up just that scene on YouTube. There's a clip of it on YouTube. Joker's
What
social
is it called?
dilemma from the
Joker's
Batman,
social dilemma.
Joker's
Okay,
social dilemma from the
got
Dark
it.
Knight
Yeah.
Yeah,
movie.
so if the
Here's the
Dark Knight
setup.
Rises, yeah.
Joker's implanted two bombs on two
Yeah.
ships, two ferries, right, with passengers on them. One of them is a bunch of convicts who are being transported, from one prison to another or something like that. The other is ordinary, law-abiding, decent people. Okay, they both have a trigger on their boat, and if they pull that trigger, if they push the button, the other boat explodes, but they will live. And the setup is Joker comes over the loudspeaker and tells both of the people on both of the boats, listen, you have till midnight. When the clock strikes midnight, I am going to blow up both boats. But if one of you pulls the trigger and kills the other people before midnight, you will live and they will die. And it sets up the debate or the dilemma between a utilitarian calculus, better for us to kill them, but only, half the people still survive rather than everyone dying. Or is it better for us not to commit an evil act, not to commit an atrocity simply because it's wrong, even if the consequences result in more death? So before we have that debate, and we could set up the debate with that very scene, it's a great, really great 5-minute way to set up the conflict between those two fundamentally different ethical theories.
Aaron,
Yeah, I think.
can I just insert myself here? Let me suggest the mere debate undermines civilization. The left and the utilitarians want to introduce this thinking and a debate to suggest that basic morality is up for grabs. That, you can argue your way into these, it's like the famous lifeboat exercises that they've tried to propagandize in high schools and with children. Who goes out first, who's most useful. That to me is a debate designed to destroy protection, respect for life, and the idea that there's morality that is constant and you can't veer from. So I really think the idea that we debate this, having the debate is a loss. There are certain things you can't debate.
I'll have to give that some thought.
I honestly agree with that. It's important to have moral firmament.
That's an interesting point.
I wanted to go back to what
argue
Aaron
about
was
why
saying
rape
earlier.
is wrong, then we're sort of legitimizing the idea that it might be okay. So yeah, I need to give that some
I
thought.
agree with that.
I do.
I think
Okay,
a
guys.
recent
I'm not sure if you can hear me. Oh, you can. Yeah.
No,
So
she
I'm just
can.
gonna. The reason I'm
Yeah.
gonna. Yeah. I'll let Caroline reply. Of course. Go ahead, Caroline, and then I will wrap it up, guys, after Caroline. Please go ahead, Caroline.
I think a recent example of this is FTX. That is exactly what risk assessment moral relativism results in. And I think we all know how that worked out. You trade a certain action for a future possible better consequence that you are not certain of. To put it in less moral terms, where we're talking about, people's health and lives. But that's just the first thing that pops to mind for me.
So yeah,
Incredibly well said.
Can I tell?
I agree. So I'm not sure who's jumped in, but I'm gonna wrap up the space, guys, because we went way over time. It's been 8.5 hours. I'm not sure. Actually, first I want to do two things with the audience. Number one, I want to get your thoughts on one question. Like, what are your thoughts on what we just discussed? The dilemma we were discussing earlier, like short term or harming anyone or for benefit of more people. It's a very, very, like, something I'm not even going to be debating in a space because it's like just too it's not going to be fun.
It's
But
very
I'd love to see what the audience thinks. I've also put in the I've also tweeted the question of whether we should cover the gain of function research. I think that is a much better topic to cover. I've tweeted it about half an
With
hour
the
ago.
help of Dr.
And
Dinesh,
yeah,
I
we've got
might add.
Dr. Dinesh, yeah, he's got to do that. And your friend who's listening, come on, man. No, lady, come on. Grow some guts, some balls, but grow some balls and come on this space. I'd love you to come on. I'm just joking. Would love to have you debate the topic because obviously it's really difficult to find people within this space, especially people willing to talk. But yeah, we usually have a lot of doctors on spaces whenever we're discussing something medical, and it's always balanced. So would love to have you on the space. But yeah, Jim, what do you think of while everyone's subscribing to the newsletter pinned above? What's your thoughts on the space, man? It's another marathon. Yesterday we did 8-9 hours, and today another 8.5 hours. It's another couple of years, and half the world population will listen to us.
It's full-time job on top of full-time job. So yeah, pretty wild.
How's your wife? Does she hate me yet? Does Mira hate me yet?
No, she does not. And by the way,
Mario, you are the reason I don't have a girlfriend. So I'm just making that clear.
for your purpose, Myra. But anyway, so yeah, no, she's fine.
Myra, sorry.
We're just sitting here on the bed listening, and she's enjoying. She enjoys what you're doing, man. So, but no, this is like what we're talking about is one of the most critical things that's happening in every generation that overlaps at this time in America. This is a big part of that. And the Fauci files just kind of exploded some of the most important issues and topics that are affecting us and are going to affect us in the future. I mean, this has been a crazy time with this freaking pandemic. I'm telling you, man, and everything that's come out of it is just, I mean, phenomenally difficult and challenging to deal with. And we got to get a hold of it somehow.
Nick, what do you think?
Well, if I was Dr. Fauci, I'd be worried as hell. I think I would sleep less than I do right now with these Twitter spaces. Because, I mean, it's gotten to the point where the gig is up. It's like every day we get more and more proof that he lied, not just to the American people, but, the entire world. Whether or not he spent the past 3 years lying to us over and over again is not really the question anymore. And what we need to know now is why. Why has he been lying about major aspects of COVID itself as well as the response? And I think it's a good idea, Mario, actually, as you said, to I think we could have a full, maybe 12-hour space on gain of function research. So everybody can look forward to that one. But yeah, I mean, Ian, Mario, Jim, all of you guys are just absolute troopers. I'm telling you, like, nobody realizes how much work goes on in the background of these spaces. And so it's super admirable, and you guys are great to work with. So keep at it.
I think we need to find out. We don't need to debate it. We already know gain of function research has risks that no one would take on voluntarily. So we need to figure out where it's happening still and shut it down. That's what the next spaces should be devoted to.
exposing that it's still going on elsewhere and where it is.
I'd wanna also understand like why are some countries still allowing it. So it'd be good to get their
money.
Or do they even know? Do they even know they're quote allowing it? Other than China, who knows?
Could I add a little conspiracy here, Mario?
No, another.
No,
go ahead. But quickly.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for your space. By the way, friends of mine in Dubai and London spoke about you. That's how I knew about you. So you're pretty famous on the ground, which is pretty interesting. I think Ukraine is interesting, by the way, just on this whole point. I think this is a massive cleanup job that's happening over there when it comes to this
cleanup
topic.
job. What are you talking about? Don't bring up Ukraine. Ian's here. Don't do that. Ian,
he might actually agree with me on this topic. Actually, yeah.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Tuesday.
I've had Ian and I'll let Ian go. What's your thoughts of the space? Go to Ian and Tara.
I think it's fantastic. I think that, I just want to say, like, Elon doesn't get enough credit for this. None of this would be talked about at all if Elon didn't open up Twitter for free speech, right? And so, everyone should just tweet at Elon right now and say thank you for enabling us to have free speech. I know it shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't be up to one guy to determine that. But honestly, we'll take what we can get. It's good.
Tara, I'm not sure if you're there. Cool. Well, Tara's not there, but I think it's a. For fuck's sake, guys, I'm dead. I'll just be honest. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. For God's sake. Yesterday's space, I was going in the meeting. I came to Davos for one important meeting. I came to support one of our projects, but also one important meeting that I came for. And they forced me to come. And literally before that meeting, 2 minutes before that meeting, I can't remember who decided to do a Twitter Files job. And then you guys, Jim, Ian, Nick, you guys kind of led the space. And then I came in later and ended up going on for 8-9 hours. And then I thought today we'll do a quick Davos space, maybe a couple of hours, because I have a flight in 2 hours and I haven't slept. It's 5 a.m. here. And we're doing 8.5 hour space. This is cruel.
Hey, by the way, you did this on the way down to Davos. You were like, we were going to do a short little space, and then you had to end up flying close on that time too. So think about that.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I'm convinced there are no short spaces.
No,
we've never had a short space. But yeah, but one thing for the audience, for anyone that's still listening, thanks for being here. Thanks for enjoying this. And I don't think any of us really understand. And actually, this is for the panelists. Every panelist and anyone in the audience that usually comes on the panel, I don't think you understand the impact we're having. I've said it yesterday. I'll probably say it multiple times. But being on the ground now in Davos and at an event a week before Davos, and obviously what Mo just said, it's insane not only how many people are listening to us, but the caliber of the people listening. It's a very different audience to TikTok, Instagram, and most of YouTube, the entertainment side of YouTube, Mr. Beast type videos. The caliber of people coming up to me and just, praising the space and talking to me about various panelists are people that are the right people you want them to listen to. Not only, everyone is good to listen. I want everyone to listen to us, but also having people that are like when you're talking about COVID and you have people from Pfizer, or you have people that were silenced, or you have people that were harmed by the vaccine. These are the people that want them to listen to us. Or you go to Brazil and you have people that are within the Brazilian political or financial system listening to us. Well, those are the people we want to reach. Or when it comes to obviously politics is politics. But it's just been fascinating. We're going to continue doing this. We've got a lot planned in English, outside of English, across all of us panelists. And I'll be fascinated to see where this is in a year. But otherwise, another incredible space, 16 hours and 2 days. And let's see what tomorrow brings. But otherwise, really appreciate it, everyone. Thanks a lot to the panelists and the moderators. And
we do have a Davos space tomorrow at 4 o'clock, by the way. So.
Oh shit!
4 p.m. Eastern time.
No.
Yep.
Appreciate you, Mario, and Ian. Appreciate you guys a lot.
Thank you, Mario. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, everyone. Bye,
Good
Tom.
evening.
Bye. Thanks, Tom.
Bye-bye.
Bye.